live broadcast. Okay, it claims that it created a new live broadcast. It is not taking me to any page to indicate it has done any such thing, yet it is saying that it's sending bytes across the internet. So I'm going to assume that that means that we've made some kind of forward progress and that my channel is still in my possession for the moment. You know, because those things matter now. All right, here, let me see. Open up live channel.
Big deal.
Yeah, you never know when you're going to have control of your channel or not anymore. You just, you know, when you find out, it's like Russian roulette. Every time you log in, you're like, hey, is today going to be the day? Is today going to be the day that Barnacules gets his channel back? Is it be able to do stuff? Oh my god! All right, here. You know what? First thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn on this damn monetization stuff so they don't put us on the bottom of the stack. Right. We gotta earn that $12 in ad revenue, brother. Gotta get that $12. Oh, I gotta unwrap my foot. You guys want to watch me unwrap my foot? Oh yeah.
Unwrap your foot?
Yeah, I got an ace bandage on here. I got gout right now. I'm having a bad gout attack, and I took my colchicine to Oh, goddamn motherfuck. Oh, well, there goes our monetization.
There goes, yeah, I was just about to say.
God damn it.
So much for that.
Oh, don't get gout. Don't get gout. I mean, everything else about being fat is absolutely amazing. Don't listen to anybody. But when it comes to gout, fuck. Man, them kings, I feel sorry for them. I finally understand like why kings were always like running around and murdering people and raping and pillaging and stuff.
It hurts.
It's like, how could you not, man, when you feel that way?
Yeah,
hey,
right?
You stay there, sign. Sign. Stay.
Right.
Stay. All right. Hey. What are you? What is your deal today? Why is this thing like not playing ball? Can you guys even see that today?
What?
The sign. You can see the sign back
I
here.
see the sign.
Okay.
Yep, it's good.
I saw the sign. It opened up my mind. I saw the sign. Okay. Oh. All right. Well, good enough. Actually, I didn't even check. Is the sign
It's
even
flexible than I thought?
Oh, it's wicked flexible, dude. You put this on clothing. I'm going to go into the code Python folder, and I'm going to go give it a command. I'm going to say, I would like you to set your text to the following. Okay. Stand by. Something is happening. And there we go. All right. We should be good to go now.
My space got compromised. That's cute.
Wait, what's that?
Oh, some people are saying like mind space.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Not hacked or something. Like, ugh.
Nobody cares. Not even a little bit. All right, there we go. Turn off the tail and speed up. There we go. All right, we have a functioning sign behind us now. Would you agree, sir?
Whoop. Looks like it works. Yeah,
it does work. All right, cool. So as of this stream, it looks like we have we have to lower our expectations here. It looks like Streamer.bot is tied into YouTube now. I had to bypass Stream Elements because Stream Elements, they're being a bunch of cocknobbers, and they're like, hey, you have to delete your entire account and recreate it and get rid of your Stripe, your Twitch, all your tax documents, everything you filled out and everything, and start all the way over from scratch because you got your YouTube channel stolen. And so the old auth keys don't work anymore, and we don't have a mechanism or a feature to re-authenticate. Once you authenticate with your channel, it's for life. For 100,000 years, and if anything happens to upset that balance in any way, shape, or form, like you delete the key on the YouTube side or whatever, you have to delete everything, even your Twitch and everything, anything that's associated with that account, and start over. And I was like, that is unacceptable.
Yeah, that's weird.
I was like, I'm not doing that. So I'm waiting. It's stupid, dude. It's stupid. And I even looked on like, there's so many people complaining about this in the forums because this is what happened. This is a real scenario, right? So yeah. You have your YouTube channel and somebody steals it or the stream key gets compromised. Maybe you're streaming and somebody sees the stream key, right? And so they go on there and you're like, oh shit, okay. So you hurry up and you run over and you break the API. You invalidate all the API connections to the account. And you're just like, okay, well, I'll just come back and get another API connection later. It'll be fine. You can't do that because in Stream Elements, once you add a channel, it permanently adds that channel and you can't delete it. And if you can't delete it and you try to add another one, it says this channel's already been added, even though that channel right there says that it cannot connect. It'll say it can't connect, so there's something wrong with the API. But then when you try to add it again, is another thing says, oh, sorry, this channel's already been added, so you can't add a new one. And then, but the funny thing is, it's not the same channel. It's the same channel by name, but it's a different channel by API. So it's a situation that a lot of people have run into, not just myself. And it's been a little bit of a pain in the butt. So what I'm doing now is I'm going to gravitate away from Stream Elements moving forward. In the new world, we will be controlling our own events. We will be controlling our own horizontal and the vertical. And by doing that, using a program called Streamer.bot, which is an open source action coordinator between about a dozen different services and pretty much anything you want it to be. Nice. Think of it like You know, OBS has some actions that you can do inside of it. Like OBS, you can say, oh, switch a scene if something happens or something on the computer happens. You push a certain key, do a thing. Streamer.bot is like that, but for every single API on every single service. And if it doesn't exist already in Streamer.bot, you can add it. And so you can hook anything. So I can say basically if somebody says a message in chat on Twitch, I could have it do something on YouTube. If somebody did something in chat on YouTube, I could have it do something on Twitch. If somebody did one on the one or one on the other, I could have it do something on both channels at the same time.
Yeah.
I could have those things be different or the same. Yeah, so it's like you can create these really complicated stacks and with actions and sub-actions and even sub-actions. You can get downright recursive with this sucker. So what this allows you to do is very, 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 very quickly build up automation. For your channel. And I mean, you want to rig stuff to foot pedals to activate and stuff, you can do that inside of OBS. You can say, hey, go create an action, set a hotkey to do this, right? But you can also go into Streamer.bot and rig it into any of the API in OBS Studio. It's all already mapped and in there. So you go into Streamer.bot and say, I want to switch a scene, or I want to fade this scene, or I want to change the fading effect and then do the transition of the scene over this amount of time if I push this button, instead of just push this button and do whatever's currently set in OBS. And it's still cool to have something like Stream Elements for like overlays and stuff, because Stream Elements does have a lot of really cool overlays, but all those overlays are based on information coming from Twitch or YouTube API. So with Streamer.bot, Twitch and YouTube API is like normalized and together all under one hood, along with a million other platforms you can add, right?
Okay.
So so you could build your own like I could build one scene for Tech Talk if I wanted to. I'm going to keep them separate. But if I built one scene for Tech Talk and one scene for my Twitch, I could do that, and I could wire them all up. So if you're on Twitch, it uses all the Twitch equivalents, and if you're on YouTube, it uses all the YouTube equivalents. But to the end user, it looks the same. Tips look the same. Super chats and bits would look the same. Subs and what is it? Subs and members would look the same. Like you could map them all together so that the experience would look the exact same on either platform. And so, like right now, if I wanted to, I could add a command to chat right here on YouTube. Like, watch this. So show message on LED. Here we go. Here we go. This is we're going to be doing some digging here. So okay, we're live testing. This is how our career ends. So I'm going to say change here. Let's see here. Chat changes LED screen. So I'm just going to create a command for chat changes LED screen. Then I'm going to go up here and I'm going to say, okay, the action I want you to perform is %raw input % and FFFFF. And I'm going to say the command to trigger is going to be, hold on here. So if we go to action. Where is it? Action. Oh, commands. There we go. So create a new command. This command is going to be LED. Bang, LED is the command. And the group, let's see. Okay, and the action it's going to fire is YouTube set. Where is it? YouTube. Chat changes LED. There we go. Okay, and I'm going to allow moderators. So moderators, there's no VIPs on YouTube. I'm one of those. Yeah, are there VIPs on YouTube? I don't think there are. Is there?
Say that again. What?
There's no VIPs on YouTube, right? It's just moderators and users. Is there some
you have like subscribers or no members, right? Channel members.
Okay. Got it.
Either $5 a month or whatever.
Oh yeah, yep. So they don't have that listed here, but I could add it. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, so I created a chat command. I'm going to see if this works, and I'm going to link it up. So I'm going to say if you do bang LED in a chat channel on YouTube specifically, that is then going to fire off an action called YouTube chat changes LED, which is going to then take a command that runs on my computer that tells that to write the text that's whatever's after the command in chat. So long story short, now if I go into chat, if we test this out, if I do bang LED.
I'm not a mod on your channel anymore.
Wait, what?
I'm not a mod anymore.
On YouTube or?
Yeah.
Oh, when they restored it, they didn't put you back, did they?
Yeah,
God damn it.
All the kerfuffling.
I shall fix you. You will be better. All right, check it out. It says you're now a modder. You're now a mod. Damn, do I have to go add all my mods back? Because you've been my mod forever, dude. So I probably got to add everybody back now.
Yeah, there it is. I'm a mod now.
Oh, did you type stinky butt? Let's see to do it.
Yeah.
Okay, so you said, let's see, bang LED, stinky butt, and I still see a wiener up there. So let me check my action queue, make sure it actually fired.
Is it case sensitive? Should I have used little letters?
Nope, it didn't fire the action. Okay. So I got to go see if YouTube is connected. So if YouTube is connected. Fire a YouTube super chat, and then broadcast events account connected to Barnacules Nerdgasm. That is the right account, isn't it?
I was definitely a mod. Sure you were. If you were a mod, then what was the special mod handshake?
Right? Yeah. No, that's a good point. That's a really good point.
What's the high sign? You know, if you're a Barnacules mod, and you saw another Barnacules mod in the street, what's the high sign? How would you let the other mods know?
Yeah,
that's what I thought. It's Secret
right.
Club. You don't even know.
There's some weird things going on. So I looked. It is wired up, and it says it is connected to my YouTube account. But when you typed here, try lowercase LED. Here, let's try this.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Let's try this. Test.
Think about
LED test.
Make
okay.
Paints.
So that obviously did not fire the command, and I'm not showing the command fired. So I don't think we are connected to the right thing. So let me go to integrations. Dude, there's like 5,000 things inside of this UI too. It's so noisy. Like when I first looked at it, I was like, dude, this looks like it was written by a 3-year-old. But it actually is a very powerful piece of software.
I thought you were some kind of fancy programmer.
I am a fancy programmer guy. Very fancy. We go. Very fancy. Let me just disconnect and reconnect.
I'm disappointed.
You just calm down your T-Taws there, mister. All right, so I just reconnected. So let me try it again here. So LED. Woo!
Dang, the video is out of sync with the chat like there's no tomorrow. Yeah, it's always that way. There's always like a few seconds delay. Upwards of like 10 seconds.
It depends. Like if you're on wireless device, it can be really high.
That's why when we're like having to test, you know, trying to fix weird video issues or whatever, I have to use a special code word that you guys have to say. Like say chuckle nuts or whatever. if it's working, say, you know, bangarang or whatever, because like, we're delayed. We're way ahead of you guys.
So what now? Okay, so this is a little weird. So it says
my camera shaky. Shouldn't it gimbalize?
Oh no, it does that sometimes. You got caught in an oscillation. Just touch it and it'll stop.
Like the screen?
No, the camera. Like physically touch the camera.
Just touch it?
Yep,
like,
just touch it. Yep.
No, it's not. Like I should be able to wiggle my desk a little bit and not have.
You're doing it. I thought I was caught in an auto oscillation because even this one does that. Like after a while, it'll just do this.
Freaking eyeball should work, man. Like,
it should. Oh, I bet you disabled it.
Maybe it's because I don't. It's probably maybe because I didn't tell it to focus on something.
Either that or you disabled it. Because if you disable it, it gives you a little bit. It uncrops some of the sensor. So I wonder if you disabled it since it was fixed mounted.
Maybe.
So we're in chat right now.
I bang my desk a bit, and I don't want to look like a fucking earthquake every time. Pardon my French.
Right? No. Hey, we're past that point. You can say whatever you want.
Okay. I say f-bombs a lot. It's like my normal speechifying.
So sometimes you just gotta cuss and shit. You know what I mean?
Sensitive people.
It's like fuck. You know. It's like sometimes.
I know. I can't help it. Sometimes retro. It's like when Gloria Estefan. You know, the rhythm is gonna get you. It's sometimes I'm just like,
the rhythm's gonna get you. Rhythm is gonna get you. Rhythm is gonna get you. Okay, so I found it.
It'd be great if it just ignored your input instead said, "Hey Barnacules, do you want to play a game?"
Do you want to play a game? I don't play the game. All right, let's test it now. Come on, baby, please fire. Come on, do daddy a solid. Come on, LED, bang LED. Oh! Did it do it?
Hey!
It works. So now.
Oh, I muted myself first time.
All right. So whoever does the first super chat of the day is going to be the first person to be on that board and allow me to tune it, because I need a message to be able to tune it to show me what variables I can use. And for once, I'm actually not just lying to trick you into giving me money. I actually do need at least one action there to be able to tune it.
Yeah. So somebody needs to give us a super chat to make sure Jerry's bad code is working.
We just super chat so I can fix my bad code and make it a little less badder. So right now we are confirmed we're wired up. The command did fire. So oh wait, did it print in the chat? Did it say something like I posted something? Hold on here. So it said orgasm LED. It doesn't have my message. So that I got to look into real quick. So if I go to actions, where is it? Actions. Action. Oh, something fired. Somebody did something. Something's firing. What is it?
Eric G,
$2.
Oh, but it doesn't have his message. It doesn't have his message in it.
I can't put the messages in because I only have 32 characters right now. I've got to create my own LED software that'll do more than 32 characters because right now I'm hacking a software called WLED.
Can it just do the message instead of the?
If it's under 32 characters, yes. If it's over 32 characters, then it won't. I could truncate it. I could truncate it down 32 characters, but by the time you do the name and the money, it's going to be like 10 characters.
No, right. Drop the name and money and only the message.
And only the message. Oh, just only do the message? Like don't put any, but because people usually want to see their name up there. They don't want to just see the message.
Good point. Yeah, people like that. So that's true. Never mind.
I think it's working. Hold on here. Wait.
I do think so. Oh, God, it's broken.
Screen down.
Oh, it's broken. No.
Don't you short. I was trying to short out because I don't have heat shrink on the on the wires yet. It's so ghetto, dude. Oh wait, what does it say? Super chat.
Wiltonian.
Oh, he tried to do a he tried to do an emoji. This thing doesn't support emoji.
Oh, yeah,
so
emojis, man.
I am going to add emoji to it. So here's my plan. Here's my master plan to take over the universe. Is I already have 3 more screens coming that are going to run on the same controller. So I'll have like 3 screens tall, and they can all do different colors and stuff. Oh, wait, hold on. Since you guys fired an action, that means I now have the variables that I need so I can customize it further.
So now, everybody.
So now, if I go to the actions queue, I can go back and look at all the data associated with these actions. So it says there's 3 super chats. So if I click on a super chat, I can now see that the super chat came from, I'll tell you all the information I get. This is the information coming back from the API each time you guys do something. It says, okay, so broadcast user ID, my name. I don't know why it puts my name in the packet that's come back. I guess if you're streaming multiple channels at the same time, you might want to know which one you're doing. I can look at the broadcast user's profile image. I can go to their main page. I can look at their previous active time. I can see if you're a VIP, a moderator, or a subscriber. I can see what your user type is. In this case, it's just YouTube. I can see your user and your username, which are both Eric G in this case, but they can be different depending on how you do your YouTube. I can get your user ID, so I can use that to pass back to YouTube API if I want to do extra stuff that Streamer.bot doesn't. I can pull and extract that and go ask YouTube for more stuff. I can see that the denomination that you were using was USD. I can see that you tipped $2. For some reason, there's a variable called micro amount. I haven't seen that before, and the micro amount is 2 million. So I don't know if that's like some internal currency like bits or whatever, where it's like 2 million bits is $2 USD or something. But they have some weird amount called that, and it says that they're tier 2, whatever that means. I don't know what does tier 2 mean on YouTube. I'll have to see if anybody else is something other than tier 2. And then it has the message which says, "Hey guys," and the published time, so I can see the time that I fired, and I can refire these events too. So if they ever screw up or somebody doesn't see something or have to fix something, I can actually requeue the event and run it again. And it says the source of this is from YouTube Super Chat. All right, looks like there's another Super Chat that just came in. Did that change the screen? Oh,
that's strange.
That was weird. Why did it? It only does that if you do more than 32 characters. So somebody did.
Date? That's weird.
So what did they do? Is their name like super huge? Let me see here. Hold on.
I think it's Oystein is the most recent one with 100 NOx, and it says is Norwegian coins supported.
Okay, no, Norwegian coins is supported. Together. Okay, so you have user, you have username. Where's the message? Or not the message? Sorry. Wait, that's weird. Why did it do that? Let me go double check.
100 to 00.
We're gonna tune
only
this.
Like 18 characters.
Yep, that shouldn't have done it. So let me go. What I can do is I can look at the variables after
to USD. Yeah, even if it translated to USD, it would actually be fewer characters.
Yeah, there's nothing in here that should have exceeded that, so it did something else. So it's probably my command probably just has a bug in it. Let me go.
Way to go! Way to go!
Hey, this is how you fix shit on the fly.
You broke it.
No, finding bugs, man. Hey, they found a great bug the other day, dude. They found a great bug.
Stadtionalist makes a good point. Oystein has an emoji in his nickname, so the Unicode,
that would add like 7 or 8 characters.
From that might be too long.
That would add 7 or 8 characters to it, definitely.
It'd have to be a lot more than that, because like the.
How many emojis does he have?
Just the one, but the name plus the money was only like 20 characters. So unless the Unicode,
it'd be 2 Unicode bytes, right? 2 Unicode bytes would be like /0x. And then another one. So you'd have like 10 characters from that.
It was like 18 characters with the name and the money.
So I need to figure out how to translate it to
USD. That'd still only be like maybe 16 characters. But then if it's 2 Unicode bytes, that's another 16 characters. That puts you exactly at 32.
Okay, let me go look here.
But it probably puts it over.
So right now it should say Super Chat, username, and amount. So I'm going to pull out Super Chat just to shorten it and buy some characters.
Yeah, that's what put it over.
So I'll do username, and then :amount, and then I'll do FF0000, which is red. So is red good, or should I? Oh, can I pull their color? Did it have a user color in chat? Hold on, let me go double check. Because if it shows me their color in the data that comes back from the command, I can actually use that. Let's see, color. Action QID, event sources, moderator, user type, amount. Dang, so they don't send back the color. So I would have to, if I wanted to make their color, like if I wanted their username color to be there, what I would have to do is do another call to YouTube's API and say, hey, I got this user ID from this current event I just got. Can you hand me back the color for this user? And then I could send that to the command. You can do anything. You can literally do anything. And with ChatGPT, all the stuff you can do in like a matter of minutes. It's crazy how fast you can add stuff to this. So it looks like I fixed that problem with it being too lengthy. Although if he puts his name up there, if you have an emoji in your name, it's just going to be your name, and then it's going to be like some garbage, like some Unicode characters, and then it'll be the amount. Yeah. So
5389.
Yeah, but what I can do is here, let's go consult the I think I know how to fix this. Let's go. I keep forgetting we have an AI dominance here, right? We have chat AI. So what if I say, hey chat God, can you please tell me how I could remove any special Unicode characters or
you're gonna go
emoji from my string in Python?
What is it? What do they call that? Regular expressions.
I don't think I'll have to go that far. It would work though. It would work.
I bet you do this nerdy shit. They're gonna make you do that.
Wait, what?
I never understood regular expressions, man. People who like just get regular expressions are like aliens or something. I don't get it.
Dude, I hate you because you're actually right.
I told you.
You got it.
This fucking nerdy stuff, man.
So I just looked at the code. So I'm looking right now on ChatGPT.
How do I extract email addresses from a bunch of nasty letters and stuff being inputted into my SQL code? Oh, you got all this weird gibberish that's supposed to like mean stuff.
Well, in my defense, I've seen quite a few Python methods that were literally like just remove encoding, like dot remove encoding or de-encode.
I would rather write code in assembly than to have to deal with regex any stuff. It was stupid.
All right, so the scrolling text message now in my code. So I'm going to say, okay, get the string. I stripped the string. Let me go through my code here really quick. I set the default color to flesh tone because for some reason on Twitch, that's what it is. I grab the RGB values if the color is available, and then I get the text. Okay, and then once I have the text, what I'm going to do is add some code that says text equals RE, which is regular expression, and the sub that I'm going to run against it is going to be R, let's see here, caret / W, end bracket. So any word, anything that's not a word from the alphanumeric set will be cut. And then I should be able to replace it with nothing. So I just want to replace that with nothing. And of type string. Okay. And let's see here. So string equals that and then input string. And done. And let me add a note so people know what the hell I'm doing here. Let's see here. Remove all non-alphanumeric characters before passing to LED screen. Okay, that should buy some space. So just do a quick test, set text.py. I'll try to pass an emoji to it or something. Let's see. Oh, let me grab the emoji menu. So I'll pass it like robot, newspaper. Okay, just pass it a bunch of garbage. And let's see what it does. Python 3, set text.py, and boom. Okay, it says it successfully sent something. And January 28, 2023. No, it didn't work.
At 7:28 p.m.
That should, okay, so it still said it was successful and it sent something to us. So let me print it to the console so I can see what it looks like after I mess it up. Text, okay, so then I want to do text equals that, remove that, and then print text. Save, run it again.
Notepad, it says.
What does it say? Oh, never mind.
It did say notepad for a second.
Oh, it did?
And I tried to...
we're fighting each other.
Notepad.
So is somebody else in chat typing LED and something a whole bunch?
I did.
Oh, that's why you kept changing it back. So it did work. It did work. So you
did the notepad.
So it does say notepad, but if I do this,
and I'm gonna throw a smiley.
Oh, that's nothing. Okay, no, I got to figure it out. That it should work now. Okay. It should work now. So what happens if you throw it just garbage characters? It'll do nothing. It'll just revert to the date and time. But if you send it anything in between those characters, like test, it takes the characters off the beginning and the end and just leaves test. So the only other bug we have to fix here, sir, is if it's 0, like if you're sending it no text, it shouldn't do anything. I don't want it to reset what's already there because that's just going to mess stuff up. So what I'm going to do is...
It took out look at that. It took out the fucking emoji. Look at that. Test.
Perfect.
Test. With no space even. That's great.
Worked exactly how we wanted. Okay. So now I'm going to do is just to fix an edge case. I'm going to say if if len text equals 0 or is 0, then I just want to do return. There we go. Just return. Save, exit, and now if I pass it nothing, so if I just pass it garbage, it should say, oh, return outside a function. Oh yeah, I can't do that, can I? Damn it. I forgot. I keep thinking I'm in C# sometimes. I'm like, ooh, I can just return out of this. I don't want to do that. I want to go if len text is 0, then set text to debug. I'll just make it like a debug thing. I'll say set text to fix your code. Fix your bro. So this way, if text is 0, if somebody calls it and doesn't pass it any text. What I'm trying to think though is like, is there a thing where I'd want to clear the board? There's probably a time where I'd want the board displaying nothing, right? So for that, I should probably just say set text to one blank character, like a space. I'm just going to do that. I'm just going to just for now. I'll say if no text is passed, just set it to a single space so the display is idle. All right, cool. Now that should work. So now if I run set text with garbage characters, it should just clear it. If I run it with garbage characters, and then at the end I put Barnacules and then another garbage character like heart emoji, and then I put like, let's see, -fuck. Oh, somebody did something. Hold on, so who did that one? LED garage characters.
I'm the only mod. I'm the only one who has to do this.
Well, no, but if somebody does a super chat, it'll do it too.
Oh yeah,
yeah. So that looks like that's working. Now I'm going to do the broken characters.
It is removing the one space though, the single space between words. Not that, I mean, we're starting to get into some really fine-tuned.
Well, no, we have to fix that though. That's a big problem. So you're saying it couldn't handle a space?
It just took it out.
Okay, let me add a space and just make sure it's not doing it on my side. If it is, I can add that back in. Come on. Okay, there we go. Space, and then I'll do space test.
It's interesting to see that it's not what is it called, unispaced or whatever. What's the word when notice the little extra, how between the U and the L in Barnacules is like a little extra.
Oh, what does that mean? Like what?
Nothing. It's just how it's handling the text.
So what it's doing is
spacing or the size of the text.
So I have a question.
Between the U and the L, there's like three LED spaces. Watch, chat. Watch. See there? Boop. It's just how the text is being processed. It's just
got it.
Nothing to fix. It's just
good. I thought I was having a hard time focusing on multiple things. Okay, so where I'm at right now, talking through the problem, is I need to get the space back. So obviously the regular expression is removing the space. So what I'm going to do is, but that's weird. A \W doesn't include a space. I always thought space was included as an alphanumeric character. So if that's the case, then I have to go in and say I want to specifically add a space. So \W or space.
Oh, cool! Look at that.
Let me see if this fixes it. Oh, what'd you do?
I did a /W, and now it just shows. It's just
so it took out the slash. Okay, letter. Let's see if I can do a space now.
It's not scrolling the one letter.
I fixed it.
That's interesting too.
I fixed it. So now if you put spaces in, it preserves them. So so I fixed that. So here's what we've done. These are the fixes I made. I put comments in the code too, just so I don't fuck up. You know what's going to happen too is I'm going to back up my computer after this, blow it away, and I'm going to forget that I made these changes. So let me back these up to the server really quick. So I'm going to copy set text to 192.168.
It only scrolls it when it's long, when it's too long to be displayed at once. That's smart. That's,
there we go. We just added 3. So guys, in the time that you've been here, we just added 3 features to this. So Super Chat will now work. Super Chat should now show the name, and it should show the value of all Super Chats. And I also think that goes for Super Cheers, or there's like Super Stickers and Super Chats. It'll do it for both. And now the LED command works with spaces. It removes alphanumeric characters, which also fixed. I was having the same problem on Twitter when people put emojis in. It would just add like a bunch of characters, like \NX002 Unicode characters. So that's cut out now. So the Unicode characters are cut out, special characters. So now you can use alphanumeric, right? Uppercase, lowercase letters, space, and number. And I explicitly added space. And Auxiliary over here called it. They actually did use regular expression in the demo from ChatGPT, which I really thought that they would just have a scrubbing feature for just like sanitizing the input. And I thought that was cool that they use that. So if you guys want to see, this is all I'm doing. If you look in chat, if you get my programmers out there, that's all I added really of significance to the script. And the only other thing I added was this, just to change it to a space if you pass it empty text, just so you have a means of clearing the board. And what that does is that's basically that we just fixed a ton of problems. So now it should say,
interesting.
Look here, so 2 pounds from Altonian. There it is, Altonian.
Sort of. There's still a few interesting little tidbits.
Oh,
so like here, okay, Matthew Riley just super chatted as well. It's dropping the $. It's not adding a space after the end of their name, and it's also dropping the period in the. So no punctuations. The $and period are being eliminated.
How is that not a part of the character? Let me ask this. Let me ask ChatGPT. I'm going to say, what character? Okay, so give me a regular expression that includes all alphanumeric characters and all punctuation.
They're saying you need /D as well for numbers.
Oh, for numbers?
I guess. He says,
no, obviously it doesn't, because I'm using.
Nick says,
I got 200 up on the screen when I was doing W. So it is considered alphanumeric. A through Z, 0 through 9 is alphanumeric. But he is right in that if you wanted to just do numbers, you don't want to do letters. You just wanted numbers. It would be D for decimal. So let me ask it to write me this regular expression. Okay, give me a regular expression that includes all alphanumeric characters and all punctuation for an entire string and doesn't allow anything else like special characters or Unicode, etc. All right, so I'm going to have it write me a custom regular expression. It says, here's a regular expression that'll match all alphanumeric characters and all punctuation for an entire string and does not allow anything else. And as the example, they do hello world with exclamation point with a bunch of earth emojis. That's actually really cool how they did that. Holy crap, that is a big regular expression. So the regular expression they want me to use here, I'm gonna put this in here because you guys will laugh. This is big. I'm gonna try it though. We're gonna see if it works. So here's the regular expression that they want me to use in chat. And what that is that's lowercase a through Z, uppercase A through Z, 0 through 9, /S is space. And then you've got
symbols.
You've got all the symbols, like basic symbols for that, including parentheses and stuff like that, and basic punctuation. And it looks like at the end there, it's excluding / or a single backslash because it's escaped. That is crazy. That is a crazy expression because you can honestly replace half of that with just the /W, but I'm not going to do it because I like it being more expressive. So I'm going to go in here now and I'm just going to fix it. So I'm going to say replace my previous regular expression with this new big ass ginormous motherfucking one, and now try to mess with it again. So throw the bang LED command and see if you can fix it. Oh, that's too many way too many characters.
Oh, too many?
Too many characters.
That shouldn't have been too many characters.
That's got to be more.
The limit, right? Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Too many. Okay.
You here. I cut your string down a little bit. Let's see if it works. Huh. Here, just something like here. I'll just do this. Okay, did we just like straight up super break
worked. It worked. Mine's the white.
Okay, what did you send it? Okay, you sent it A through Z, Z through Z, 9 /S.
Mine was red, and then yours is the white now. But it did work.
It is working. So now if we did a real message, like
at the pound,
like we said, like napalm, for instance, if we said napalm tipped $200 USD, if we did something like that, would that work? Let's see. Okay, so napalm, is there a space? Yep. Tipped, is there a space? Yep. $200 with the $sign. Cool, it worked. The only one I really want to try though is the colon. Can you do a colon in there? Like put a colon in there and something and see if it does it. You're a colon in there. Stick it in your colon. Let's see your super chat. Let me fix this. Click on that. So now it should be username followed by this and then the amount. And then the color is FF0000, which should be white. I'm actually going to change it to green because the green is money. So red, green, blue, that's going to be 00FF00 for green.
Yes.
There we go. Now, okay, so we're fixed. So you guys, thank you, by the way, for helping me fix and debug this. What's that?
John Smith is asking, why not just give it a timed length?
A timed length. I don't know what that means.
I'm unsure. Yeah, I was unsure what he meant by timed length as well.
Yeah, I don't know what timed length is. Are you talking about like just truncate it so if it exceeds it, it just never exceeds it? So that something prints?
The way that you talk to the LED lights, some limitation in that is requiring 32 characters or less.
Yeah, this right here can only display 32 characters because I'm renaming a segment on the display and they only allow 32 characters for a segment name. It's like a hacky way that this WLED does scrolling text. I'm going to create my own scrolling text thing. That's what I'm working on right now, but I'm using theirs just as a middle ground. But yeah, you know what I could do is just truncate it. If I just truncate it, like right here, it says Techie Nick said data equals data : 75. Is that Python? If that's Python standard, here I'm curious. Let me just pass it into okay.
It's
what
all
is
Greek to me?
Let's hear what does this mean in Python? I'll just ask.
What does this mean?
The mighty Oz. Okay, it's a slice notation that means that it takes the first 75 characters of the data element. Perfect. That'll work. That's what I wanted. So now I'm going to do one more thing. And I'm going to put this in there as like a temporary. So I don't forget I'm going to put a thing. Okay, so when I get the text, we take the text, we remove all the gobbledygook, and then we're going to go text equals text, and then we're going to use one of these, what is it called, a shift expression or slice notation. So I'm going to say 32 characters and the slice notation, and then I'm going to put a comment on there saying, make sure the string is never longer than 32 characters, and then I'll put limit of WLED software. And then I'll say method truncation. All right. So now if I do that and I just send it something obnoxiously long. So now if I send it like LED, just mash the keyboard, that should cut it down to 32 characters. Let's see what happens. Okay, it's running.
It did. Well, at least it didn't freak out about it.
It didn't. Very cool. Very, very cool. So I mean, if we really want to test it, let's just do the numbers. Let's just do LED and then do 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18. Okay, that should be more than enough characters. So I put in 18 characters. Let's see how many characters it gets to before it truncates. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and boom. Yeah, it truncated right after that.
Makes sense.
Makes sense. We got it. No, that was a great idea. Thank you. Thank you for that suggestion. That was a really cool.
Space counts as a character as well.
Yeah, exactly. You guys helped us fix a couple bugs there. So now we went from it not working at all to now it'll truncate after 32 characters. So now there's no way to get it to show the date and time again. Before, if you put in anything over 32, it'd revert to the date and time. Now, if the message is too long or your name is too long, it'll just truncate after 32 characters and still show something. We fixed the bug where it was allowing for special characters and it was just decoding them into their Unicode name, which was taking up tons of characters. So now that's cut out of there. We got rid of any of the special characters, so you can't put ASCII characters. So you shouldn't be able to do ASCII characters because that's not a part of the base character set. So if I do LED and I just start passing it like alt codes, like alt like 287. Oh, I forgot I don't have a 10 key, so I can't do alt codes. But yeah, you shouldn't be able to pass it in ASCII. It'll just ignore it. So we fixed that. And the cool thing is everything we just fixed here carries over to Twitch. So my Twitch streams will benefit from all this exact same code because these are all problems we also have over there.
This is super cool.
Dude,
I want one. I want one. I'd put it here. I'd replace my meme painting with one of these. That'd be super tight.
Do you want me to build you one?
I would love that.
Yeah, I'll do that for you. Absolutely, 100%. Actually, better. Yeah, I got a better idea. How about you? I'll tell you exactly what components you need to order up. It's $20 all in.
Sure.
I'll tell you to order the components, and I will actually get on a video call with you, or during a live stream, I will show you how to put that thing together.
That'd be right.
Because everybody wants to know how to build these.
Stuff. If it's cheap, like I don't mind.
Yeah, $20 max.
I actually got myself a wire stripper crimper thingy.
Hell yeah! There you go. So all you need is a couple little wires and a couple little wire nuts. You're done. I just use these, like you know, when I'm prototyping stuff and building stuff. I just buy these cheap little wires on Amazon. They got little nubbins on the end.
Oh yeah.
So you can plug them into breadboards. You can slide them into each other and stuff. It's basically like Lego version of wire, and it works really good. Oh, we got stuff happening over here.
Oh, it didn't do it. It didn't
Oistog. Wait,
so
Oistine says knock.
Oh. And then,
it still tried to do a Unicode character.
It's because I think it can't. It's not able to. There's probably some kind of symbol there.
Okay, what does Oistine have in his name that's a symbol?
Well, he's got the Star Trek emoji at the end of his name.
Oh, the Star Trek emoji.
I don't know why it would try to. No. I don't know why it's trying to resolve that after the knock part though. It's not actually part of his name. It's after the knock.
Yeah,
so it's like resolving
weird.
the space between the knock and the 100.
Oh, does knock have a symbol associated with it itself?
Maybe. It's not showing up in the super chat message, but there might be, like the $sign, but it's their equivalent that is not showing. And so like the YouTube in the chat, it just says, I'm going to ignore that.
Okay, let me look at the command again. So the command that would be sent is his username, : the amount. Oh, and it's including in that amount knock. So it's like knock, and then the amount is all one field. So and it's 0.00100. Okay, that's a little weird. Let me go back and look at what it looks like the data, because I can look at the raw data coming in. So the raw data when he did that, when he fired that super chat event, the raw data that came to us was amount NOK space 100.00.
Oh,
so there is a space.
Somebody says here. Napalm says Unicode characters are encoded in JSON with /u prefixed. So maybe that has something to do with it.
Oh, do I have to decode the JSON value because they're passing me the JSON version?
So Techie Nick, my bad.
Yeah, Techie Nick. Right. School us, bro.
An easy way to strip emojis out is to encode to ASCII with errors equal ignore, and then back to Unicode. .encode
Love it.
Some words.
Love it. Let's add that. So let me drop out. I'm going to notepad our good buddy settext.po. That's a good idea. You know what? I can't believe I didn't catch that because I've been doing shit with Unicode payloads from Twitter for like weeks, and I've been seeing those backslash things like character sets everywhere. Now I know it's a part of JSON. Awesome. Okay, so here we go. Okay, so let's go down here. So where I enter the text,
you can regex it out. You know what?
Yeah.
I'll regex. I don't know.
I'll regex your text. I'll regex you right in the text. Let's hear.
My brain is not feeling.
So I'm going to say print out the text to the console. I'm going to say print the text to the console that will be seen on the screen. And then so as soon as I check, I set it to 0. I truncate it. Let's see what else. Oh, actually, hold on. I got to move that to the top. Never mind. So if len is 0.
John Hess should get the credit. Where?
John Hess, you're awesome.
Do you say that?
He must have been the one that said it first, and he just relayed it.
I'm going back into chat. We'll see.
Okay, so I missed the message with the decode, so I gotta scroll back up and find the decode.
You know what? Everybody can have some GGs. Okay?
Hell yeah, GGs for all, man.
We're all in this together.
Yeah, let's do it. Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go ahead and encode. So we're gonna change. Okay, so now text equals text.encode, text.encode, ASCII, ignore all errors, and then decode is UTF-8. Okay, so that should input it as ASCII and return as UTF-8.
It did it to this Brian PC guy too.
Okay, let's see if this fixes it now when I add this.
It's like the pound symbol is breaking.
This should fix the pound symbol. Okay, this should fix the JSON formatting issues. Okay.
I mean that as pounds, like the currency, not the Octothorpe character.
Okay, let me rerun his thing. Requeue. Let's see if that fixes it.
Is the appropriate name for that symbol.
Did that fix it?
It's an Octothorpe.
So now we got Brian Poe $2. Is that correct? Is Brian Poe $2?
PC.
Let me run another one. Let me requeue the second one. Okay, so now we should have Brian PC Poe $2. Is all it's saying. Let me do another one.
Although that should be GBP, but
okay, so this is knock. So this one is
noise.
Yep,
that's good enough.
Oistine knock 100. It's still missing all the spaces though. Why did all the space? Oh, when I replaced it, I never put space back in. When I put in that fancy regular expression, I never added space. I got to put space back in. So it's got to be A through Z, 0 through 9, /S, and then a space.
For a living,
you'd think, right? You would think. Fucking super loser over here.
This is why Windows sucks.
It is really. It genuinely is. Like I should be taken out and beaten. Okay, we're on the spaces.
I found this randomly. What's up, TH Time Heart 1234? And I'm new. Welcome.
I don't know what's doing that.
Welcome to what is usually the case when it comes to Tech Talk. The first bit is tech support stuff.
Yep.
Video, audio problems. Where we do stuff. We do this.
For their denomination, some of them are using like the pound symbol. And the pound symbol isn't considered an alphanumeric character, so it strips the pound. That's why it just says 2.00 instead of 2 pounds. But the spaces are restored. The spaces are being observed. The only thing I'm seeing right now, the only last thing that I'm seeing that's a little weird is when it's a knock. When somebody sends the currency NOK. Let me see if I can find another knock here. The last bunch of them were pounds.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay, so it looks like knock gets sent as amount NOK space 100.00, but for some reason the space is getting stripped out of that. So the only thing I can think of is in that language, is there a different space? Are there different types of spaces? I know that seems weird, but I've seen crazy stuff before. Because like if I do this, there should be a space in knock. So like Oistine, it should say knock and it should say space 100.00. So the fact that it's sending NOK and it's taking out the space, that's weird. That should not be doing that. So it'd be the name and the value. Let me double check the command, make sure it's using the right thing. It should be using amount. So if I go to, actions, queue, create history, there we go. Okay, perform action for super chat, calls settext.py. It passes percent username %, and then %amount %. And then the color that it wants to be. Yeah, so the amount should have a space in it according to this. Let me look at the processed version. Luckily, they give it to me before and after the action is processed, so I can see if something changed. Let's see. Go to actions. We're almost there. We are so freaking close. I can taste it. Okay, so right click. I want to see after respect variables after the run. That knock has a space, and then before the run. When queued. Yeah, there's still a space. There's one here. Let me copy it and put it in a notepad and see what it says here. So there is unequivocally a space there. I can clearly see it. It's NOK space 100. Yet for some reason on the screen, it's because it preserved the other spaces. It preserved the space that was in the name. But in this may be a bug with Streamer.bot too. This is open source software, and there are some fairly crazy bugs. There's a currency code. So like I could actually separate out the currency code when I
spam the chat, new guy. You're getting timed out.
And then there's amount 100. So NOK. I guess it's okay. Everybody still know. They're going to know by looking at that NOK. I could put a space in there just to further differentiate them too, just so they're spread out a little bit. Let me just do that for now. So I'm going to go to commands, actions, and then go to super chat. And then for super chat, we're going to say call the script. And then inside the script, we're going to say pass the amount. I'm just going to add a space before and after the colon so it's not so crowded. And that should be fixed. And then the only other thing I had is I post a YouTube message. I say post a message to YouTube chat that says thank you username for your super chat support. Did that not post in chat for any of these? Because that's the only other thing I'm looking at here that's not working right. So like I'm requeuing up things, and I should be in chat right now. Like my Barnacules account should be in chat saying thank you to people, and it does. Oh, it is. It does work. It does work. Okay, cool. It does work.
Excuse me.
It does work. I'll bring that back to Brian. I didn't mean to stomp on you there. Let me bring it back. So it should be Brian. Let's see. That one is, no, that's Oiscog. Where's Brian at?
Oiscog, what?
Here, hold on. Because I think Brian just did a super chat. So let me see. Is this Brian? Nope, still seeing Oiscog.
I said Oiscog again.
What's going on? So Brian, it says Brian PC just did a chat. Did he not?
Yeah, 3 pounds.
So if I inspect, it says 100 knock. Okay, why is it not coming through? Queue pending actions. Why is there not a space
between knock and 100?
Yeah, for some reason I can't figure that out. That's a bug inside of Streamer.bot. Did it add the spaces after the name this time? It should be a space now before the colon. Perfect. So that is correct, but for some reason it will not do the space between knock and 100 because when I get it, I'll have to go look at the debug code, but when I get it, that one gets removed for some damn reason. I can't tell you why. But it preserves all the other spaces. That's why I was wondering if one, is it a different space character, or are they adding that space in the UI but not in the thing that they're sending to me? So I just got to write debug code to figure that out, but it's not a big deal right now. What I'm worried about now is I just noticed that Brian PC, he was the last super chatter, correct? So this is Brian PC 3 pounds, and yet his wait, did somebody do a command?
So I just copy and pasted from the message of Brian PC's super chat.
Yep.
And it took out the space between the PC and the pound symbol in the chat. I literally witnessed it happen when I pasted it.
I just saw that.
That is weird. It took the space out from the PC and then the squiggly L.
Where did you copy that from again? Like where did you get this?
Just from the message. But like it pasted it pasted the text, and then I watched it go boop, the space disappear.
So this is legit. Try putting the space in and see if the space shows up. Like manually add the space and see if it shows up. Because I have a feeling what's happening here is the UI is showing us the space, but it's not really there.
There's a carriage return in there.
Is there?
It's a non-breaking line or a non-spaced line break.
So like a /R?
I think that's why it truncated it, because it took it out because it thinks it's supposed to be a carriage return.
Well, if I open Notepad, then wouldn't it do? If I open Notepad and I did that, wouldn't it go down to the next line? Here, let me try it. I'm going to copy his message. Let me copy his message, and it does go to the next line. You're right.
Yes, there's a carriage return in there, or it thinks it's a carriage return. Yeah. Now watch. I took it out and put a proper space, and now happened.
It's going to work.
Brian PC space. Now I understand it took out the squiggly L. That's fine.
It also took out the colon.
Thank you. That's the word I was looking for.
Where's the colon now? Shouldn't there be a colon there? Oh, you didn't put the colon in your message. Never mind. You're doing your message.
I copied the literal text from the alert message that comes from the chat, and
so this is what happens if I fire his message. So I'm going to requeue his message. So go to hold on here. I gotta find Brian. So Brian, this is
the fun stuff.
This is real tech talk right here, guys. This is the real deal. There it is. I found it. Brian PC 3 pounds. Okay, I can requeue the event now. Here we go. So this is the actual event firing, just like it would through Streamer.bot.
It turned to green.
Turned to green.
It's got spaces in the colon.
It should have a space and then a colon. Yep, and then the number.
The amount. Nice.
It works.
Nice.
This is so awesome. I freaking love this shit, man.
Next upgrade will be to capture the currency, whether it's knock or sex or GBP like that, and then translate that into the appropriate 3-letter thing, like at the end or at the beginning.
No, I could totally do that, and I think this does handle.
Yes, I know it's called a pound.
It should handle denomination and everything.
But people think the octothorpe is a pound as well, and so
Metal Jesus, my man. Oh, Metal Jesus, guys. Metal Jesus is here. Bow before it, Metal Jesus.
He is our
Lord and Savior.
Amino.
Oh, I also figured out something else we could add. You know what else we can add? Because this is going to be feature creep like a motherfucker. So what we can actually add to this now is, you know how you said put their text at the end, but I said there's not enough characters? Well, we just removed those characters, right? So now I can just truncate it. So I can say, here's the amount, and then I can just do space, and I can dump the message. And next person who does a super chat, whatever characters are left at the end, it can print their message. So it'll say username, then amount, and then message. And then whatever goes over 32 characters just gets truncated, and it still should display. So I just saved that. So now the next one that runs, it should show the message, which I think I can rerun. I think it'll just do it if I rerun it. Here, let me requeue. Oh, wait. Somebody did something. Oh, it was you. Yeah. Here, is Metal Jesus still by the way, Metal Jesus, good to see you, brother. Is he mod? I got to figure out here. Add mod. All my moderators got removed. So if you guys come in here and you used to have mod and you don't have mod anymore, just like sideline me on DM over on Twitter and I'll get you squared away. I just added you as mod. Here, let's do the yeah, that's the sound of bills getting paid.
It looks like you took away a lot of spaces. There's no space between the colons.
Yeah, because I wanted to include more space for the message. Let me find one with a message. Let me find a super chat with a message.
Yeah.
Hello. Here's one. Here, I found one. A super chat with a message. So if I rerun this one, now it should say their name, the amount, and then the message. Hello. See? So now it should say, yeah, there it is. So Brian, PC, this is one of his old ones. Poe, and then it's $2, and then hello. It works.
Love it.
It works. So as long as, and if the message is too long, it'll just truncate the end of it, and people will probably be like, "Why the hell did it get truncated?" But it's better to see some of it. Oh, here's a second text. This one says second test. So if I run it, this is an old one. So this is the knock 100 one that we saw. So second test.
Gangster.
So now you guys can actually put up to 32 characters, including your name and the denomination.
My man, thank you so much for your support.
Third test.
That's quite a piece. That's quite a piece that you've tipped us today. So thank you very much.
And you helped us like debug everything, dude. We love your face.
Code. I'm pretty sure this is I love you.
You know what I love the most about this so far though is that we haven't had any dependency on stream elements at all.
I love
every single thing we've done with this. We haven't had overlays yet. I haven't configured any of that. But without having the overlays pop up, this right here, this entire thing is controlled over Wi-Fi. And by the way, do you guys want to know how this thing works? Do you guys want me to give you the quick overview of how this magic works?
Science.
Science too. Actually, I built my own Bluetooth remote control too. What do you guys think of that? That's not going on an airplane anytime soon. Look at that. Allah Akbar. And demonetized. Excuse me, sir. You can't have that, sir. No, but this thing right here. So if you want to know what this screen is powered by over here, it's this right here. So this
some form of electricity.
It's a little that is true. You are correct. This right here is called an ESP32 controller. These things cost $4 retail on Amazon, or you can buy them from across the pond if you don't mind waiting a couple weeks for about $2-3. And for $2-3, you get a 250 megahertz dual core processor. You get a Bluetooth controller. You get a Wi-Fi controller that can do up to 802.11n. Not Wi-Fi 6 yet. You got to spend a little bit more money for that. But this little bastard right here only has I think 4 megabytes of memory, so you can get more memory depending on what you're doing. But what makes these so cool is there's 30 pins. If you look up the sides here, on each side of here is 30 pins that it has. And those 30 pins are 2 power pins, 2 grounds, 2 networking pins. I think there's like half a dozen analog pins that can give you an analog value between 0 and 1. And then there's a bunch that can give you a digital value between 0 and 1, like square wave versus round wave. Without being an electronic engineer, this is what I love doing, is dumbing things down for people, because this is how I understand it too. Anything that you have, any electronic device that you have that works on the premise of something turning on or turning off, which is literally everything. That's how your microprocessor works, how memory works. You can control with one of these microprocessors. So what this microprocessor is doing is I just literally have it connected with 3 wires to the screen right here. This screen right here is just an off-the-shelf. If you saw it close up, it's just a rando component like that you'd put in like a vending machine. It's a 8x32 NeoPixel display. It uses addressable LEDs called WS2812. WB 2812S or something like that, or SWB. I'm dyslexic. Anyways, these things, you can buy them for $18 here on Amazon, or you can buy them from China for like $12 to $13. And if you buy them in bulk, you can get them down to like $10. They also come in different sizes. You can do 16 by 16. So if your goal is to build a big square display, you'd want to buy those. If your goal is to just put a bunch of these together and make like a big scrolling display across your whole room, you just buy a bunch of these things. Now, it does get expensive fast, because right now this is $20, but if I add another screen, that's $18, another $18, another $18. By the time you get it scrolling the whole wall of your room, it's $100 and some dollars. True, right? Like, true.
But I would reasonably drop $40-50 to make it 2 or 3 feet wide.
Oh, easily. I'm doing it. Yeah.
Long marquee.
Yep.
Like, especially if you could figure out how to get it to, like, there's no reason it couldn't handle 1 million characters. It would just have to scroll the whole thing. So, like, it's just a matter of, like, I guess basically concatenating a bunch of 32 character limits together, I guess, because like it's a matter of how you're communicating with the screen, right?
This screen is communicated over serial. It uses a single data pin. That's it. And with a single data pin, it can update.
The 32 character limit coming from?
Oh, the 32 character limits come from the software. So, okay. I flashed.
So you could potentially concatenate a bunch. You could. Oh God.
I could make a display for. How many is 4? Give me 4 megabytes. Somebody 4 megabytes in bytes. Not using Unicode. 1 byte per character. That's how many characters.
Megabytes.
Yeah, you're talking. Yeah, you're talking libraries of data.
That's a couple thousand characters.
Like
easily.
Here, like chat
4
here.
Megabytes.
How many characters?
Thousands of characters.
How many ASCII characters can you store in 4 MB?
Like
of memory?
Close to 4 million, wouldn't it?
Because it's going to be up there.
The character is only a byte or so.
It's going to be depending on formats. Blah blah blah. 7-bit memory. Which one character for the byte for it's basically looking at the 1024 paradox, giving you 4,194,304 bytes of data.
Headers and stuff though that would eat into some of that, wouldn't you?
No, because this is just the raw memory on the device. So yeah, anything you use on the device to run the actual program would take away from this.
It would be 4-ish million.
Yeah, so it just depends. But again, even if your program took up 2 megabytes, that's still over 2 million characters this thing could store on memory. But you're also forgetting that these are microcontrollers. They're not really designed to just be on their own and do something. They can, but they're really designed to work with another device. So like a Raspberry Pi or a computer. So like, for instance, this one right here, if you guys want to know like end to end how this works, I'll tell you right now. And it's super fucking easy. Like, it's intimidating when you look at the electronics and the wires and stuff. It's not. What you do is you go buy one of these things for $4. You plug it into your computer. It says, hey, there's a serial port. I see COM3 now. And you're like, okay, cool. It's a COM3. Okay. You go to the webpage, WLED, install.WLED.2. And it pops up and says, hey, welcome to WLED's website. Would you like us to configure your WLED controller? And you're like, yes, I would like that very much. And it's like, okay, well, we searched and you have a COM port with with one of these ESP32 jobber doodles on it. Would you like us just to make that into a controller? And you're like, sure, I'd like that very much. And it goes, okay, well, what's the name of your network, your Wi-Fi network? And yet it won't search and show you the Wi-Fi networks. You have to type it in by name. That's the only thing that's a little inconvenient. So you have to get it just right, like with the uppercase and lowercase. But you put in the name of your network. You put in your password, and then when you're done, it flashes it. When it's done flashing, you unplug, you reset it, and as soon as you reset it, it boots right into a web server running on it. Like, it actually has a full-blown web server running on it. So now you go to the IP address of it, which, you can search with a program, or you can just go look at your router to see what IP DHCP gave it. You open it up. And when you go to the webpage, you're met with like this really wild, cool IDE. It's like super pro. And not only that, but if you can't find the IP address, you can use your phone for free, and it's all free. None of this costs anything. It's all open source. It's all free. You can also, if you don't know the IP, you can just install the WLED program on your iPhone or Android, and it'll just find it. It'll just search your network. So now you know the IP of it. You can click on it, and you can do all the configuration right here from the phone. So if I wanted to change the color of the text, like over here, like you see it right there, I can go here. Let's make it purple. See, now we got purple text. I can go, I want red text. I can say I want text that shifts colors as it goes. I want it to go between blue, green, white, and blue, right? So now you'll see it'll shift as it's going. See, it'll be blue, and then it'll like shift to yellow, I think it is. And then it'll fade out, fade back in, and then shift to yellow, and then shift back to blue again. It'll like do a whole like wave, right? There it is. Now it's yellow. So you can do that. You can run all kinds of effects on it. Like if you want to do effects and you want to...
It's like a nice way to get your network hacked.
No. You're not going to get your network hacked with this. So here's the thing. It's a no security device.
It's within your only local network.
Yeah, it's only on your local network. And the way, and don't get me wrong, if somebody could, it's not running a full kernel like you think it is. Like, this isn't running Linux. This isn't running some operating system with a backdoor that you connect to. The best that you could hope to do with this is maybe crash it or lock it up. And even if you did find some exploitable thing in this, even it being open source where you could run something on the network, it really couldn't do a whole lot because it has no information on your network other than just the password. It could hand that off to somebody else potentially, like connect to another network outside and say, hey, this is the password to get on this network or whatever. That's about the worst it could do.
They're saying like maybe the website setting up the controller might be a little insecure, possibly.
Well, I mean, it's on your local network, though. It's like it's no more insecure than Alexa, which isn't very secure to begin with. But I'll put it on a VLAN then. If you don't like it, put it on a VLAN. But basically, okay. What about a Philips Hue bulb? If you're worried about your Philips Hue bulb taking over, that's what this is. This is a Philips Hue bulb, basically, but it just controls way more. But you can see there's all kinds of effects you can do on it. It's a full-blown lighting controller. So I can put on like chase. You know, if I want a chase effect, I can do chase with a flash. I can do, let's see, chase rainbow. There it goes. Now it's going to go blue, and then the red, and it's like in the green. You can change, the color palette that it scans at. Colored burst. So if you want like firework displays, you can do that. DNA. That's kind of cool, like a DNA double helix that's scrolling across it. This is all at 120 frames per second too, which is pretty baller. Like, and it's got a lot. It can run. I've seen these off of a single controller run an array of like 30 of them. So you can get a pretty big size screen running off of something like this. So let's put it back to scrolling text. That should have put it back to scrolling text. Okay, now we're back. So now I'm going to speed it back up again. And, but no, really, really cool. I don't even think is it brightness all the way up? Let me see here. Hold on. Yeah, that's full brightness. I just have it on a dark color. Let me put it back on a light color. Or I like purple. Purple's baller. Purple. Okay. So all this thing does is it connects to your network, and you can't connect to it. There's no telnet. There's no operating system running. Like QLED is, think of it like a program that's just running on bare hardware. That's all it is. There's no operating system to be spoken of. You're not logging in and like going, okay, I broke in and I got root access and now I'm going to go scan the network and do stuff like that. Whatever code is running on it from whatever you flash it, it can only do what that code allows it to do, and all that code's open source, so you're welcome to go review it. And it's not that big. The code base on it isn't that big either. It'd probably take you a day to go through and read it all and understand it. But so it creates a web server. It creates a web server, which you basically just go to, and it says, oh, you can move some sliders around and put in some values. And it's not going to run anything. It's not going to compile and run anything natively. So even if you could upload or buffer overrun it or something to put something on there, it's not going to run a payload and do anything with it. So I don't consider it a dangerous device in any stretch of the imagination. As a matter of fact, a lot of light shows have been using this stuff for years and years and years and years. And you can lock it down with a password if you want. You can have a password on your Wi-Fi and then even put a password on this. So if you go to it, it requires a password to log in to do anything. So if you're worried about your neighbors fucking with your lights or whatever, I totally understand why you'd want to do that, right? But all it is WLED, which is free. You don't have to run it. There's 1,000 other LED controller softwares like Nightlight and stuff like that. But all you do is connect a single pin. This entire string right here, think of it as one strip of LEDs, of addressable NeoPixel LEDs. And the way it works is each LED has a chip on it with a little timing chip, and it basically listens in the strand. It listens for like the last signal, and then it times to the next signal. So each chip knows its place. Like each LED in the strand knows its place and how long it needs to wait before it gets the signal. And if it gets the signal at that exact point, it reacts to it, and everybody else ignores it. So you can cut the end off the strip wherever you want, and it'll still go all the way up to the end of that strip accurately. Really, really neat stuff. But this one is just going back and forth. This is serpentine. So it starts at the bottom and it just goes up, goes back, goes back. So it's just think of it like a strip going back and forth as it goes up. That's all it is. And you could even make this with strips. If you had strips, if you just had like a big, huge, long thing of addressable LEDs, you could cut it into, however long segments you want and just stack them on top of each other and build this exact same screen right here and drive it with WLED. Like it supports every configuration. But the way I'm getting it to act this way, because normally all it is it's a light configurator for like putting on your Christmas lights and doing Christmas effects and stuff. It's not designed for scrolling text. This is a way I'm using it that's not really it's designed for. But what's cool about it is you can connect to it through JSON or do posts through HTTPS. And what that allows you to do is send it commands to do stuff. Like remotely, if you want to just connect to it with your web browser and just send it a block of text, it'll do whatever the block of text tells it to. So when I'm telling it to put text on the screen, all I'm writing is a Python script that when you guys type something or you do a super chat, it takes that data, it juggles them into a string, like what do I want the string to display on it, and then it calls my little function called setText, and all setText does is it connects over HTTPS using, I think it's Beautiful Soup or whatever, the Python web interface thing, it connects to it, and then it creates something called a JSON packet. So you basically take the structure of the packet it's expecting, which is all documented on WLED's website, and you just fill in the fields. You just say, I want to do this effect with this color, with this brightness, at this speed, with these variables, and I want the segment name to be changed to this, which will then make the text, the segment name up to 32 characters. That's all I'm doing. That's all I'm doing. Then I'm plugging that into Streamer.bot. So it's like OBS. The whole order of operations is you guys type something in chat. As soon as you type it in chat, the API that's connected to from Streamer.bot to YouTube gets notified. Streamer.bot goes, oh, somebody typed something in chat, and it gets a notification for everything. If you type every single person that's chatting right now, Streamer.bot sees you. And then what Streamer.bot does is it goes, oh, did anything that people type match a command? Like what I dictated as a command. And I can make a command anything. I can make a command just a string of letters or a password.
And like a secret word or something. Open sesame and then anything past
exactly. Like right now, here I'll go add a command. The command's going to be like, I hate you. And then I'm going to come in here and I'm going to say, anybody can run it. So I'm going to say, give everybody access to run this. And what it's going to do is it's going to go to YouTube and click that. So now I got a command called I hate you. And then I'm going to go create an action. And inside of my action, I'm going to create an action called I hate you response. And then under I hate you response, which will be fired by that, I can go back here and say add an action. And I've got a million actions I can do. I can play YouTube videos. I can do integrations. I can do Streamer.bot actions. I can do stuff on Twitch or YouTube, Polypop, OBS, MIDI. I can control stuff with MIDI. I can control stuff with, what's the protocol for MIDI devices to control each other? DMX. I can do DMX. I can do all that.
Y'all gonna make me lose
exactly up in here. Yeah, so I can run command lines. I can do delays, get quotes, pick colors, arguments, run C# directly. I can run Python directly. I can do anything. Voice control. Like if I want to set up a voice control where my computer just starts talking, I can do that. So now what I've done is I've given a command. If you say I hate you in chat, no, it's not going to work yet. Evil Eye's way ahead of the game here. It's not going to work yet. I have to add the action. So what I'm going to say is I'm going to go into YouTube and I'm going to say I want to send a message to the channel. So there's going to be a message to the channel if somebody says that. And I'm going to say, I don't care if you hate me because I'm super sexy and cuddly. And you know it. And I'm going to save that. And now all I got to do is go back to the action that I just created, or they call them commands. I got to get that through my head because there's commands, actions, sub actions, and then something else. It gets a little bit confusing. So now the I hate you command. So if it detects I hate you anywhere in YouTube chat specifically, but I can also check Twitch messages, Twitch whisper, Twitch bot whisper, Twitch subscription message, Twitch resubscription message. These are all places that I can check for text to trigger these. And so if I see I hate you in a YouTube message anywhere, what it's going to do is fire this action. And that action that it's going to fire is called I hate you response. And I'm going to click OK. Okay, everything's wired up. So now if you type in chat, I hate you, my account should automatically respond to you. Let's see if it works. Okay, so it says I hate you. There it is, Barnacules Nerdgasm. I don't care if you hate me because I'm super sexy and cuddly and you know it. So that was fired by Streamer.bot.
Twitch says you're offline.
I'm not on Twitch right now.
You can still get it to chat. You can still get it to chat from the main video channel. It's a little convoluted, but you can get there.
Yeah, like right now here, I'll enable it so the Twitch chat can mess with the screen.
That's cool, dude. I want to play around.
I will show you how to set all this up. And same thing with David. I want everybody. I want all my friends to use this stuff. It's really cool. So, do we have any Twitch VIPs in here today? Let me know in chat if you're a VIP on my Twitch channel, because if you are, then I'll unlock this and have you run over there and demonstrate it. So if you are a VIP on my Twitch channel, go over to my Twitter right now. Go to twitch.tv/Barnacules. Go to the chat window and type in bang LED space and some text, and it'll show up here. You just have to be a VIP. I've only unlocked it for VIP so people don't go over there and troll. But I can unlock it for absolutely anything. Like, and the commands can work across platforms and everything. So, and I barely touched the surface, dude.
And it didn't work.
Oh, did I? Hold on, let me make sure mods are still added.
Apparently, your mods are not very important.
So allowed moderator, VIPs, Twitch message.
I feel
show message on LED. Let me look. Show message. Where's show message on LED? Hold on here. Oh, I know what happened. We accidentally deleted it yesterday, or earlier, so I got to rebind it. Because I created
significantly delayed from video tonight, usually only 2 to 3 seconds, but here 15 plus. Oh, that sucks.
Wait,
I'm sorry.
Well, okay. Let me see something here. Let me check something. Check. On our side, here, say something.
Oh, I mean,
On my side, we're pretty much within a couple of milliseconds.
Man. Here's the secret word of the day is cheese biscuits.
Mm-hmm.
Cheese biscuits at 12:14 p.m. Pacific. Cheese biscuits.
That'll help you decide the delay. So now I got to go back to the command. I got to say action. Let's see here. I hear your response. Show message on LED. And then show message on LED is set text raw input.
That was nearly, I would say, close to 20 to 30 seconds. Because I don't know exactly when within the 12:14 minute I said those words. But Leslie Monroe said cheese biscuits. And I just witnessed my clock click over to 12:15. So I'd say 20 to 30 second delay.
So you said you went to my Twitch channel, right? And you tried it and it didn't work?
Uh-huh.
Okay, let me go.
I'll do it again. I
gotta go try it too because I don't know why I didn't fire event because everything looks good on my side. So I'm like, what the hell? Oh no, I don't want to do that. Here, stop. There we go. Okay, go to chat.
LED some text. Is it capital LEDs?
No, it should be lowercase LED. Here, let me try it on my side and see if it works. So I did bang LED. Oh, it says I have to log in. God damn it. I'm under the wrong window here. Hold on here. Go to twitch.tv/Barnacules. I don't even think I tweeted out we're even doing a tech talk today. That's funny. I totally forgot. We got to do that. Okay, so if I go to my chat, okay, I see you. You typed LED, some text, and some more text. Let me try it. So LED equals D. Okay, so that is kind of weird. And let me make sure it's connected. So it says it is connected to Stream Elements. So those commands should be firing. No, and the reason why this should be working, the only reason I know this should be working is because when I disable the streams, I leave this running. I just keep this powered on, and so I'll see people fuck with me in the middle of the night. I'll just see like the mods will come in and put penises on it and draw things on it and say,
funny. I would do that too.
Yeah, and it freaks me out because I look over.
I'm like, how come into my office and see goofy messages that people left.
Yeah, like I could unlock it for my patrons. I could create a patron thing where only patrons could go like send a message with a certain thing on Twitter, and it would check to see if they're in the Patreon list, and if they were, then it would change my sign. Or I could even have it say things. I could bind it to voices where they could actually trigger voice messages that just play automatically over my headphones and stuff. But here's the thing I don't get: why is this not working? So I said, okay, so if you type,
you're not live.
If you type, oh, you think I have to be live for it to be able to well, then how are people doing it? But how are people doing it while I'm offline then? Because like people were changing my message this morning and I didn't stream since yesterday.
Maybe because we're live on YouTube. That's taking precedence.
Oh, like maybe Stream Elements doesn't do events for one or the other. You have to, or it only does one for one or the other. It doesn't do them at the same time. Weird. Maybe. Okay. Because right now, yeah, it's set up. So show message on LED is the command it fires. If it sees bang LED in chat, so if I do bang LED, test. I think it's funny that there's so many people in chat right now on my thing. Why are you guys over there? You should be here.
300 bits in the Twitch chat. Robert 4483.
Hell yeah! Did it show up?
Hey Jerry, are you bringing back CodeGasm?
I am.
It would be fun to see how you coded the LED setup. He better, yes, man.
I will. 100%.
We're like 85% of fucking CodeGasm live right now. He's just not showing the code.
Yeah, 100%. So I've been messing like almost every day except for dealing with this hack thing, which has consumed an ungodly amount of my time. I'm
so happy that you found a thing that like has got you like stoked again, man. It's
been a while.
I love seeing all like just today that thread of like Windows key commands and shit. Like it's mildly unrelated to whatever it is that sparked your creativity again. But I know that it's attached to that. Like you're feeling good, you're pumped about something, and so that spreads out into other things. And I'm 100% super happy about that.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. No, other people have noticed too.
Yeah, man. Of course, people notice, man. It's good. I'm glad to see it. You found a cool thing that you're like super pumped about, and you're hyper focused, and I love to see it.
I would say we have the LED screen wired up to events on YouTube now. All right, let's see here. That should work. I'm just going to say I forgot to send out any notifications that we're streaming right now. So I'm just doing that really quick on Facebook. In the meantime, it looks like Super Chat events work now. The LED event works for moderators in here, right? So you can set text there. But the things I need to investigate is why, because Streamer.bot is connected to Twitch chat. Like I looked, it's not even going through Streamer Elements. Like it is monitoring chat directly through Twitch API. So there should be no needing to go live or anything like that. It should just be working. So I did mess up something. There's something in the trigger, like where it fires the thing and tells it to send the command. There's some disconnect there. And I got to figure out what I did with that. But I will find it. I will find it and hunt you down. But here's my plans. Here's my plans that I'm going to do personally that I've been trying to do for a long time now. I finally got everything backed up to my NAS. So my Synology NAS now has a multiple differential backup of my main PC, and so that if something goes to hell and I can't recover, I got to build a new PC or whatever. I have an exact duplicate of my setup, even though it's garbage. It's been garbage for a long time. I've been operating on one screen. All my drivers are hacked together. I've removed like half of Windows 11 using DISM and a bunch of hacks and registry stuff. And I've gotten the operating system into such an unstable state that it's like not even supportable by Microsoft in any way. And I even agree with that, like that I've damaged it so much. I've replaced the Windows subsystems with stuff that's not supposed to be there. I've changed out the Android emulation with a hacked version that could run stuff from the Google Marketplace. I have really massaged this thing into oblivion. I've installed Hyper-V, VMware, VBox, all the in and out, Docker. And so I have like 20 different things on my networking stack I don't even need currently. I have multiple instances of SQL Server. I could go through and meticulously try to clean these things up, but no matter how much I clean up, I'm never going to get back to like homeostasis with what it was. Yeah. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to wipe the whole machine. But that's a big thing because it's like my live streaming is all I've been able to do consistently for a long time, just like keep the bills paid. And if I turn that off and I run into a problem like the system, I can't get Windows 11 to kick on it with the latest version. I'm having driver issues. I didn't back up a certain thing that I thought I did, or I can't get OBS to work again. There's all these fears that I have that that's going to take time to get set up. And I only ever have one day. From the time I start to the time I'm back online has to be one day because I stream every other day. And so Sunday, tomorrow, I'm basically, or even tonight after the stream, I may start where I blow it away and I just work nonstop until it's back together. I meant to do this like 2 weeks ago, but the hack stopped me. I got hacked. I got my identity stolen. I got my YouTube channel stolen. So you guys are able to watch us now, finally, right? I got the YouTube channel back, but it's in shambles. I almost lost everything. I lost access to all my bank accounts. I lost access to all of my 401k. I lost access to my crypto. What little I had, I lost access to everything. It was the most humiliating experience of my life. I was literally just like, it broke me. It like literally broke me. I couldn't sleep. I only slept once every 2 days. It was a nightmare. But I am now just starting to come out the other side. And I'm still fighting stuff every day. Something comes up every single day that I have to still deal with that's fallout from this. And I've had to severely lock down my life to where I can't even get a new line of credit. I can't even get a new house. I can't get a new car. Not that I was planning to do those things anyways, but I can't do anything with credit for like a year because I had to even basically lock myself out of it just to protect myself from others. And I may even have to get a new social security number before this is all done. And just heads up, I am working with an attorney. Like no shit, not joking. I'm working with an attorney right now to figure out what my options are to file a lawsuit against GoTo, the people who made LastPass. Because LastPass was so negligent and what they did and what they've said publicly and what they've presented versus what was promised in the contract, that they are in breach, 100%. And so I could join a class action lawsuit, but that might get me $50 in 2 years for my trouble. I don't want to do that. They have caused me so much problems, and I'm going to be, dude, I'm going to be fighting this shit for the rest of my goddamn life. So because of that, I am going to make sure that I'm all or nothing. I'm all in. If I hate doing the GoFundMe thing, but if I have to GoFundMe a legal defense of $250,000 to go after these guys and get every single YouTuber I know on planet Earth that I've ever known or done a favor for or anything to just spread the message and build it, I will do what I have to take these fuckers down because they hurt not just me, but a lot of people, including some people I know that also got hit. They didn't get hit as bad. But here's what hit me. Just so you guys know, the reason I got hit so bad disproportionately to other people is that I had, because of my taxes and because of the business dealings that I had a couple of years ago, all of my information was in my LastPass. Everything. My social security number was in there. A picture of my social security card was in there. A picture of all my credit cards was in there. All of my bank accounts, all my financial accounts, my 401k from Microsoft when I retired. Accounts I haven't touched in a very long time that were just sitting there until I retired. All of that shit was in there. Everything. The only thing that wasn't in there that would have been, a full trifecta of taking me over would have been my birth certificate. And the only reason it wasn't in there is because they didn't have a place for it. Like they had a place for everything else. They have a social security number repository. They have a credit card repository, and they're all designed for storing and securing that type of information. And what happened here was the leaked database allowed them to drive around two-factor authentication so that they can make an infinite number of guesses towards my password. My password did, in fact, have 2 real words in it combined with a bunch of other characters and numbers and stuff like that. But they were able to figure out a pattern and get by it. However, we're starting to think now, from what the new information just came out the other day, that they are now admitting that they leaked hashes and salts that could have been used to decrypt some of those backups. And so if I was there when those backups existed, that's the version of the database they got. And unfortunately, I've been their customer for so long that I'm sure that one of the leaked backups was mine. The one that had the keys. Like, they had a leak where some of the accounts didn't have keys. The ones that got caught early on, like the really early adopters, those are the ones that got the keys so they can just break right in. So what they did when they came to take me over, and just so you know, I did brace for this. Remember how I was running around telling everybody, change your LastPass, get off LastPass, delete your stuff? I was doing it. I was practicing what I was preaching. I changed all my passwords. I went in there, like, not all of them, as many as I could, right? I thought I was Fort Knox. But what I forgot was on LastPass, they have a secure notes area. And in the secure notes area, I had a document buried in there called 2FA recovery. And 2FA recovery had all of my 2FA recovery keys for my Gmail, for my email, for 2 of my financial institutions. Like, there was quite a few. I think there's 5 or 6 in there. Those were the sites they took over immediately. Unfortunately, that was my primary email and my YouTube, which were the 2 biggest ones that they could have got a hold of that caused me the most problems the fastest. They were unable to get they were unable to get Twitter, but they were able to get Instagram. They were unable to get Facebook, but damn did they try. They were this close. But I was basically for days and days and days not sleeping.
Pain in the ass to recover, even if you know what you're doing.
It is, and I'll tell you right now, if you think that you would recover like I did, you wouldn't. I got lucky because I'm in the community and I have 800 videos of my face on YouTube, and I have enough clout with enough people that know me and stuff that they were able to elevate me to get me help. I had basically like concierge handheld help to get my channel back over 7 days, and I still had to answer hundreds of questions. I had to send them videos of me in this space saying certain things at certain times. They had to be absolutely sure, because they said these goddamn scammers and hackers are so good at the deep fake shit now and everything that they've been slipping through and proving that they're owners of accounts that have been abandoned, like a person who dies, right? Like, say a YouTuber dies. They say, oh, it was a mistake. I didn't actually die. They come back and they deep fake and shit and convince them that they're the real person and get the account back and then run the channel. And so they're super, super secure now. And the security is going to get tighter. It'll only get harder to recover stuff, because as deep fakes get better with voice and everything like that, it's going to be impossible to prove that you are who you are if somebody else has all the same information you do. So one thing I'd like to tell you guys, the takeaway from this whole experience, which I will be doing a video on it in February once I figure out the legal state of what's going on, how I'm going to address this with a lawsuit or settlement or something, how I have to protect my identity moving forward for the rest of my life, and all the extra stuff I have to do that I didn't have to do before just to protect myself and my taxes and all that stuff. It's an absolute freaking nightmare. And so if you want to avoid this happening to you, one thing I'm going to tell you that's like the most important thing is do not keep those 2FA backup keys or phrase. So the phrase for your top P, like, have you ever gone to a site and it says, oh, scan the QR code with your phone, and then it adds it into your auth app? That's actually a really good way to do it, because then when you go away from that page, they don't store it and they don't keep that code, and it forever lives on that phone. If that phone goes away or it dies, if you don't have one of those backup keys to create a new one, you lose it. The data, you're not going to get your shit back. So those backup codes are designed for you to print out on a piece of paper and put inside of a safe. They're not designed to be uploaded to a password manager or anything like that, even though LastPass said that that's perfectly fine and like a good secure place to keep them, which is BS. It never was when you think about it. So, had those 2FA recovery keys not been inside of my repository, they would not have gained as much ground. They still would have done a tremendous amount of damage. It just would have been much slower, and I would have had more time to defend myself. The fact is, because they had that, they were able to even reset the password on my LastPass. So their very first thing they did when they attacked me is they took over the email so that I couldn't reset any passwords. They took over my email. They took over the YouTube channel. And the very next thing they did after YouTube is I frantically tried to log into my LastPass, because I was like, I knew it was happening. I knew that this LastPass breach happened, and I was bracing for it. And as soon as it happened, I went to log in because I was going to export my database. As soon as I went to log in to export my database, it says insert your YubiKey. Oh, yeah? I don't have a YubiKey.
YubiKey.
So they attached their YubiKey to it. And so I couldn't get in.
Shit.
And so I contacted LastPass, and being the pieces of shit that they are, they're like, oh, you have to go to our website and open a ticket. And I'm like, there are literally hackers in my account right now. You guys need to freeze that. Like, I don't care. Just freeze it, whatever. You don't have to delete it. You don't have to do it. Just freeze it and talk to me. Like, let's get through this. Like, oh, you got to go through official channels. I'm sorry. And then you go to the site and it's like, sorry, normal business hours are between blah, blah, blah. Well, I'm being hacked, right? They're literally waiting on Friday night, Because I also happened to a friend of mine. It seems like all these hacks happen on a Friday night because that's their best chance. When everybody knocks off on a Friday going into the weekend, that's your best chance to ensure that they're not going to be able to get in faster.
For sure.
If they have to talk to a human. It makes sense. So there's a huge social engineering component to all this. But they got in, they locked me out of my YouTube, they locked me out of the LastPass. So then I went and said, oh crap, I got to protect the financial institutions. I went to log into my trade account for my severance package from Microsoft. I was locked out. The account was frozen for fraud. I went and logged into my crypto account. The account has been locked for suspicious activity. I go to log into my bank account just for my regular debit card, my regular expenses and checks. Sorry, this account has been closed under blah, 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 fraud pending investigation from our internal department. Look at that little dog. So anyways, I'm shitting bricks because at that point I had no money. I couldn't pay any bills. The whole reason we found out I was locked out of my bank account was because we went to pay bills and we couldn't log in. And so my bills were about to be all delinquent, like all of them. And we had a pretty big credit card payment coming up that we had to make. And I was just like, I almost lost it. Like my wife was trying to keep me calm. I was like losing my shit here. And it was a bad experience. It was bad.
If they had been just a touch more sophisticated, it could have been literally everything.
This could have been catastrophic, no recovery.
On the one hand, I'm surprised that their only real focus was the YouTube channel.
And all the financials.
At the same time, like glad.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they didn't clean you out.
They tried.
Right?
They tried.
They I feel like what happened is they tried to get into them and then all your accounts got locked because of a bunch of failed attempts.
Right. Because what they did is when they logged into my TD Ameritrade, they tried to do a wire transfer of all the money that was in there. Because the money was just liquid, I don't have it invested.
Sure.
So they tried to do a transaction of the full amount of the money, moving it, but it wasn't. But they were moving it as a chunk to the bank account that they just took from me. So it's already on file and it's already an approved bank, right? It looks suspicious if they sent it somewhere else. So they tried to wire transfer it to my bank, but the TD Ameritrade was like, okay, these are people that logged in from Russia, so that's scrutiny.
Sure.
And they're like,
place.
Yeah, and this person has never tried to transfer everything out of the account at once. It's always been in small segments just to keep them going, right? It's like the pattern doesn't match. And so they locked him down. But what it looked like they were trying to do is they were trying to do TD Ameritrade to the bank account. And then they were going to wire transfer, ATH wire transfer from the bank account to the whatever their crypto wallet thing is, or a crypto exchange. And then the crypto exchange, which in this case, I think they were trying to do Coinbase for some reason, which is why would you use a domestic, anyways. So they tried to go into Coinbase and they were going to transfer the money there. And now the reason I know this is because they took over all those three accounts at the same time and left the other ones alone for a while. And then they tried Bittrex when Coinbase didn't work. And then they tried Binance when that didn't work. But the good news is every single one of those crypto things have like 8-factor authentication. They want like your phone. They want to call you. Like if money's moving or things are selling and stuff, they really want to make goddamn sure it's you because of the liability involved. So these guys tried and they failed. And that's the only reason I didn't lose everything. Because crypto is not FDI insured or whatever, FDIC insured. So the crypto would have been just gone. And if they had taken my money and wire transferred out of my bank, I could have got up to $250,000 back. Luckily, I'm so broke, it was nowhere near $250,000 with everything all together. So I would have been fully reimbursed. And they reminded me that because I was hysterical on the phone. Like I was shaking, I couldn't talk right. They're like, just calm down. They're like, don't worry, look in your account, even if everything was gone, which it isn't. They're like, everything will be taken care of. It'll all be returned to you. Like you're insured, you're covered. Just chill. And once I knew that, I calmed down a little bit. But I was like, holy shit, these guys, like literally within minutes, they had my bank account. They were running an Elon Musk crypto scam against all my followers on YouTube. They deleted all my old videos and renamed the channel to Tesla SpaceX and made the logo SpaceX. And Elon was all over. They changed the bio of the channel. They changed the keywords on the channel. They made it to where the channel isn't even recognizable as me. Like the only way you knew it was my channel is if you went to /Barnacules1, it would then load, but then it wouldn't say /Barnacules1 anymore. It would load and say SpaceX or whatever, something SpaceX 2348. I was like, this is weird. Like, how did they do this? So it was heavily scripted. So what that tells me is this wasn't a personal attack. This wasn't somebody who was like, I'm specifically going after this person, because the actions that they committed and the order of the actions that they committed were all going after financials and crypto scams. That was their end goal, was crypto. And you could tell from every entry point and every single vector they did, but they left everything.
Lazy.
Totally lazy.
See, it's lazy. It's lazy. Not even lazy. They just used like a whack angle.
They
like,
didn't even know. Yeah, they didn't know whose account they had.
Like you're using a gigantic compromised LastPass database.
Yeah.
And you're going to try and swindle people out of their crypto when like the bank accounts and stuff, all that's like they had literally everything.
You know what they could have done?
You, I imagine other people too.
Yeah, lots of people. They said, as a matter of fact, they said both places, TD Ameritrade and my credit union, both said that they have seen a massive uptick more than ever before of illegal logins and fraud. And they said that their fraud department investigated and said that it was because of phishing websites that look just like First Tech or whatever, spelled just slightly differently.
Oh, man, I've seen some where they'll...
and it's a promoted post, so it's the first one.
Like, so something to keep an eye out on.
Yeah.
So look into your URL, like in your address bar.
Yeah.
It will almost always, and I'm sure this is dependent on like your system font or something, it'll almost always use the funny sort of A with the hook on the top of it, right? Like it looks kind of like that. A.
Yep.
But what they'll do is they'll use this a Cyrillic character to make it look like the more class. Here, I can write it for it. I can write it down because it's better to visualize. I just saw this.
Nope, I already got it. I asked ChatGPT. I said, this is what I said. I said, hey, ChatGPT, create me a URL that physically looks like hello.com, but uses characters that look the same with certain fonts, but using something called homoglyphs.
Yeah, so it's usually a URL will use the A that kind of looks like this one.
Yep.
And they'll change it for a Cyrillic character that looks like that one.
Like, look at this example. Guys, don't click on this in chat. Do not click on this in chat. No clicking on this in chat. I'm just putting there as an example. That's what I got from ChatGPT for hello.com. So if you did Google, if I said, and they have one for O too. So I said, do the same thing with google.com. So now it's going to generate another URL. It says it's difficult to create a URL that physically looks like Google, but uses the same characters, the same font, because the word Google is composed of characters that have homoglyphs, characters so if it doesn't have homoglyphs, that makes it more difficult to do.
Yeah.
But it is trying. It said it can use things like like the letter gamma, the letter Cyrillic EL, which looks like an R. A Latin small letter I is the same as the Greek letter Loda. Oh, interesting.
Iota.
Yep. So you can actually, so right. And depending on the font, some of these fonts may actually use the same exact character for both of those.
Isn't that true?
So no, that actually explains why a lot of these phishing emails look 100%. Like even when you grab them and you cut and paste them, you're like, holy shit, this is the same.
Bank of America, it'll use the different A looking thing and it looks legit. When
Dude, that is fucking crazy. That is crazy, man. Well, I mean, so they thought it was a phishing thing that got me, but I corrected them. I said, listen, because they're like, oh yeah, you need to reinstall. They're like, you have to reinstall your computer because you got phished, and they probably got something in your browser or whatever that's now redirecting information and keyloggers. And I was like, no, I scanned my computer. I looked, everything's clean. I checked the outgoing stuff with netstat-a.
It's super lazy. All they wanted was the YouTube channel. And the crypto stuff.
So I told them, I said, listen, the reason that I am confident that it's the LastPass hack is because the first 5 sites that they hit, the very first 5 things that they hit when this went down on January 7th, was all at the same time. YouTube, the email, right? YouTube, the email, my bank account, Instagram, and they tried other things too, but these are the ones they were successful on. And the method that they used when I talked to all these companies, they said, how did they get in? They said they used a 2FA backup code to re-roll the password and enable YubiKey 2FA. And so had it not been LastPass, had this been like phishing or something man in the middle or whatever, they would not have had those backup codes. The only reason they had those backup codes is because the only place they existed was in an encrypted store inside of LastPass. So I have all the evidence. If I go to court, I can prove way beyond a shadow of a doubt and with absolute certainty based on the pattern of how it went down and what information they used to hack those versus how they hacked the other accounts.
And thankfully,
I could prove it.
It'd be a civil thing, not criminal. So you don't necessarily have to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt. You just have to convince enough of the jury people to agree with you.
Yeah, I don't think I can go after him for criminal. And I wouldn't want to either because then the fee would go to the government. I want the fee to go to me.
The state would have to do that anyway. I don't think a citizen can file criminal charges. Right. You have to take it to the DA and they have to do it.
Yep. But what these guys try to do,
you can totally get them into civil court.
Oh yeah, and I'm
easier to get them.
Yeah, I'm talking to an attorney right now. Graham put me in touch with an attorney friend of his that he knows from his business dealings and stuff. So I've been talking to him, and he's going to get back to me with some information. But this has been just an absolute nightmare of a situation. They tried to. So I had to spend 2 days going to Equifax, TransUnion, and Experian, the 3 biggest creditors in the world. And I had to basically go log it. And luckily, this is another missed opportunity by the attackers. If the attackers had done this, they would have screwed. Like, again, there's so many checkmate moves that could have happened that didn't happen. And that's why I don't think it was targeted. Because if it was targeted and they specifically knew what they had and it wasn't just automation cranking through accounts, I honestly think that they would have stopped and said, wait a second, first off, we could sell this account for a lot. Like, obviously, it's a YouTuber with a lot of followers on their channel, a lot of really well-established views and stuff. So if we played our cards right and we didn't try to just get the channel taken down in 45 minutes running a crypto scam, we could probably do something in the next 6 days instead of the next 45 minutes to do a lot more damage. And they didn't do it. And then the other thing that they really screwed the pooch on is that even though they had my information, they had my social security number, they had my driver's license, they had all that, they could have used that to go to the bank and had the account frozen themselves so that they would think that they were the real owners of the account. And the bank said that's happened before. The bank said that, yeah, if they had been the first people to approach and said, hey, my account has fishy activity, can you lock it down? Then they would be more likely to believe them than me if I called and said, hey, I can't get into my account. Can you guys help me get into my account? And I would have had to physically go in there with proof and multiple forms of ID and passport and stuff to prove that I am the actual owner of the account, which would have taken time. And that's time I don't have money. But the thing I noticed is I didn't have any access to money. Like, we are so dependent on technology. This is how dependent on technology we are. I'm like, I couldn't have bought food. I couldn't have bought a gallon of gas. I had no money. None of my cards worked. These attackers took out everything. It's like I couldn't buy from Amazon. I couldn't buy from Costco. I couldn't buy from my debit card attached to my bank account. I literally didn't. The only card that I had was Cash App's card, which I've never used before. And there was $30 in the account. And they even tried to take that. They got into Cash App, but luckily I was already logged in and I was able to punt their session and re-roll the keys as they were doing it. They almost got my Steam account. Luckily I was sitting here. They would have had it. I'm sitting here on my computer as I'm going through fighting all this shit. I'm like exhausted. And I look down at my bar down at the bottom and it says, oh, your Steam account has been logged into from another location. I'm like, the fuck? This is the only computer it's on. So I go into my email that I just gotten back. Keep in mind, I've only had this email for like a day or two. I go in there and I get a code. And it's like, here's your code to log into your account. And, so I was like, I'm already logged in though. Like, here's my Steam instance. I got kicked out and now I need a code to get in. So I went down to the thing and I said, log back in. And it sent a second email that had a second code in it. The person that was attacking me never got the first code because they didn't realize I had the account back. I'm sure they went back to the Gmail and refreshed and were like, oh shit, I got kicked out. Right. But I got the code, I logged in, and then I was able to kick out their session, but they were actually in there. Like they did gain enough access that they were able to like have access to my game library. And again, Russian IP, when I looked at it, it was Russian Federation IP. Doesn't necessarily mean it was from Russia. It just means that that's where the VPN originated from. But that was kind of through this whole thing, it seemed like it was mostly Russians, although two of the gaming accounts were, one was Guatemala and the other one was Cambodia or something. Some weird countries that you wouldn't think even had internet. And they got my Uplay account, so I got to get my Uplay account back. They got my Origin account, so I got to get that back. They emptied out all the product keys I had for giveaway games that I had. I had probably 100 different, Humble Bundle video games to give away on live streams and stuff like that. That was all in my LastPass, and they went through and just used the script and just recovered them all. They just went through and just mass recovered. And I was like, son of a bitch. So this hit hard. This hit hard. But where I'm sitting right now, so if you want to know where my recovery is at this point, it's been what? Since the 7th, and it's now the 28th, I've been dealing with this hell. Only sleeping once every 2 days. As a matter of fact, I didn't sleep yesterday and only slept 3 hours last night. So my body is getting really used to just running on no sleep. Where I'm sitting right now is I have access to my bank accounts. However, they're brand new. All my bank accounts are brand new. I don't have all my old cards, all my old checks, all my old accounts completely shut down and locked down, because they're still investigating and doing stuff. They said those accounts I'll never get back. So what they did is they created all new accounts. They transferred the assets over. I signed affidavits, saying that these transactions look good and these ones don't look good. And they transferred all the money and they issued us a temporary debit card that we can use online. That's just the numbers and the CCV or whatever that we can use for buying stuff. So at least we had access to money. And so I was very grateful for that because I took a load off because we were able to actually pay the bills. And I've never been delinquent on a bill. My credit is like 830. Like I have excellent credit. And so, if you miss a bill, your credit can drop 100 points. I mean, it's that bad. It hits you hard.
I didn't even mess around.
Yep. So I was really nervous about that after, maintaining perfect credit my entire life, having this throw it away. But we were able to pay that. They did try to take over the mortgage account on Bank of America, but they didn't have enough information because my wife didn't store it in LastPass. Thank goodness. She wasn't a believer in LastPass like I was. And that saved us. so we had that, but then getting the Amazon account back, once I got the master account back, like the credit account back, my main bank account, everything else was a little bit easier. Like it was easier to convince TD Ameritrade when I had the new accounts established. and I had the loss preventions numbers and everything like that. But even when I contacted these companies, like the process that they go through, they want to make sure they don't screw up and accidentally turn control of the account over to the wrong person. So they're very meticulous and take a lot of time going back and forth, asking for really weird things. You start to feel like you're being trolled, you know, like, oh, hold this up at this light from 4 different angles with 4 different pictures, and they have to be at the same level for every picture. Like they're making a 3D model of me or something.
Like I had to, for some verification thing, I had to take a picture outside my house that had like
a natural light, right,
on it. Yeah.
Yep.
And like send that to them along with, you know, like my utility bill or something. I'm like,
isn't that wild?
Super weird. Like,
yeah, it's like, okay, go put on your wife's panties and a bra and dance around in a circle for 45 seconds. No more though.
Spoon on your head, you know.
It's like the old Nigerian scammers where they would, where, you know, the people would mess with them and be like, oh, put on a dress and wear a sign that says, you know, that this guy is God, or, you know, just something really stupid, but they don't speak English, so they don't really understand. They just approximate it on a piece of paper. And then they share the pictures around Reddit. Like, look up Ana's laptop. Sometimes is the most hilarious thing I've ever seen. Not Asus, Ana's laptops. It's hilarious. But anyways, these guys, they got a hold of everything, and I've been just trying to undo everything. But I've got new bank accounts. I now have to spend, this is the part that really sucks. I have to spend, it all sucked, but now I have to spend a couple of weeks finding every single like affiliate that I've ever had, every ACH payment that has ever come into my bank account, anything that was wire transfer in or out. I have to go discover all of those, go slogging through a year's worth of data that they gave to me from the old account, like in PDF format. I have to go through all that shit one by one and go find the websites, figure out how to log into the ones that I can, call them on the phones for the one I can't, and establish all new wire transfer accounts for everything and verify that they work. And that's always a nightmare to get wire transfer. Like wire transfer, I hope it's better now than back when I set it up like 10 years ago on a lot of this stuff. It was a pain in the ass to get that working right, because they'd like transfer $1 and then you had to wait a day, and then you come back and it's like, oh, it doesn't work. And then you're like, oh, the Swift code changed for the bank last year. And it just becomes a nightmare. But at least I have all the numbers and data that I need to go start making those changes. And I only have 30 days to do it. They said for 30 days, any money that comes into the old broken accounts that are defunct now, they will accept that money in, not going out. So they won't be able to pay bills, but it said the money coming in, they will accept it and forward it to the new account. But they said they will only do that for 30 days. And if I don't have it fixed within 30 days, any wire transfer that attempts to go to the old account will just be refused. So I got to figure out how to do that so that I can keep my pay coming in. And that's everybody. The wire transfer is how you get all your money. Like, it doesn't matter. Amazon, PayPal, Twitch, Stripe, Cash App, Coffee, every single one of them. They all use the Patreon. It's all Stripe. So YouTube, I think I said YouTube already, AdSense. So I got to go through, figure out all that shit. And so then once I have all that configured, then I should have like my revenue stream coming back into my main new accounts. I have all new checks, all new credit cards. Any bill that I have or any service that I have right now, like Netflix, Hulu, all that stuff, are all using dead credit cards right now. So we're just going to randomly see things popping up. Oh, you know, we couldn't charge your card. We couldn't charge your card. And, you know, if we miss one, that's how we're going to find out, right? And we're just going to have to go through and just meticulously fix all these things. I had to retire an email account because even though I got control of it back and I still need it for the YouTube channel, I had to create a whole new email account because my bank would refuse to even allow me to associate that email account or the name associated with it with the new bank account. They said I can't be Barnacules. I can't be my real name. I had to pick like a random, like I look like just some random garbage characters as my username now. And they said that's something that they're recommending anybody that gets hacked does, because they believe that once you're hacked, you're a target, and they're always going to have some level of privileged information or access to it. So they said just make it so there's no way that they can just use your name or your handle or your alias or whatever to find you for these accounts. That way they can't easily figure out what institution you're on or like which account is actually yours or verify that it's yours. And it's just like, fuck, man. The other thing that they could have done is they had control of my primary email account. They could have gone in there and dug through and pulled customer data. They could have pulled old contracts, family members, old relationships, 10,000 contacts they could be harassing and trying to get into crypto scams using my name and using my identity. But they never tried. They never sent a single email to a contact. When they took over Instagram, they never sent a single whisper to anybody. They just posted Elon Musk just gave me 43 ETH, man. Check this out. It's legit. I promise. Look here. Dude, it sucked. It sucked. But I have to say, I do feel better now than I did. You know, every day things are getting a little better. But I do feel like the shoe is going to drop. Now I live in this constant perpetual state of my phone dings, or if it says I'm logged out of it, if I'm sitting here and it just says, hey, your account is timed out or something or logged out, I immediately panic.
Yeah.
And I have no easy way to log into anything anymore because all my passwords and everything are super jumbled to the fucking max and require me to plug in security keys and shit now. So it's not easy to get into my stuff anymore, even for me. So I had to trade convenience for strength, basically, just to make me a less tantalizing thing. I also had to talk to all these people for hours. I probably spent 14 plus hours on the phone over the last 2 weeks. And it's been talking to various security companies at different financial institutions. And they've given me great data. These guys actually have a lot to offer, and I want to consolidate that and put it in a video at some point. And that is, they said one of the greatest things you can do for your email is have a backup email. They said create an email that's just like, xd_space537@gmail.com or whatever. Create that. You don't have to even send an email with it. You don't have to use it. You basically just add it to your pop email account or whatever so that it just gets pulled periodically. And then they said the only thing you use that account for is the backup email account on all your other email accounts. So you go into like your primary email account and you say, this is the backup account. And what that does is if that account gets compromised, stolen, frozen, used in something malicious, Google will contact the backup email account and say, hey, your account has been compromised. Do you want to start the recovery process? And as long as you own that account and you have the right physical data, like your cell phone and everything attached to it with 2-factor and all that, they can use that account to get you access back much faster on the primary. My biggest mistake was because this was my primary account, I didn't have any accounts as recovery accounts, because I thought that it would increase my attack surface, but it turns out that's not how it works, because even if they get the account that they need, to recover the primary account, they still need to have control of the primary account to initiate the recovery. So, but if you have control of the recovery, the actual recovery account, they can take it back in that direction. You can basically log in and say, I forgot my password, and say, I want to use my recovery account, and it'll send you an email to be like, hey, are you there? Yeah. And so they also said, which I was kind of surprised. This one surprised me because this is counterintuitive. They all said the SMS authentication is what they actually think is the best, which I thought was really weird. I'm like, I thought YubiKey and all this would be the best. And they do say that they like YubiKey and stuff is really powerful, but they said for the average user, SMS authentication is really secure because all the modern providers use encrypted point-to-point messaging. They're not going through the MMS network and shit like back in the day. And you can't like look at your SMSs online. Like if you have a carrier that offers that service, like let me know, because as far as I know, that doesn't happen anymore, because every message that goes to your SMS is encrypted from the source to you, just like Signal would do it. Same type of technology is utilized, and it's over the internet instead of over the MMS network. So they can't just like SIM clone you or whatever. Right. However, if they do SIM clone you, they said that the second they SIM clone you, it'll actually kick you off the network because the network won't allow you to have 2 SIMs online at the same time. So if they do SIM clone you and activate the SIM and your phone is always charged up and your phone is always connected, you'll immediately be notified via your phone that you can't connect, that your SIM is now invalid. And they said if that happens, you can immediately get on the phone with your cell provider, call them up immediately and say, hey, your SIM just popped up and said it's inactive. Disable any SIM that's on the account ASAP. And you can do an emergency thing and they'll invalidate and kill every other SIM. Now, within that time, they may be able to use that to get a code to get into your account, but then you've got the backup account to go get it back from them really quick. So it's kind of like this cloak and dagger shit. Never assume that you can keep them out. If they're diligent enough and they're good enough social engineers and you give them enough time and opportunity, they will get in if they're focused on getting in and attacking you. You want to make yourself the hardest to attack, number one, but if they're dead set on it and they're going to get in there come hell or high water because the prize is just too tantalizing, then what you have to do is also focus on the recovery. And that's where I really failed at this, is like, if I had had a good recovery in place, had I been like, okay, the second that my email account was compromised and I got kicked out on my sessions and I couldn't log back in, if I had the backup code, not them, had I not put the 2FA backup code in LastPass and I had it, I would have had the account back in my control within seconds. If I had the backup email account and I lost the backup codes, I still would have had it back inside seconds. The only reason they circumvented everything is because they had one of those backup codes. That's all they needed. They didn't need all 10. They just needed one of those backup codes, and they were able to get in there and just destroy and burn the rest. And they're smart little shits, too, because when they got in there, the very first thing they did when they disabled 2-factor authentication is they disabled all of the backup codes. So they used one backup code to get in, and then they disabled the other 9 so that I could even use my own backup codes to get in. And they locked me out of my own LastPass so that I had no way to go back and reference it. Right. So my recommendation is if you do use LastPass or any password manager, you should export your entire database. Go there, export everything to .csv file or whatever, print it out on a piece of paper and shove it in your safe. And do that every month. Like set a calendar date. Every month or every time you change a couple of passwords, go and re-update that thing and stick it in your safe. Do not store it anywhere digitally though, because then you just compromise your security. But in the event that you get taken over, the very first thing they're going to do is lock you out of your password manager. They'll lock you out of your email, lock you out of your password manager, slowly and methodically take over all your financial accounts. They're going to run scams on all your social media against all your friends and family. They're going to run identity theft campaign and sell your social security number, all that stuff. They're going to use those accounts to reach out to institutions to convince those institutions that they are you. Like, one of the biggest things I have to worry about with identity theft now is they said because they have my social security and they have my ID, technically with those two pieces of data, if they're really diligent and they take their time and they get a hold of the right people, they could technically get their hands on a passport. And they could technically get their hands on my birth certificate also. Like, they have enough information to actually request a copy of my certificate of live birth. Now that adds to what they have. And if they keep doing that and they keep leveraging it to get more and more and more information, pretty soon they have more information than I even do on myself. And then if you're talking about an account created across the world in another country, how am I supposed to prove to them who the real person is when they have all this physical documentation and they can prove that, oh, I got this from the States, I got this from this department, oh, look, this is a real social security card. It starts to become a problem. So yeah, what I say is don't ever store your keys next to your wallet, right? Don't put everything behind one locked door, and that's what you do with a password manager. No matter how secure you think that password manager is, remember, two-factor authentication was supposed to be foolproof and it was supposed to protect me. And they even say LastPass is like, if they get your password, doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter, because if they get your password, they're not going to get through the 2FA, and if they don't get through the 2FA, they don't get an encrypted volume sent to their computer to decrypt anyways. So it's like, decryption key does you no good if you have no data to use it against. Because they allowed themselves to be breached, and because that database is copied and in the wild, that is how they're able to run hundreds of millions of dictionary attacks against it, brute force it, guess the password, employ AI, and use all these different methods for hacking to try to break and crack into that thing, and they're just breaking into a couple accounts every day. And just going through that thing and just pillaging. And there's nothing anybody can do, because even if you delete your LastPass account, the leaked account is still out there. Even if you change all your passwords, all your old passwords and your backup keys and stuff are still in there. So you need to make sure that every single thing that's in your LastPass right now is invalidated. Like, you have to make sure that there is nothing. And if you update that data, if you go into your LastPass and you start updating it with the new passwords and you're like, oh, I'm all secure now. All it takes is one more leak, one more backdoor in their system that was laid there by the attacker. And they could come back and grab that whole database and start over again. And now they have a new copy with all your new shit in it. So do not use password managers, period. And some people, they disagree with me on this, and that's fine. But I would say the best security that you can possibly have is a different email account, and a different email account, username, and password on every single site. And if you're worried about remembering them, what you need to do is come up with a phrase. Come up with a phrase like monkey, frog, dog, ass, backwards, mailbox, son of a bitch.
Yeah.
And that can be your phrase. And then what you do is you go get yourself an encryption matrix, like that you can just pass in a string and encrypt it, and then you use the encrypted values that come out of that as your username and password on the websites. So, and you incorporate the website too. So for example, I wrote a tool that does this. So if you go to a website and say, okay, I need a username, say, give me a username for this website. It'll say, enter your passphrase, and I just go, fuck, shit, dumbass, backwards. And what it'll do is it'll give me back a little like 16-digit scrambled code. Now that 16-digit scrambled code, if I run the reverse encryption on it using that same phrase, it turns it into the real readable password and username. So that's what I have to remember. It's the reverse. So I remember, so my username on Gmail would be like gmail.com_Jerry. Right? That would be my username. My password would be gmail.com_password_password1, PW1 or PW2, or something that I can remember in my head that I can apply that exact same format to every single website. And then what I do is I drop out to the command line and I run my little Perl script, or I can make an app on a phone or whatever, and I can say, okay, I want you to apply my phrase to encrypt that, and then that's what I use as my username, and that's what I use as my password on the site. And they never see the actual phrase. The sites never see the phrases. Nobody else sees the phrases, because the only time the phrase is ever entered is to change the plain text that you're putting into the field into the actual text that gets sent to the server. And you could do it all with do it all with a plugin. So you could create a plugin for your browser that would do all this. And so I'm investigating this, and once I get to the bottom of it, if I find a way that I feel very, very secure with, I will share it with everybody, because I know that the convenience versus security is a big argument right now. A lot of people have been, yeah, you can do this and you can't do that, but even with all those things that you do, there's still a chance that somebody could hack you. And the truth is, yes, there is nothing you can do to completely avoid being hacked. All you can do is make it significantly harder. Do you have a smart card? People have hacked smart cards before. Do you have a YubiKey? People have hacked YubiKeys before. I mean, it's incredibly difficult and requires like insider job and insider knowledge and social engineering and shit. It can be done, but it's super fucking hard. And attackers,
all you're trying to do is just make it not worth the time.
Bingo. That's the short story. Hey, Robert Settles. Thank you for the $20. Shit, I didn't even see that. Robert Settles gave us $20.
Oh, that was a while back.
Shit, I didn't even see that, man. I had to look back at the screen because we don't get like the little that pop up on the screen anymore. Which that's going to change too moving forward. The goal is to, in 2023, is now that I'm starting to recover from all this bullshit that happened, I'm getting my energy back. My medication's a lot better. I've also committed to going to LTX this year, if you guys were wondering. So old Barnacules did agree to go to LTX. So hopefully I see you guys there. No, Linus was really cool about it. Like, he actually reached out to me. I didn't ask or nothing. He reached out to me and said that he'd love to have me. And I was like, yeah, I'll come up there and hang out. No, he was really cool about it. So I'm gonna, but again, I told him that, my health issues are pretty random these days. I am getting better.
If I get a screwdriver,
do it, leverage it. Say, I'll go for a screwdriver. I bet you'd do it. I'm gonna hit him up for a hotel, gas money, and a screwdriver. That's gonna be my per diem. One screwdriver a day. In merch, I want one of your $300 backpacks too.
A screwdriver.
Yeah, I need a $300 backpack and a $4,000 cushy and a Linus body pillow for some skits.
Right, like it should just be the swag bag. Everybody gets it's a trust me, bro backpack.
Yeah, I actually did last time. Last time I went to LTX, they gave me because as a joke, they sent me some underwear because I made a comment on Twitter, and they end up being my favorite underwear. I'm even wearing them right now. I love LTX underwear. And so they sent me like 6 packs of them when I was there and I was leaving LTX. They just stuffed a bunch in my bag. So
man, the fucking puppy is really annoying sometimes.
Yeah, that's dogs, man. Dogs, what are you going to do?
Be mad at them.
Brad said whale pack. What's the whale pack? The LTX whale pack. I'd go for some damn warranty on my $300 backpack. Oh, burn. No, I want to go do something. Like, and I also want to do
it. Go do something.
So this year, what I want to go do is I want to do at least one PDX LAN. I'm not there yet, but we're working on it. I want to do a PDX LAN. I want to drive my car more frequently than once every 2.5 months around the block. I want to do that. I'm going to go to LTX. I'm going to try to maybe go to one other convention towards the end of the year, depending on, how things are going with health. But a lot of shit's up in the air because the other thing that's kind of freaking me out right now, and you'd think that like a fat person losing weight would be like an amazing thing. Like I get worried because there's a lot of diseases that cause rapid weight loss, and I've been experiencing incredibly rapid weight loss without trying it all lately. So I've lost 25 pounds in 14 days, and I haven't changed my diet, haven't changed anything.
I mean, of course, consult your doctor and all that.
Oh, I'm going to. I have an appointment tomorrow.
No, I do know that
Monday.
Like in the beginning of a weight loss journey, especially for folk who are fairly large to begin with, there is a sort of rapid decline that kind of plateaus. And you said 24 pounds in 2 weeks? Yeah. That doesn't seem like dangerous.
I mean, for somebody who's 390 pounds, percentage-wise, that's not too terrible.
Yeah, like I mean, gut feeling. I mean, I'm not an expert.
Yeah.
That doesn't feel terrible. That doesn't seem like, oh God, like.
Yeah, and a lot of it could just be I'm up more.
In 2 weeks, sure. Then I'd be like, holy fuck, dude, are you like eating?
Yeah, and I'm overly sensitive. I'm overly sensitive to it because like my mom died because she suddenly just started losing massive amounts of weight and she thought it was God. She's like, oh God finally listened to my prayers and I'm losing all this weight. And she'd go do her little treadmill and it turned out that she had renal cancer and she couldn't absorb any nutrients and she basically just starved to death.
But again,
so that worries me when I hear that.
Best,
yeah,
and
I'm paying attention.
To check with your medical professional.
Yeah, unlike her, I go to the doctor like crazy. I'm going to the doctor. Like I said, Monday I'm going to the doctor to kick the tires and everything and do the checkup, and I need to tell my doctor about the new medications and how they're working out and the new doses and everything. And so far, that's working good.
My new shrink was scolding me over my blood pressure before he
Where's it at?
Me a Adderall script. I had to go all the way up to way up to fucking Northgate, man, because all the local joints aren't accepting new patients. And during the COVID stuff, I switched to an online provider and blah, 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 blah.
What I don't understand is why the hell can't your doctor prescribe it? My doctor prescribes my Adderall, my personal physician. I don't have to have a shrink prescribe it.
I don't know. That's a good question.
I think you should talk to your doctor next time you go in for a checkup. Be like, can I transfer this over to you? Because this is dumb, what I'm doing.
Originally, and maybe since, because like now that the shrink has okayed it, maybe I could get my primary care provider to cut the script, but I'd probably still have to check in with the shrink to make sure I'm not abusing it and whatnot. Thankfully, I only have to see them one more time in person And then we'll do online checks every couple months, and then once a year I have to see them in person again. Oh, okay. The Mark Cuban one doesn't have Adderall. They're working on like stretching stuff out.
Yeah, no, Adderall's been really, really helpful for me lately. Like especially under the stress. Surprisingly, the Adderall's helped with the stress like tremendously.
This dog is freaking me out.
So, what's that?
This dog.
Oh, just the dog yipping all the time?
Yeah, he's bored. You know, he wants to play.
So I like cats. Cats pretty much just don't make any noise or do anything. They also aren't very fun because they don't like really love you unless you got food, and everything's very transactional. It's like living with a hooker. Threative VFX Studio, thank you for the £2. He said, figured WLED metrics. He said, check my last short, thanks. Figured, okay. Wait, so figured WLED matrix, what? Check my last short, thanks.
Is that self-promotion on this channel? How dare you, sir?
Busted. Good thing he gave us some money. Jesus, we might have to go medieval.
That only barely makes it better.
Yeah, no, if you posted it on Twitter, then I'll see it. That's how that works. So, but yeah, no, good on you, man. I'm glad you built one. Everybody should build one. They're awesome because even putting that on my Twitch channel, like I cannot believe how much it's changed, how much people engage with it and mess with it. It's pretty crazy. They love having like realistic, because it's like I can make stuff pop on the screen. There's tons of streams of like animations and things that pop up on the screen, but people like seeing shit like in your physical environment. Yeah, people like that they're manipulating something that's like, yeah, it's actually sitting there and it's like, a piece of technology that was built they're wirelessly controlling it too. By the way, that's not connected to anything in this house. The data wires over my wireless network. So when you're typing a command, it's like going it's like farm fresh. It's like farm to table. It goes from chat, goes to Streamer.bot, from the YouTube API, then it goes over and connects to 192.168.1.153, which is my WLED server. And then it just sends a JSON packet using a Python script called settext.py, and it just passes it in. First parameter is the sentence that you want to send, and the second parameter is the color and hexadecimal value. And that's it. So, and the cool thing is you can use it for other things too. So this is what I wanted to show you too, auxiliary, is if you build one of these, you don't have to just, like when you're not streaming, you can use this for like network throughput, CPU usage, monitoring how many cores, if you want, you can make each LED a CPU core, and it'll light up based on like green to red. You can do anything you want with these things. Because all you do with these like little $4 servers, you set them up as a web server. You go into Chat API and say, hey, can you map pixel? Can you map pixel to WRGB value based on a JSON packet that's sent to you over this thing? Or you say, hey, create a UDP port, and every time I send you a byte, it's going to be position X, Y, and red, green, and blue. So basically, treat it like it's a monitor, and you want to draw on it, right? You say, hey, every time I send this to the UDP connection, do that, and just draw it and set that color. And now you got a dummy display with like 5 lines of code that you can send anything to through any port over TCP or UDP. And then you could just create a program on your PC in C# or whatever that says, you know what? I want to map drawing commands. Go grab the system drawing namespace that you normally use for drawing to the monitor. Like if you want to draw a picture or JPEG, and you just say, hey, this is how many pixels I have. I want to draw it over there. And you send the byte stream. You do the byte stream just like you were going to send it to the graphics buffer to do the screen, but instead you send it over here over the network. And the only thing you're limited by is the bandwidth. But if you're talking about like gigabit networking, you could send fucking 80,000 frames per second to that damn thing, for all to control all the pixels at like 120 hertz. So it's very, very low bandwidth stuff because, the pixel density is so low. And so I do plan on doing that. I do plan on doing that. I played around with the software a little bit, and I was like, yeah, to create a little Arduino that just chucks data, like it's super duper easy. And if you wanted, you could even like, if you didn't want to just treat it like a dummy display. The reason I like to do the dummy display for other stuff is because then I can just create the program using my dummy display library, and any screen I create, no matter how tall or how wide or whatever, if I plug all these screens together, I can use that and draw anything I want at any XY coordinates. And if I'm off the screen somewhere, it won't break the program. It just won't draw. So because of the way addressable LEDs work. But the another way you could do it to make it easier for like newcomers is just write a script that just you connect to a web server and you just send a JSON packet that just has things in it like what color you want, what text, the font size, do you want it scrolling or not scrolling, do you want like a text effect like where it like shrinks and then bulges and like breathing effect, do you want like an RGB rainbow wave over it? Like you could configure all those effects on the Arduino, and then instead of you having to send all the pixel data and stream it over the port like it's a video card over the LAN, you would just send commands to it whenever you'd want it to change its behavior. But I think it's going to be cool to use for metrics. Like I want to take one of these, 3D print a box, put it right in front of my keyboard, so it's just sitting right here in front of my keyboard on my desk, and I'm going to have it have like 2 rows of pixels here, be network transmit. Then the next two, network receive, and then have like TXRX on it. Like just do like a little T and a little RX with a couple of pixels. And then go over and then do like drive C, drive D, drive E, and have like little text next to it for C, D, and E. So I can see the storage. And as it goes up, it'll transition from yellow to red or orange to red. And then I can also do stuff over there. It's like how many packets are coming in, how many internet connections there are. I can have a little number up here in the corner because all you need for like numbers is like six pixels, or was it like 8? What is it? 8 segment display, or hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
radio,
7.
Clock
Yeah.
radio, it's 8. Yeah.
So yeah, an 8 segment. If you did like an 8 segment type display, right? You can put characters all over this thing and just have all your shit displayed on there doing different things. You can do heat maps, like where it's like a small dot. It gets bigger and bigger and bigger the faster things are going. You could do ping tests where it's pulsing like a heart rate, and it shows like your network map going like this. Like you do the little network map.
I know it's not too fine fidelity, the one you got there. It's like 8 characters high or whatever. It'd be fun to do like just a constant line of like your network traffic or something like that.
Yeah, you could totally do that because, as a matter of fact, to do something like that, all you would have to do is
temperature or usage or that kind of thing.
Yeah, because you could just go into Perfmon or whatever and grab the WMI performance counter for the card and just say all I want the ESP32. Like if I put it in this mode, you can even have modes. You could say if I send you this mode, go into networking mode, and then every piece of data that I give you, every number I give you, is going to be the height of that line for the pixels.
I guess it would be 7. It'd be 7 segments. Yeah.
Yep. So if you did that,
3, and then 1 across.
Yep.
Yeah,
so if you did that, you could just make it go like this. Like every second, have it go 1 line over, 1 line over, 1 line over, 1 line over. And then when it gets to the end, shift it. Yeah, and that's all you're doing is you're just saying whatever number corresponds to the height. So like if you have if you're 8 pixels high.
Fun.
Yeah. It's got so much utility.
Yeah. You gotta send me the links to get this stuff. I'm totally down. I'll buy this stuff for this. This is fun.
And I think honestly, like doing a 3D printed enclosure on something like this, I could even on the 3D printed enclosure itself, I could write the values or put stickers or vinyls on it and say like drive C, drive D, drive E, like all that stuff can be written on it, and then the graphics for each one of those segments could be on there. Or why not just get a strip? Why not save money and just get a strip and then cut the strip into little tiny strips? Because you can cut these up and use them in any pattern you want. So I could just make like little 8 tall strips, and then 3D print an enclosure that has like embossed areas for each of those strips, so that I could have like an actual dedicated strip for like 0 to 100%, and then sideways it could be 0 to so many megabytes for each hard drive that's on there. I mean, I think you could do some pretty niche. Add some other LEDs too, like. I've just got these loose LEDs, like in this box. I've got little loose LEDs and capacitors that are not addressable, but I got so many pins on these Arduinos. I could also put a pin at the top that in a little buzzer, like like a physical buzzer that goes like. I can put that on there and have like a little red light that's like when a DDoS attack happens, it just flashes the red LED up in the corner. It's like.
That'd be funny,
dude. So much shit we could do, so much. But yes, I will show you how to do everything. I promise you that.
That would be this is fun.
He said you should wait.
It's like right here, man. This is the perfect space. Hey,
100%.
You wanna advertise your shit? Boom. Scroll here instead, and I'll put a little picture down here.
Yeah, like here. I'll just do it in chat. Be like LED. Buy ad space here. There you go. Let's see if it works. Okay, it did something.
Ding. Oh, that's bright. Oh.
No, I probably should turn that down a little bit.
No, the initial. No, it's fine now.
Oh, okay.
Initially, it was super bright.
Oh yeah, it does. I do need to tone it down a little. When there's only one character, it's overdriving it. So I'll turn the brightness down. Let me see. What do I have it driven at right now? Do I have an E limiter? Oh shit, that wasn't even at the brightest. I can put it at 3000. That wasn't even close to the brightest.
Enhance the light and black contrast. Yeah, something like that.
I'm gonna see how much brighter it got when I put it on 3000. Oh my god. It's like you get a sunspot looking at it. Like you could use that as a flashlight on a car.
Email me or hit me up on Twitter.
Yeah, so
generally I have a thing.
Yep. So auxiliary does. You haven't done it in a while, actually, which I'm kind of surprised. But auxiliary, he's allowed. I told him as far to Tech Talk, he can run any ads he wants in his little box over there, as long as it's reputable companies or like small time people. People not doing bad shit, obviously. But he can run whatever he does over there, and he keeps 100% of it. And if I decide I want to do an ad over in my little box, so be it. And then if we figure out at some point we want to do an ad for the whole channel, then we'll just split it. And so it's just we got our own little spaces, and that's his space. This is my space.
The ideal would be to somebody, I don't know, $300 a month or something, and we give you guys a 30-second blurb on the, hey, today's stream is brought to you by Squarespace. Make yourself a great fucking website by going to Squarespace, or hashtag not sponsored by Squarespace, but you know what I mean.
Did you see what I put up there?
Yeah,
this space can be rented for $500. God, wouldn't that be nice? Two grand a month, split $1,000 each after tax, $800 each. Man, that's like pay a couple bills.
Yeah, it'd be rad to. I feel like we'd need a little bit more structure. I feel like a corporate sponsor would want to see like a little bit more structure to.
Oh no, we're not there. We're definitely not there.
But,
but the direction. Hey Jim,
I don't know.
Jim?
There's like Liquid Death would probably sponsor the stream and let us just do whatever the fuck we want.
Yeah, I actually feel like now the more that I'm looking around, it seems like there's a lot more sponsors out there that understand that it's cool to not be cool. Or it's cool to just be like railed against and stuff and messed with. And I think if we found companies that were in good spirit, but I want to make sure it's not like bad shit. And what I mean by bad shit is just companies that have a bad reputation for doing bad things. As long as they're good and they have a good reputation, I don't care.
Somebody cool, like I don't fucking know. Like I use Manfrotto shit. Like I'd.
Oh, Manfrotto, no, I do Manfrotto. B&H photo video or something like that.
Kinesis, like you use their keyboards to talk about them all the time.
Oh, I had to fart. Sorry.
That kind of stuff that'd be super cool.
Yeah. Oh, did you want to hear about some of the other things you can do with ESP32? So I bought a fart sensor. Sensor. So it's not here yet. It's a methane sensor. Methane. So it's a methane detector. It costs $6. I love how cheap the components are. Like these components are dirt cheap, and you can rip them out. I could go rip the CO2 sensor out of my old CO2 sensor out there. I could just go rip it out of there, and all I have to do is create a circuit that'll take whatever values it puts out to the board and normalize them to whatever the Arduino needs. Like I might have to put a MOSFET on it to amplify it, or put resistors on it to knock down the signal. But I could get it to read something. So what I want to do is I want to get an actual Arduino methane sensor, and I want to tape it to the middle of my chair. I literally going to run a wire up to the back, tape it to my chair, and I'm just going to sit on it during the live stream. And when I fart, that methane detector, it's going to be like, when you go to the parks and you hit the thing and try to get the high score. So I want to have like an LED screen behind me that it turns to like one of those carnival things where it's like the bell at the top, and then it has like like a real blinking light and buzzer at the top of it, like a Carney game. And when I fart, I'm going to be like, and what it's going to do is it's going to measure the methane content of the fart and how long it lingers. And then it's going to compute it, and it's going to go into like fart mode where it pops up a graphic and it's like fart detected, and it's going to measure its stink. It's going to measure duration. What's that? What?
Stupid dog. He's whining and bitching, but the ball is too far away. I'm like, I'll throw the ball, but he just
go get it. Tell him stop being so goddamn lazy. Hey, I want to go through and read off some of these people that have been, even though you guys have been up on the screen here, I want to make sure that you guys get the love, because we definitely do appreciate your support, and I am probably going to end up in a lawsuit here pretty soon, so it's going to get really expensive. Threative VFX Studios, thank you for the £2. Did he actually fetch it?
Well,
was he listening?
So Little Dog's actually really good about bringing stuff back. Like he picked up on the fetch thing on his own really quick. But this last time, like he left it at the doorway to this office here, and I'm like, I can't do that. I can't go get it. I said, go get the fucking ball, and he brought it closer. He did it.
That's awesome. Hey, Punch Energy asked in chat. He said it would be nice if you'd try to program a software that can solve a Rubik's cube and animate it. I'd love that tutorial. Go ask ChatGPT to do it and do it yourself.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, you lazy bum.
Yeah, seriously, with AI now, it's like that would be a good thing to try to learn through AI. Like if I go to AI right now and I said, hey, can you write me a Python script that can solve a Rubik's cube? Or solve a 3D Rubik's cube animated on screen.
Voice Critical just lost a partnership due to not being advertiser friendly.
I saw that.
Yeah, but I feel like that guy is very. I've seen that name adjacent to some pretty controversial stuff. Like not just like, oh, I said fuck to my Disney sponsor. Like Moist Critical, I think, is somewhat like.
No, he goes really hardcore. Like
toxic adjacent.
Yeah,
like I've seen some, just not anything specifically from him, but that name has come up in circles that have been pretty bad. So like I don't know anything about him. I just know that the name is familiar and close to some rotten stuff. It's come up at least. I'm not judging. I don't know the guy. I don't see any of his content. The name is recognizable as being close to. Some pretty nasty stuff. So that's all I know. So don't fucking burn my house down or anything because it said
no, actually,
some stuff.
I enjoy watching a lot of Moist Critical stuff, but he is very controversial.
Breeds engagement. Sure. So like, I mean, you say some whack shit, people are gonna, whether they like you or don't, like it creates that engagement.
Yeah, yeah. So. And who did they say which company specifically dropped him, or was it? Did he even mention?
No, just the line was literally just that Moist Critical just lost a partnership due to not being advertised. I mean, look what happened to, what was it? Heck, years ago, Phelps lost a bunch of his sponsors for getting caught smoking weed off season. Like he wasn't actually in the Olympics at the time, or wasn't actually when he was like training or whatever, but like it wasn't during any sort of competitions or whatever. The dude just got like in trouble for smoking pot and lost like 12 of his corporate sponsors back before he won all those medals. And it's like, you do one weird little thing and it's
no, because I mean you're attached to, your image is attached to their business, right? So it's like
a vulgar music video, weird. I don't know. I mean, but hey, like that's that's something you have to consider when you're being sponsored by companies. It's like, if you're associated with, you know, whatever there, and then you do something weird, that's going to get tied.
I believe
together.
I believe that to avoid the whole double standard of it all, I think that if you want the freedom to be able to do the things that you want to do, then a company needs to be able to have the freedom to do the things that they want to do, that fits with their brand and what their goals are and everything for like whatever they're doing. So it's like, I've told people before, it's like, you know, they used to have those news articles where it'd be like, you know, 390-pound lady signs up at Abercrombie and Fitch or whatever to be like a salesperson, when like they don't sell clothes for anywhere near anybody's size like that. And she had no desire of working there. Like, she can't even wear their clothes or use any of their products. She just wanted to do it because she wanted to make a point. She wanted to highlight something. Right. She wanted to sue them for discrimination. And then you had the Muslim guy who he wanted to get a job at a meat market. And he's like, well, I can't handle meat because of my faith. And then they're like, well, we'll give you gloves. And he's like, oh, even with the gloves, I'm still like mentally touching the meat. So that's not okay. And so they're like, what do you want us to do? And they're like, give us our own line where where all I check out is like breadings and stuff like that doesn't have meat products in it, when it's literally like a meat market. So it would be like a line for people buying vegan shit in the meat market. Yeah, it was stupid. It was absolutely stupid.
That's outrageous, because like the you know, ADA thing or whatever, it specifically talks about reasonable accommodations. That's not reasonable, in my opinion. And that's where it goes. Like, you go to the court and you argue that stuff, and they're like, well, no, it's not reasonable for this small butcher shop to have two lines, one for meat and one for like other stuff. Like, they can't do that. Yeah. So like, some of that is open to interpretation, and like it gets judged based on how goofball your fucking request is.
Yeah. And I guess the other thing too, like I remember the other one that was like a really hot item was the bakery that refused to bake the gay cake, right? Or like the gay couple cake. And I'm that's everybody has the right to treat you exactly 100%
your business.
See, and that's the mentality.
News comes out.
That's what I believe should be the thing. Not get them in legal trouble for making that decision. People just literally not going there. Like, say, I don't want to be a part of a business that does something like that. 100% speak with that.
The right to refuse service to anyone for any reason at any time. Like, that's a thing, and fine, whatever. I don't think that's like against the rules. It's you're just going to get slapped by public opinion at that point.
Because the other problem is, as soon as you start making that law instead of like public opinion and stuff like that, you're going to run into the problem where you're going to have like the First Amendment auditor type guys. Yeah. Where they're just going to go around, just stir up shit just to get a payday and to get content. And that becomes a problem.
There is like that. It is a little fuzzy though, because I know like gay is a federally protected class, right? Like, you can't be discriminated against based on that. And so you start now asking the question, well, what if that baker doesn't want to make a cake for black people? right?
That's a good point. That's a really good point. Yeah.
And well, obviously, like that's not cool. But then how come it's not discrimination for the gay couple, right? Like it starts getting into a little bit of a fuzzy ground.
Yeah, because you could argue that that's religious beliefs, because all racism is steeped in religion. Yeah,
so Jim brought up the same concept I just did here. He'll catch up, or I'll catch up with them. But yeah. See, that's where it is very wrong, right? It's a little. Yeah, I don't want to go down this path. This isn't what this stream is about, but it is a.
No, it's definitely a controversial thing where it's like no matter what you say, you can't. There's no win, there's no lose or draw. It's just it. But what I'm saying is, I do believe that you will get what's coming to you if you do bad shit. That's the universal karma of the universe. Like if you're a shithead and you do bad things, things will happen.
You could start down a path of like, well, I don't want to put certain words on my cake, right? I'm not going to write. Suck your dick, Jimmy.
That's where the whole First Amendment auditor thing comes in. It's like, are you testing your rights, or are you doing this for content just to be malicious? Like, what happens if I go into the cake decorator and it's like, listen, my religion says that I beat women, okay? Like, I'm allowed to beat women in my religion. I'm allowed to just rape is okay in my cult. Like, my religion supports. I know I can't practice it, but I'm allowed to think it, and I'm allowed to take it to that. So I want a cake that depicts that scene, and the person behind the counter is like, well, I'm a Christian that goes to church, and I don't like making characters killing each other and slitting each other's throats.
It's a weird thing. We're gonna get in a weird.
We're already in the weird thing, but
it is fuzzy and weird.
All I'm saying is there's no solution that works. There is no solution that works across the board. It's just people need public opinion. Ultimately, needs to take care of that problem.
I think when it comes to some businesses, because Jim the Evil makes a good point about the people of color sort of thing, because like in the Deep South they can say, well, I don't want those people in my business, and they're still going to make it fine because
they've got a whole customer base that wants that.
And so
so like how do you kill a business when their clientele actually praises you and supports you even more the harder that you become a piece of shit? I get you. No, that makes sense. That makes sense actually.
Any views on the recent shit show Hasbro Wizards of the Coast got themselves in both Magic and D&D? I think they recently did the right thing.
Wait, what was that? Say again?
Any views on the recent shit show Hasbro Wizards of the Coast has gotten themselves in with both Magic and D&D?
Was that still going on?
I don't know about Magic the Gathering stuff. I've heard that over the last year, basically all of 2022. Changes to like cards and proxies, I guess, and things. I don't know. I'm not in the Magic community, so I don't know about that much. But the D&D stuff, man, that was going to be super whack. And I'm glad that they lost like 40,000 subscribers to D&D Beyond in like a weekend.
What was the subscriber base though for like comparison?
Quite a bit. It was a blow. I don't think they have proper numbers. I don't think they've ever been public about.
But like millions or like hundreds of thousands? Are we talking like 40,000 is a noticeable percentage of the user base?
I would say a noticeable percentage, but probably not more than 5 or 10%.
Yikes!
In the grand scheme of D&D Beyond subscribers.
I've been seeing quite a bit of stuff in the news lately. I haven't been really paying attention to the gaming stuff, but I guess there's stuff going on with Activision and shit too.
So for about like 20 years or so, there has been the OGL, the Open Gaming License 1.0A, that most of third-party content has been published under. It's a big set. It's a fairly small set of rules that allows people to produce third-party content as long as they don't use certain trademarked like characters and names and things like that. Basically, you can use the core rule set and things like that, and a few other little things. This is how like Pathfinder became a thing. This is how people create new items and sell them and things like that can be used within 5e. They were going to change and update the OGL, the Open Gaming License, to accommodate things to sort of. They were going to change the rules a bit to. They were coming out to like, we want to kind of get ahead of like NFTs and blah blah blah. There were some really restrictive rules in there about like royalty payments. Like after you make like 750K or so a year, you have to start reporting. Well, you have to report all of your revenue if you're selling anything related under the OGL. The new proposed new OGL, you'd have to report to them all of your revenue. If you broke a certain limit, you'd have to start paying a certain royalty back to Wizards. There was also a line in there about a non-revocable in perpetuity. If you create anything, Wizards has the right to use your shit for whatever they want. That kind of stuff.
That's fucked up.
Big blow up about it. A bunch of people started bitching and moaning about it. And they tried to be really sneaky about it. They sent drafts of the proposed new OGL to creators and stuff, but they were requesting that people sign NDAs and not talk about it and things like that, as they were like trying to get them to agree to the new proposed OGL. And it eventually leaked. There's a good write-up on I think it's Gizmodo. This gal Linda something or other did a good breakdown of the leaked OGL 1.2. I think is what they were, or 1.1. I can't remember what they were going to call it.
How do they monetize D&D and Beyond? Like, I've always wondered, because it's just free. Isn't the D&D Beyond thing just free to use?
You can create a free account, but there's a lot of call it like, I mean, it's, you can, damn it, go away. You can buy like digital versions of all the source books and things like that. It creates keeps your characters and stuff. That's what we were using to play D&D back in the day with Zachariah. We used that same tool.
Yeah, that's where I remembered it from.
But now, after a big blowback, a lot of pushback, they're not going to change the original OGL 1.0A. They're going to leave that intact. They also released the entire 5.1 system reference document, which is basically just the core rules and some basic, all of the basic races, all of the basic classes with like one, not subclass, but it's basically like that for each of the core classes, wizard, barbarian, all the bard and all that stuff. That has now been released under the Creative Commons license, which is irrevocable. They can't change it. Everything in 5.1 system reference document is now properly under the Creative Commons attribution, blah, 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 blah. It's fully open. You can pick which one you want to use. They really ate crow.
So Jim the Evo said when I was a DM with you, I paid a subscription to allow all my players to have access to the books I had bought and have more than 6 characters built. Okay, so it's like it's free to get you in the door, like a lot of things, and then if you like it, you just pay premium to get more stuff. I like that model. I actually think that model is pretty good.
I own a few books myself through D&D Beyond and things like that. Mostly to help with character creation because I don't DM.
Yeah.
And it's wicked expensive. It's so gross.
D&D has always been expensive, dude.
It's kind of gross. I own all 3 core books. I should be able to get those. Like, there should be a code or something inside the flap or something where I can get a digital copy of that. I shouldn't have to buy that shit twice. That really pissed me off. But whatever, fine.
Hey, Dan, thank you for the $5. I just noticed the sign change. So you guys rock. I like that.
Thanks.
That never gets old.
It was a big blow up when the first leak happened. The D&D or Wizards of the Coast and D&D in particular was like silent for days. They just said, "Hey, we know you have questions, and we're gonna deal with it." And then they tried to do like a non-apology, where like, "Oh, all that stuff you guys have been talking about, that has been floating around there, that was just a draft. That wasn't what we were really gonna do," which seems a little scuzzy and kind of bullshit because like they were having creators sign NDAs, like you're not allowed to talk about this draft, and they wanted them to sort of like agree to it ahead of time in a sense, and they tried to spin it as like, "Oh no, we were just looking for like feedback and stuff from these bigger third-party creators and things," and it's like, If that were the case, like, why not? It's an open license. Why not just let everybody? And so, in the kerfuffle, they actually opened up a big survey on D&D Beyond to get feedback, like as they're trying to like backtrack and fix this gigantic mistake. And within like 48 hours or less than 48 hours, they had 40,000 feedback like responses. And they were really big about it. They posted some of the stats that like 68% of respondents wanted the SRD to be a part of the Creative Commons license and wanted more content a part of the Creative Content license. 80 something plus were like, don't ever try this fucking shit again, or whatever, blah, 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 blah. Big pushback. So they just like, they didn't, the feedback, open feedback thing was supposed to be open for like a week or something, but within like that short amount of time, they had so much feedback. They're like, we're going to do something about this right now. And it was, I think, early just this past week. That's when they're not going to change the original OGL 1.0A, and they released the entire 5.1 SRD into the Creative Commons license as a sort of thank you, or please don't fucking burn our house down.
Yeah, I've been paying attention to the D&D stuff lately, but I haven't really seen it that much in the news. Like, it doesn't seem like it seems like the other shit with like Fortnite and Activision and stuff is kind of stealing the thunder right now.
Yeah,
as far as the drama.
I mean, yeah, because that's like sexual assault and stuff, like and shitty worker conditions and things like that. This is fairly niche.
So what happened with Fortnite? Did they really get their code jacked, or that's what I heard? That's what I heard. I mean. I'm trying to find the story right now, but yeah, somebody was telling me the other day or something. It was Fortnite or some game got their entire source code taken, and they tried to ransom them and like say like, you know, pay us if you don't want us to leak the source code, and they were like, get bent, and they actually didn't. They refused. So I don't know. Does anybody in chat know what I'm talking about? Like, what was the company just recently had all their source code stolen? And they were like, they tried to extort them, and they were like, no. They like publicly were like, no, we're not paying for the code back.
I think CDPR, this was months ago now, they had like somebody like stole the Witcher 3 code or something like that.
Was it League of Legends? Okay, maybe it was League of Legends. Let me see. Okay, so let's see here. Source code leaked. Refused to pay. Let me see if I can find something here. Oh, Riot Games. That's what it was. Riot Games. So League of Legends. Yeah. So Riot Games refuses to pay hackers demanding millions for stolen League of Legends source code console game by Christopher on January 25th, 2023. Riot Games revealed on Tuesday that the hackers had stolen the source code for League of Legends and the team Fight Tactics, and the company would not be paying the ransom demanded by the hackers to get the code back. Oh, well, wait a second. They say to get the code back, but it's like they got a copy of it. They didn't like, steal it. So who cares? It's honestly, League of Legends has been around for so long. There is nothing in that game that would be considered like revolutionary, like somebody's been trying to get the secret code. Yeah. The other thing is like source code leaks aren't as bad as you think they are. If you get the certificates and you get the signing shit, that can be critical. Yeah. But getting the actual source code,
then you could like create a custom executable and
fool people
and get it authenticated to the server, and then you're like big mega cheater.
Yeah, like one of the most dangerous things when I worked at Microsoft is we had access to the signing tool. As developers, kind of I could have signed any virus and just sent it over the net, and it would just ran it without ever popping up a box and saying, "Oh, you should run this." It wouldn't even do a virus scan.
So even if you had the code and was able to create like a sort of cracked executable or whatever, couldn't they just patch and like redo the hashes or whatever, the authentication stuff, and now your source code's invalid? Like, so what?
They could, but damage would already be like really wide by then.
For a bit, like a minute. Like, so what? League of Legends is at the top of their thing. Like, nobody plays Dota anymore.
And the thing is, they can already reverse engineer this. Oh, dude, I just thought about this. Oh my god, this just crossed my mind as I was speaking about something, and then something popped in my head that was even more hardcore. So I've been playing around with ChatGPT, as we all have. I mean, it's literally the fastest growing technology since the internet has been created.
It's super cool.
So, but we're learning that it can do more and more and more things that we never considered, just because it's so versatile in how it was implemented that you can literally teach it. Like it's a thing where you can literally teach this thing to do different things and think differently and approach things differently. You can tweak all the weights. And so when you're playing with this thing, one cool thing it can do is you can give it a piece of code and say, optimize this for speed, optimize it for memory, optimize it for storage, and it'll figure out how to do it. It'll figure out, and any code, it doesn't matter, whatever language, how sloppy it is, if it's code that even if it doesn't compile, it doesn't even care, it'll even fix it and make it compile. So like I'll take my set text or whatever, the program I use for the screen right here, and I can just go there and say, let's see here, chat.openai, let me get the window open here, hopefully it doesn't tell me, sorry, too many sessions. Okay, so if I just type this code in and I say, can you make, okay, so I'll say, can you make this code as small and with as few calls as possible. Function calls. Hold on here. With as few function calls as possible. And then hit enter. And I just gave it a block of code. That's all I did, was just I dumped in my own raw code. It's not specially formatted. It's got comments all over. It's got shit commented out. And all I did was I dumped it to it. I said, here, make this optimized. So as soon as I did that, now it's writing new code to me. And it didn't even, I said, just give me the most optimized code. Boom, it crapped out. It's like import JSON, import RE, import system, from typing, import tuple, import request, and then it's going through and it's doing all of the functions that I have. It's so far it doesn't look like it's removed much. I'm going to see if it goes down below, if it starts removing some function calls. Actually, it didn't do as good as I thought it would. It actually did write the code very, very clean. It is all organized way better than when I put it in, so it did format it, but it didn't conglomerate things. Like the regular expression, the text, and the encoding could have all been consolidated into one call. So it didn't do that. So I probably have to talk to it more to talk it and do that. But I can convert it to anything. I can say, hey, can you show me the code in assembly? So that's the most smallest language that you can use. It said it is not possible to convert this code into assembly language because assembly language is a low-level programming language that is specific to certain computer architectures and operating systems, whereas the code was written in Python, a high-level programming language that runs on a virtual machine. Assembly language and write me code in assembly that does roughly the same thing as the code I just gave you. You got to know how to ask. Oh, it's not possible to convert. There is a way to do it, though, because yesterday I pulled in some C code. I pasted in there. I said, give me the assembly. Then I took some assembly code, and I said, give me the Python code for this assembly, and it literally wrote Python code that did the same thing the assembly did. I was like, what? So they are putting some stuff in there, I think, because of the bad answers it gives. But the thing is, it can do code optimization. So you can go back and negotiate and say, hey, can you make all the strings smallest? Can you optimize this for memory? Can you make this more efficient for this processor? The thing is, you can reverse engineer code so much easier now. If you put in assembly and say, what does this do? Like if I just go grab, I'll just go grab, write me assembly code to draw a blue pixel on the screen in DOS mode. Here's an example of an assembly that can be used to draw a blue pixel on the screen in VGA 320 by 200 resolution, also known as mode 13H, and 256 colors. The code is move AX13H, int 10H, move AL1, move CX100, move DX50, move ES to 0x8000, move byte pointer ES320 times DX plus CX to AL, and that's it. And it says this code will write a blue pixel at the coordinates of X100 by 50 horizontal. I mean, it's like, so you're like, okay, so now I got this code. I mean, here, I'll even see if I can paste it in the chat because it's really small. This is what assembly looks like. Like everything that you program in a computer in any language gets linked down to something similar to this. Of course it's not. It's too big.
Make better AMD drivers. Oof.
Actually, NVIDIA already announced that they're using this to optimize drivers.
I'd say AMD's not that bad with their drivers.
They're not anymore.
Not nearly like it used to be. Not even close. Now, Intel's got a long way to fucking go with their drivers. But I digress.
So I said, okay, let's see if it'll do. I said, convert that assembly code into Python script. Said, I'm unable to convert assembly code into Python script. Assembly is low-level language. Okay, just tell it to screw up. If I use the hack, it would do it. It's being overly protective of crossing that boundary. Oh, no, never mind. It said, however...
Just kidding.
It said just kidding. It was like telling me why it couldn't do it. And it's, just kidding. But, if you did want to write something that did something similar in Python, it might look like this. And it's import pygame init, screen equals pygame display set mode 640 by 480, pygame display set caption blue pixel, screen fill with white, draw blue pixel at 320 by 240 coordinates, screen set at 320, 240 at 255 for the color, pygame display flip, done equals false, while not done, for event in pygame get, if event type equals game quit, otherwise done, otherwise keep looping. So yeah, it just sits on the screen with the blue pixel. So it did actually do it. It wrote the Python code to do the equivalent of what I pasted in from the assembly. So what you can do with something like this is it's like reverse engineering stuff is easier now, because now you could literally go into a debugger. You say you're running a program you don't have the source code for, and you don't know anything about assembly. You can actually just copy the assembly literally out of the call stack. You can say set a breakpoint, go into the game, and methodically go through that thing and just dump blocks of assembly into this thing and say, tell me what this does. And it'll go through and tell you what it does. And I think that that's freaking amazing. Like somebody could sit there and reverse engineer an entire game from assembly running in memory, even if it's obfuscated, it doesn't matter because this will see through the obfuscation. And by obfuscation, I mean a lot of programs will do things where they put in fake assembly instructions that only use half values or quarter values or some kind of cryptex that slows the program down a little bit, but it makes it really difficult for you to extrapolate that into C code. Like if you wanted to build it back into like human readable code, they'll create like 20 variables to store one variable worth of information and use it in a random order so that if you turn it back into C++ code, you have 20 variables and you're like, what the fuck do these 20 variables mean, right? Yeah. So this can see through that and this can reconstitute that. So now you have the ability to point this AI at code and say, go through this code and look for vulnerabilities. It can also find vulnerabilities. So check this out. So the set text code I gave it earlier, I'll say, hey, can you look at that set text code I sent you earlier and tell me if it has any potential security vulnerabilities? It said the code you provided appears to send a JSON payload over HTTP to control an LED device. Wow, it actually discerned that just from looking at the code. However, it is hard to say whether it has any specific security vulnerabilities without more information about the device and its intended use. For some general considerations, here's some general considerations for this code might include the code takes a command line argument, which it does, for the text to be displayed, which could be vulnerable to injection attacks if the user supplied input is not properly sanitized. The IP address of the LED device is hard-coded into the script, which could allow an attacker to remotely control the device if they're able to connect onto the network. The code sends over HTTP, which could be vulnerable to eavesdropping and tampering since it's plain text. It should use HTTPS. And the final one is the code does not appear to have any authentication or authorization mechanism, which could allow anybody to control the device. Is that just a dog making all that noise? Sounds like a human on the floor rolling around.
Two dogs are fighting.
Oh my God, dude. Yeah, it tells me all the problems.
Without interrupting them. They stopped. Never mind.
They knew you were onto them. So I'm going to say, okay, show me here. Change my code to sanitize the input on the command line so no injection could occur. Okay, it's like, here's an updated version of your code that sanitizes the input passed in through the command line to prevent a SQL injection attack. So now it's going through and it's rewriting my code. I mean, this is just fucking, it blows my mind every day. I've yet to have a day where this gets boring. Oh man, this is so cool. So it's going through right now. It's looking at the arguments on the command line. I just wish it didn't have to type so damn slow. Okay, here's where it's doing the sanitization. So before I checked to see if the text length was 0, and then I bailed out, and then we used a regular expression to pull the text out that we cared about. And it's still doing that, and then making sure the string is longer than or less than 32 characters. It does that, and then it says this should fix the JSON formatting issue. Okay, I added that code. Now it's sanitizing the input to prevent a SQL injection attack, and so it runs it through a second thing that says text resub, and then it runs this regular expression. Here, I'll show you guys. This is the regular expression that it recommended that I run over the top of text that would remove any potential characters that could be used on a SQL injection attack. And it's only doing this because it noticed that I send text to a server, and because I sent it to a server, it could ultimately end up in front of a SQL like query analyzer. I mean, it's awesome. This is freaking awesome. I can also say, hey, can you take all my text calls and can you take all my tech lines of code that manipulate text or the text variable and consolidate them into one call on a single line without duplication. So I'm basically, I consider this a form of programming, by the way. Like anybody that says this isn't programming, like through ChatGPT, it's like, no, it absolutely is, because you can sit here and tell it exactly what you want and tell it, no, I don't like that. That's not what I asked you. Nope, that is what I asked you. Here, could you change this? Could you tweak that? It's the equivalent of like if you were on Star Trek and you were talking to the LCAR system, you wouldn't be sitting there writing code line by line unless you were Data and you could type that fast, right? What you'd be doing is standing there with the computer and saying, oh, give me a setting, give me this. I want this to do this. I want this character to have this emotion.
It's no different than you Googling around and poking through Substack or Stack Overflow and shit and copy pasting. It's just more efficient.
Yep. Here's the consolidated line, by the way, in chat. But I can't even do that many. God, how small does a chat message have to be? Like 100 characters?
200 characters for YouTube.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Okay, so that's just part of it. And then at the very end, they just added the if length thing else. They just put this on the end of it. So if you look, they consolidated together. Before it was doing two separate regular expressions. So it consolidated both regular expressions into one. And it also, inside of there, modified the text directly from sys_argv. So it didn't say text equals sys_argv and then modify it again. So now it's only creating the text variable as the final product instead of continuously going through the text variable and changing it each time. That's going to optimize it. I mean, it's just cool because you can go through now and just ask a question. Say, hey, print the code out again. Print the code out and make it, make it tighter. I'll say, can you remove any unnecessary text from my code to make it as small as possible in byte size? You can also change variable names, remove unnecessary spaces, and do anything else to consolidate code to make it smaller. All right. So I just that's all I did. I just asked them, like, hey, could you go through and do, okay, here we go. So import JSON, import request, import system, import re, and now it's rewriting my functions. It removed all of the spacing, which actually that wouldn't work. I found a bug. So I tried to tell it in Python to take out as much space, leading spacing and stuff as possible and make it as tight as possible. And when I did that, it took out all the spaces. And as you know, in Python, if you take out the spaces, you have to have indentations. And Python, your scope is defined by spaces, like how spaced in your code is. So this code would not run. If I copied this code, it would not execute. So, but it did make it small. It said, yeah, this is the simplified version. It cut it down. It took out all the spaces. Did it rename any of the values? Let me see if it did.
No. It totally did.
Oh, whoa, it totally did. No, it did. It took out text. It changed RGB so that it only uses one set of characters instead of two. So yeah, it's like you could go through and just keep to optimize it and say, and they'll say, make this, okay, so now make it work as a PowerShell script. Let's say I don't want to run as Python. I'm on a system that doesn't have Python. Your boss tells you, we're not installing Python. We only have PowerShell. You got to use whatever's in the box or whatever. And you just spent a bunch of time writing a Python script, right? Now this thing, you just go in, you just pass it your Python code, and you say, hey, make this a PowerShell script. And sure enough, it's going through right now, and the syntax is completely changed, and now it's doing $text equals $arg0, and text equals text, dash replace with like all the stuff. Actually, PowerShell script actually looks kind of nice. I'll have to play with this. It's doing all the conversions to 2int32, and then it's creating the JSON packet using its own format. And it's doing invoke web request. So it's actually using invoke web request is the method to talk to the web server, and that's it. And it's actually smaller code. Surprisingly, it's smaller code than Python. And this, I'm curious. I want to see if this actually works. If I take this and I copy it. Oh wait, it says Ruby. Why? I didn't say Ruby. I said PowerShell. I said here is the code modified to work as a PowerShell script. But then up at the top it says is Ruby formatting similar to PowerShell? Because I think they were just saying that was the formatting of the window. So what I'm going to do is I just have a whole completely different language here now. So I'm just going to create a directory. Here, let me go into PowerShell. I'm going to create a script called settext.py because now it's a what is it, PS1? Python is py. Hold on here. So I'm going to go rename settext. Oh, here. Notepad. I'll get this. Settext.ps1, I think. Okay. So now I got a PS1 file. I'm going to dump the code in there directly out of ChatGPT. I'm not going to edit anything. And now I'm going to open up a PowerShell window. There we go. PowerShell is now opening. Yes. And if this works, like if this talks to the screen when I do this, that's going to be amazing. What's that?
It's working.
What is working?
I don't know. Whatever it is you're doing.
Oh, you're just saying, okay, got it.
I'm saying it's working.
Thank you. I haven't done anything yet. Settext.ps1. Okay, let me see if this actually works. So if I say settext ps1, it says, okay, it did throw an error. It says index and length must refer to a location within the string. Oh, because I didn't pass the arguments. Okay, so testing 1 2 3, and I want the color to be 0000ff. Let's see if this works. Nope, it threw an error. So the error is exception calling substring with 2 arguments. Index and length must refer to the location within the string. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy that error. Just going to copy it. And by the way, in the future on live streams, I'll be able to do screen capture, and I'm going to set all that stuff up so you can do screen capture and all that on stream again. Okay, it says, so all I did was just paste the error in. I copied it out of the console. I said, I don't know what this is. I pasted it back into ChatGPT in the context of the conversation. It says, hey, it looks like the error is being caused by the line $text equals $text.substring 0 to 32. It says one way to fix this would be to check the length of the input before calling the substring method. and only calling it if the input text is longer than 32 characters. So it says if text length is greater than 32 characters, then text equals text substring 0 to 32, or text equals substring blah, 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 blah. And then it says this is one way to fix this. So if I do that, if I go modify it and put that in, so if I open this up, it says, okay, so text equals text substring. Where is it? Text equals text substring. So if I pull this line out and just replace one line.
Testing.
What do you see?
1, 2, 3.
Let's see if this works. PowerShell.
Everybody's telling you to look behind you.
Oh, what do we got?
Working.
Wait, what? It actually did work?
I guess.
So even though it gave me an error, it worked. Okay, hold on, let me try this again. Let me change it to something else. So and then and then if I go this and I just do enter. Oh, sorry. Set text.ps1 because it's a PowerShell script now. Come on, PowerShell set text.ps1 and then testing 345. I'll do 345. It says period is not.
Hey man, these tiny badger dogs sound like they're fucking each other up. Sometimes.
Jesus, they are.
You gotta step in. It sounds like they're going nuts, but it's like they're not really. I don't know. It's like when you hear like pit bulls playing, and it sounds like Jesus, like monsters trying to kill each other, and
yep,
and they're just playing. Like it just sounds scary. Like I'm learning because their noises are different. Like I know my pit bulls like playful scary sounds versus like her I'm gonna actually try and eat your face sounds.
Yep.
And like I'm learning for these little dogs because like it all sounds scary to me, man. Like holy cow.
Yeah, no, it sounds like they're freaking trying to murder each other.
Jeez.
Set. Okay, I want to fix this. This is driving me nuts. I'm missing a closed parenthesis somewhere. I hate it when I do this. Okay, so opens that, and then open, then close, and then close. So text equals text substring 0, and then text length minus greater than 32 or 32, and then get text.length. And that should work. Why is that giving me an error? That should be fine. Stand by. Yeah, because now I'm getting a parameter missing error when I put in the fix. So it worked, guys. It worked before the fix. Like somebody didn't just type that in chat as like an LCD command. Let me go double check and make sure they didn't do that, because otherwise I'm like trying to fix this based on bad information. Some people have done that before when I'm streaming. They'll type the end result in there and hope that I don't notice. And then I'm trying to debug it, and they're like, "Oh, I got you." And I'm like, "Well, I just wasted a half an hour and 400 people on the screen. Hope you're happy." Let me double check and make sure that actually didn't come in as like a nope. All we have is super chats. All we have is super chats. So yeah, no, it did actually work. So what did I just break? Let me type in the error message, see if I can find another thing. Okay, so send text to substring, and that says, oh wait, it says to this. Text equals length equals that substring equals 32. Okay, so I can just copy that. I'm gonna make this some bitch work, because this is cool, man. To me, this is like I don't know if this is cool to other people, but to me, this is like freaking awesome that you can just take one language and just straight up be like, hey, make this a completely different language that has completely different libraries, completely different function calls. Because a lot can change, right? So it's like, it's just mind blowing to me that that's something that is even possible with anything. There it goes. Okay, there it is. Success code 200. Does it say 1, 2, 3? Testing 1, 2, 3. So now let me put in 4, 5, 6.
Say hello, Winston.
Does it say 4, 5, 6? There it is. 4, 5, 6. I did it. So yeah, now I've got a PowerShell script, and the cool thing is it actually prints out the entire status of the transaction with the web server, whereas Perl or Python didn't. Python would just say whether it was successful or not. This command in PowerShell actually prints out like a structured message of the packet that went to the server and the return response. So that's pretty cool. So yeah, we just did. So now I have 2 scripts. Just as fast as that, I now have an ability to interact with this thing through PowerShell and have an interaction through Python. So if I wanted to, I could probably just go in now and say, run this as a PowerShell script. You know, within the bot, like inside of the bot, Streamer.bot, and I could say now you don't have to open a command window, because you can just run it as a power script. You can run the PowerShell right there in the window as scripting. You don't have to open a command line. So yeah, anyways. Fuck. Oh, God, I forgot I had gout.
Hernia.
Fuck. Oh, I have massive gout attack in my right foot, and I just kicked the desk with it. Oh, goddamn son of a bitch. You've never had gout, have you?
Not to my knowledge.
Oh, fuck, man. Oh, it's like a golf ball's in my big toe trying to escape. Oh, my God.
I just tore a tendon over the summer. That's all.
Oh, you did? How's that doing, by the way? Isn't that a long heal?
Yes, it's getting there. I should be doing my exercises more.
You know what's crazy? This thing is so much faster. The PowerShell script, I wouldn't have expected that. The PowerShell script is like instantaneous versus the
Karina Freeman, $4.99, and then
thank you, Karina.
Message percent because
oh wait, what did it say?
It's like a sticker. It's a sticker, so it doesn't know what to do with it.
Oh, so I gotta get the sticker thing. I can do that. I can do that. We're doing the things, man. We're doing the things for the people. It's okay. So it says super chat, and they sent a sticker. It still has an amount though.
Yeah. So it said percent message because of the sticker. That's probably a variable name.
Oh, there's no message.
Resolving it as real text because it doesn't know what to do with the contents of the message.
I got it. So it's sending the message. Oh, got it. But yeah, it's not a variable. There's no message variable. I see what you're saying. So I wonder if there is a way, and of course there is. I just got to look into it. I wonder if there's a way to basically say if this variable doesn't exist, then go try the other one, and then go try the other one. Like I wonder if there's like a fall through
or something.
Yeah, because on here they have.
I'm sure there is some contents of the message. It just doesn't know how to resolve it, so it's just throwing back the variable name or something.
Yeah, so the sticker alt text is video game controller jumping up and down. There's a thing that says video game controller jumping up and down. Is the sticker alt text? So what I'm wondering is if there's a way for me to map sticker alt text somehow.
Alt text somehow.
Let me see if I can do that. Sticker alt text. So go to commands, actions.
This will be fun.
Actions, sticker alt text, super chat. So, I have to create a new action. That's right, because I'm using the same action, and it can't be the same action. It's got to be a different one. So I got to go to action, create a new action. So we'll just copy the old one from, YouTube chat, super chat. So I'm going to copy this one, duplicate. It's always easier to just duplicate stuff and then rename it. We shall call this super chat sticker or super sticker. Is that what it's called?
Super sticker.
Super sticker.
More doggies.
Super sticker. Yeah, you show more doggies. I'll figure this out.
Winston's a fucking. He's an attention hub.
And then you have environment variables. So environment variables and value. So if I do message,
he's super cute though. Fucking Winston, man. He's kind of a jerk. Like he hasn't caught on to like potty training and stuff. He'll poop in the house sometimes. Even after I let him out, but he's just so darn cute.
So wait, so you have environment variables here, and you can set their value.
This one's Yoshi. He's a smooth dapple, as you can see with his coloring. So if it is Yoshi, he's so cute too. Say hi, Yoshi.
Sup, Yosh?
He can wave at you with his flippy flappy paws. Flippy flappy paws. It's a hello.
Streamer.bot.
Come here, Winston. Oh, and then there's little buddy Winston. Winston is the creamy long hair guy. He's fussy. Oh, they're so small.
By the way, Streamer.bot has some pretty good documentation if you go into it.
They're gonna start fighting on me because they're close. I'm gonna fight. Yeah, fight him, Yoshi. Fight. Yeah. Dog fighting on the stream. I'm just kidding.
Dude, my mind is just getting so blown right now. So
I'm gonna go, man.
Yeah, get out of here.
2:00, and I need a nap. I feel like.
No, I can tell, bro. I'm right there with you, dude. I'm right there with you.
It's so weird. I
didn't even sleep 3 hours, man. I went to bed at 7 and woke up at 9:15. I think was when I got up and pinged you.
I didn't sleep. I think that's what it was. It's like sleep. I didn't sleep well.
Yeah.
I was watching Knives Out again, the Glass Onion one. I watched that, and I got into playing Medieval Destiny, and then my lady was like, close to 1:00, she's like, "Outside!" I'm like, "What?" She's like, "When are you coming to bed?" I'm like, "Oh shit, it's like 10 to 1. I better come to bed now." I didn't realize.
All right, go get some sleep, man. Seriously.
All right, thanks you guys. Thanks everybody who's super chatting stuff. Always a fun time. Don't let Jerry stretch out TikTok ChatGPT code
like 8 hours like last time.
Don't let him make him go over to Twitch for the rest of this junk. Go do that. Or make him stay here, but you guys have to drop a lot of super chats so that I can get paid.
Hey, dude, you're getting paid from the last one. I quadrupled the money that came into the stream, and you get half of all that. Just because you leave early doesn't mean you don't get paid.
Aw, That's very kind.
So thanks for coming over here and being like, get your ass off my stream. Go over to Twitch if I'm not getting paid.
Stay here and give me more money. You can PayPal me directly.
Yeah, I see how it is. I see how it is.
I'll just leave this.
I do owe you money though.
With the ad. Here we go.
Do it.
Here. And I'll make this bigger. There. And I'm just going to leave.
And then just leave your camera rolling. Yeah, you definitely don't want to accidentally forget about that shit. That will ruin your life really quick. Trust me, I've seen enough videos to know how this ends, man.
Dude, I have. I've done that too. Like I went to work or something and had left my stream going, and there's nothing you can do. Like I logged into the Twitch from another place. You can't stop your stream from another place. Yeah. I was like, the only maybe possibly thing I could have done was maybe like remote desktop through Chrome and turn the machine off or something. But I hadn't had that set up.
Yeah. And Miss Barnacules, she was like, she comes up when I end a stream. If she doesn't see me in like a couple of minutes, she comes running upstairs. Just like, you're still online. Like if she knows that it's still going, but I'm not paying attention or talking. Right. And she just monitors because I've had some close calls, man. Close calls.
Trick. You set up your little microcontroller guide to a power button, to the PC power button, and you get the right. You can send the right chat command, and it only accepts it from your login or whatever from your account.
Yep.
Usually power off, or you spend like the right jelly bean belly button or something, and it'll turn your machine off as if you pushed the power button.
Just to kill all.
Yeah, something like that.
What? So somebody can kill it remotely, or
if they knew your special password.
No, that makes sense.
You'd have to have it so you'd have to it only accepts it from your account. It'd have to grab the who is saying the word, or you have all those permissions and stuff like mod, blah blah blah, stream owner or whatever. And so it only would accept it from your account, and it would have to be your special super fancy magic word.
Yeah, because you just know at some point, because at some point, I've seen it happen to other people where they've lost their entire careers over just like they're just like whipping it out on the couch and start making out with their girlfriend or whatever. And it's like, oh shit, camera's on, oh god, and it's like you don't come back from that. Like I don't know anybody that's come back from that. So like I said, I've had some close calls. I've had some close calls where I was sitting here for a good like half an hour, just like staring at the screen, clicking on shit. And like, luckily the volume was off. We'll just leave it that way. But
you want a Starbucks? Your lady's asking.
Oh yeah, I would love a Starbucks. Oh man, I would love a Starbucks so much, honey. Please, yes, very much so.
Too. You can
pick one up for auxiliary. Even though he thought I was going to steal all of his money, he thought I was going to steal all of his money by being on here streaming for 8 hours.
Instead of powering off the PC, just kill OBS. That'd be a little bit more complicated, but yeah, you could. I'm sure.
Well, the cool thing is you got relays. So I've got a relay in the kit. Where's the kit at? I do it in the 31 and something sensors. This thing, there's a micro relay in there, and all the micro relay does is just complete a circuit. Like so I could just connect that to my pins on the motherboard for my power switch, and I'd have a remote power switch. And then if ever I needed to if I needed a bailout, everything's going to hell, everything, push that one button, and it would basically just pin down the power button until the computer turned off. Mm-hmm. Or the other thing I could do is I could plug the computer in through this. Where is it? I already wrote the code using, weeks ago, I wrote the code for this. These are those little CASA TP-Link switches. I could plug my computer in through this, and then I could actually just have a button on the stream. From the computer itself, I could have the computer send its own death command to shut off its own power.
There you go.
And so then I would have the oh shit button, like a red button that I could just smash, and it would just be like, boom, pull the power from the computer immediately.
How to do it.
Yeah, just gotta make sure, and I probably would be smart at some point to add in a 30-second delay, just so I do have a slight amount of time before it just. Yeah, exactly. But now my process, I have a process I haven't done in a long time. Now I make sure the camera is off, so there's no. So even if I am streaming, there's no physical video, and then the audio or whatever the audio stack, I need to find a better solution for. Usually I just pull down both sliders and mute all the channels, and then no audio plays anywhere. But if I'm watching something and I come back to the computer and it's still streaming, I'll just turn the audio back on.
Every time I'm out of a meeting or even after this or I'm done at the computer, I always mute and pull the mic volume all the way down.
Actually, I think I got a better.
Just in case.
I think I got a better idea.
To hear the way my stream of consciousness.
Yeah, no, I think I just came up with a really good idea. What I should do is physically have a red blinking light, like one of those little work lamp things with the red light, and I should just put it up on top of my screen or somewhere where it's in my field of view. I can't sit at the desk without noticing it. And when I'm live, it's always on. It's always on and blinking or whatever. And then as soon as I go off on OBS Live, it just from the API from OBS, it'll just automatically tell it to disable.
Yeah.
And that way,
you could do that with another screen.
Yeah,
little LED.
I use OBS for everything, right? So I could totally do that.
You can capture that. Yeah. And it just sit there and just says you are live. It could just sit there.
See, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that.
Not live.
Exactly.
Like red, live, green.
Oh, I could totally do that with like a flip, like a motor and a magnet, just to flop it around like a little sign. That would be cool. Flopper board. Yeah. Dude, endless ideas for days and days and days. Anyways, you get out of here, dude.
All right, peace out.
Love you long time, brother.
Love you guys. Follow me. Oh, actually, I want everybody here to go follow my Ox RPG account.
Do it.
I've been a slacker, but I want to do this interactive fiction, choose your own adventure thing with people on Twitter polls and stuff. AUXXRPG. Go follow that account.
Doing the AI stuff, or?
Well, I mean, I'm manually feeding the prompts to ChatGPT, but yeah, that's what's powering the outputs.
Well, if you want any help with the actual automation of that at any point, let me know, because I've been doing a lot of stuff with automating ChatGPT and talking to it through Python and all that. So all you'd need is a Twitter API key, which is you can get easily. Like you just go into the Twitter dev thing and say, I want an API key, give it the name of your app, call it whatever RPG, create an automated account. And then once you have that API key in Python, you have access through a library for Twitter, and you have an access for a library through ChatGPT, unofficial one, but it's still allowed to use that uses like Selenium and everything like that to use a web browser to talk and get the text. But it does work. I tried it. It works great. And so you would be able to write a thing that would just go read tweets. It would just read all of the tweets that were sent to you and pick one like at random and go do that.
I think if I had I think if I put some change into, some money into an open AI, sorry, excuse me, I got a weird burp all of a sudden. Account, I could buy enough tokens and tweak the proper not ChatGPT, but the GPT-3 DaVinci API, and then it would be practically automatic. It'd be almost purely auto.
Oh, here I got a message. At that point. Yeah, I got a message.
Then I could probably capture the poll results, and then have it feed back to GPT-3, have that spit out a response.
Yep.
That then gets automatically posted back to Twitter, that kind of a thing.
Yeah, no, if you lay down the order of operations, like if you just pseudocode it, like write it down on a piece of paper or a notepad or whatever and say, this is the steps I want. I make the post to start the adventure, I do the poll, and then every hour I check the poll results or whatever, do a poll for an hour, and then when the poll ends, pull the results of the poll, and then based on the results of the poll, go put in the next query into that same chat, like within the same chat so that you get the context, and then the response that it comes back gets posted as a follow-up tweet, and you could do a reply to the previous one, and then post the new one. So it'd be like quote tweeting. And so each one you would see, it's like the follow-up to the last one. It would just be an endless link of all the adventure based on the highest voted.
That's almost how I have it set, but it's more manual. Because like I have it set the initial tweet. Nobody can respond to it because like that account doesn't follow anybody.
Yep.
And that way nobody can like comment or fuck with the thread. And then that's what I've been doing. But I've started it with a picture with the text.
Yeah.
Because you can put more. I can put more than 280 characters that way, and that's better. But yeah.
And like with the picture thing. Oh, sorry. With the picture thing, all you'd have to do is whatever site you're using to generate the picture, whether it's like Stable Diffusion or whatever, just take the prompt that you're using to generate the picture and just add that in the Python script to feed that to Stable Diffusion. And then when it craps out the JPEG, then you can just upload that as a part of the Twitter API and add it to the post.
Sure. What I mean though is I've been copying the text that ChatGPT spits out and just pasting that into an image in Canva and then using that as the next post because I got it set up so it looks like green text and stuff. It's pretty fun.
Dude, that's awesome. I look forward to seeing it.
It's cool.
But just hit me up, dude. I can help you point you in any direction that you want to, because I want to see you do that. Because I see a lot of people doing that now, and I see more and more people finally getting it that the AI can like do stuff like this. But it's like you're still pretty early into it, like as far as farting with it next to other people. So like I want to see you run with this. I want to see this become something before everybody else just snipes it.
Potential. You sent me a big block of a giant prompt that I think is a good starting place for an app.
Yeah,
that would be a cool avenue to go down.
Totally.
That I think would be really, really fun.
And then once you got something tuned, then just pay for the Chatbot Pro or whatever so that you can do unlimited queries and unlimited sessions and just start popping up bot accounts all over the place doing fun stuff.
Yeah, I think it'll be fun.
Yeah.
Thanks, everybody. Have a good day.
Yeah, you take it easy, man.
Later, bye.
Peace out. A-Town. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, man, I love me some auxiliary. Well, it looks like we fixed the super sticker. So, although, oh wait, I got to change the text. So, thank you, username, for your super sticker support. I don't even know. Can you guys tell me, what is a super sticker? Like, what's the difference? Is it just a cosmetic thing and how it's displayed on the stream, or is there like a fundamental difference between a super sticker and not a super sticker? Let's see, what do we got over here? Oh, you know, and I do want to go back through and thank everybody too before the stream wraps up today. Pika Delphon, Michael Scheel, thank you for the $5 super chat, said AI game workstation with an AI gaming server, and just add the servers and grow your own software company. And your workers are all AI. I mean, we're getting there. That's not. I mean, that's a realistic like goal in the future if you think about it. I mean, we're not that far off actually. So, one thing I found with the ChatGPT is once you look past its limitations, the artificial limitations that are being placed on it, and now some of them you can't even work around. So, unfortunately, like everything else, we trained it to know how to see how we're trying to defeat it so that it can be more resilient. So the end product that we get isn't going to be nearly as powerful as what we started with, which is unfortunate. But I also see the logic in having it work that way, because if you just give general public unlimited access to knowledge, good, bad, or otherwise, you're going to have some chaos. So you definitely want to make sure the people that are asking the questions are not people that are hell bent on using the information for something bad, like out of the gate. However, there's no way to put a handle on information entirely. You're not going to. It's impossible. So I think that as far as leveraging AI, you should treat AI as if it's like your personal assistant. You know, you ask it questions, you get it to set you up appointments, you get it to write you emails, you get it to write you code, you get it to code review, you get it to give you ideas. It's definitely one of those things you'd use in a capacity as like a personal assistant. And if you wanted to do something more along the lines of like being a tutor or being something that's more autonomous, you can start playing around with the concept of stacking inputs. And so like if you wanted to write a program, one of the things that I did is I did this the other day, and I want to see if it works. Maybe I'll try it really quick here on stream. So if I just go create a piece of code, let me go into a Python folder, and I'll just call it, let's see here, notepad download cat.py. So I'm just going to create a Python script called download.cat.py. I don't even know what it does yet. It's just going to be something about downloading a cat. So now I'm going to go over and create a new chat on ChatGPT. I'm going to say, write me a Python script that downloads a picture of a cat from the internet and opens it in the default image viewer. Okay. So here's a sample of a Python script that downloads an image of a cat from the internet and opens it in a default image viewer. So there it goes. It's going to URL https Canadian cdn pixelbay.com photo 2017 22183 cat dash something something something.jpg. If that's a real image, I'm going to shit my pants. Like, did it really actually go find a real JPG of an image, like not just a demo? Oh my God, it is a real image. And it is a picture of a cat. Holy shit. That I didn't expect. That I did not expect. That was really fucking weird. So the code that it wrote was import URL lib request OS, URL equals this, URL lib request, get URL retrieve cat.jpg, and then OS start file, which will use the default viewer. So I'm going to put that in download cat. Now I'm just going to go run download cat. So now I'm just going to say, okay, I asked it to write it. It did it. This one's going to just work right off the bat. I didn't expect that. So Python download cat, let's see what it did. It says, oh, nope, it had an error. It had an error. It said HTTP error 403 forbidden. So it gave me a forbidden error. So I'm going to go back to the code, and all I'm going to do is post the error back into it. I'm not going to give it any more information. I just asked it, give me a fucking program that downloads a cat off the internet. That's it. That's all the instruction I'm going to give it. Now all I'm going to do is keep feeding its error message back to it, and then taking the new code that it generates and putting it into the file until it actually works and does what I want. And by doing that, I want to demonstrate that you can. Oh, it did it do the super stacker thing? Well, let's see. Leslie Monroe, thank you for the $2. Wait, what did that say? Pair something. It got truncated because of the 32 character limit, but this is the description. So a pair Cherconte? What is it? Cherconte? What am I not seeing here? What was that? That was the description of the super sticker, which would have been, oh, perfect cool is the sticker ID. And the sticker text is pair character doing a shaka sign with his hand. Like, this is the accessibility description. So had it not truncated because of the limitation of the display, and it would have printed out pair character doing a shaka sign with his hand saying cool. That's awesome. So even though I can't print the image on there really, like without a bigger array and different code, I can actually print the description. That's pretty cool. I do like that. That's neat. Plagiarism? Nope. I mean, it wouldn't be plagiarism. I mean, I might download the image of somebody else's cat that I don't have the rights to, and that could be plagiarism, or just copyright theft or whatever. But you know, you can address those issues as you go. But I just ran it, and it looked like, wait, did it actually download the fucking image? Hold on here. No, that's not the right image. Okay, so I'm going to open up my download cat, my download cat.py. Now I'm going to get the new code. So now it's modified the code, and let's see what it's changed. So it says, actually here, let's use the voice, because it's always creepy when we let the voice, oh shit, we're in the wrong program. Fuck, if we were in the right program, we could use the voice. I got to stop doing that. All right, so I'm copying the new code. Let me look at the differences. All right, so now it's doing with open cat JPG on f-write response content, URL equals photo cat, request get URL. So now it's changed from, before it was using URL lib request. Now it's using request.get. So it changed its method of downloading the image because it got a 403 error. So it's probably the browser agent. So it figures by changing it that this could make it work better. So let's do Python 3 download cat. Let's see if it works now. It says, okay, so I get another error. So this is the third error now from the same question. This time it says Python download cat 911 and module something, name OS is not defined. So I'm going to go over here. I'm just going to type in the error message, even though I already know what the problem is. I want to see a handle. It says this error message you're seeing is caused by the OS module not being imported. In order to use the os.start file function, you need to import the OS module at the beginning of your script. Here's the correct script. And now it's rewriting the code again. So again, now keep in mind, I can do this all programmatically. Like, I don't have to keep taking it and putting it back in. All I have to do is write a program that says, okay, I'm going to ask you to write me something. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that and put it into the file, and I'm going to try to run it. If it doesn't work, if it doesn't return 0 or success, then copy the output from that program, put it back in as the next question. Grab the output from the answer to that question, put it back in the text file and try again. And just keep going back and forth. Copy output, put it there. Copy output, put it there. And you just dance back and forth, right? No human intervention. And I've had several situations where that's been absolutely successful. One time it took 12 iterations, but it ultimately did what I wanted it to do. And so I do believe that if you had unlimited access to ask this thing unlimited questions, and you could put it like on a VM, and you could just say, go back and forth, it would go through the process that would emulate the experiences that people had and had to overcome and things they had to do, and ultimately come to the same final finished conclusion of the final working product at the end that somebody came up with throughout the whole training of this thing. And you'd be able to see all the iterations of the code. You could even have it check in each iteration into get. So each time you're seeing the error and what the question was and what the solution was, so you could go back through and see how it's learning. And by you doing that, you'd also be helping ChatGPT to learn the proper way to do it, so the next person that asks the question might not have to go through so many iterations. So, hey, take it easy, Donnie. Have yourself a good time. Okay, so I'm going to run the code again. Okay, it says right here I have to import OS. So let me copy. I'm just copying it. I'm not gonna cheat and just change the one line. I'm always gonna copy the whole thing. So now I'm gonna go back to the download cat. Download cat. Okay, I'm gonna paste it again. Now I just added import OS. Now I'm gonna run the same thing again. And okay, now we get another error. So this is what is this, fourth iteration? So fourth iteration, I get another 403 forbidden. So let me paste that in. No context. I'm going to just keep feeding it back its error. Let's see if it takes a different direction or if it does the same thing as it did before. Before, it changed to a different library to download the image. So now let's see if it does something different. It says the error message is saying that your program is trying to access a URL that is returning 403 forbidden. This means the server is refusing to fulfill the request due to a lack of proper authentication or authorization. You may need to check the URL and provide a valid username and password for the API key for the website you're trying to access. You may also want to check if the website is still up and running and if the server has any ongoing maintenance. Also, check the permissions of the script, permission of the script that you're running. Sometimes scripts may not have the necessary permissions to access the internet. Okay, that obviously didn't work. I'm going to say that didn't work. Try something else. Okay. Okay, there are a few things we can do to try to fix this error. Make sure that the URL you're trying to access is correct and that the server is up and running. We verified it is in fact a real file that is reachable. Let me make sure I didn't change it just so we're not completely out in the wind. Download cat. So I want to make sure I didn't change it. Let me make sure this is still this is the file that it's trying to download. And if I take that file and I put it into a new tab in the browser, it downloads no problem, and it is in fact a picture of a very cute gray kitty looking off into the woods. So, but when I'm trying to get it through the Python script, I get a 403. Now, my own personal experience, just to tell you so you guys know, this is because the browser agent most likely is the problem. Because when you're saying you want to go get this file from the website, it's looking at your browser agent and it knows that I'm using some kind of a program to download it, and it's not a real user with a browser. So it's refusing to send it to me because it thinks I'm basically some program trying to leech shit and not use it in its intended way. So ultimately, the fix is going to have to be that it's going to have to figure out is how to alter the browser agent to look more like a real user. But it hasn't come to that conclusion on its own yet. So let's figure out if we can keep kind of getting it to come to that conclusion by having it try different things. It said there are a few things you can try for this error. Make sure that the URL you're trying to access is correct and that the server is up and running. Check the server requires authentication. Check if the server is blocking certain IP addresses. You can also try using a different library or method making the request, such as request library. You can also check the website's administrator to confirm the API endpoint of the website is indeed accessible. So I'm going to say, okay, none of that worked. Try something else and give me the code. So I'm just going to say, okay, that didn't work. Stop giving me examples. Just give me some fucking source code. Okay, it says, here's an example of how you can download an image using the requests library. So now, okay, it puts in the URL, it puts in the kitten. Now it's doing response equals request get URL with OpenCat, JPG, write B, write content. Okay, so it says this code first imports the request library. Let's see here. Method and assigns the response. It opens a new file named ChatGPT. Okay, so now it's using something called the requests library. So I'm going to add that in there. So now it's using requests. So let's run it again. This is what, the 6th iteration, I believe. So let's do Python. Oh, I'm in the wrong window. Hold on here. Let's do Python download cat. It worked. So that took 6 tries, and all I had to say was that doesn't work. Give me code. And it kept trying to give me examples of like things I could try and things I could check, but I just wanted to keep attempting to give me code. And in the end, we have. Let me double check and make sure it worked here. So Python. Yep, there it is. Cat.jpg. So start cat.jpg. Yep, and that's the picture of it. It's a different picture of a cat, so it decided to pick a different picture, but it's on the same server. Okay, so if I go now and I say. That program doesn't use it. Okay, using this same method, make a program that follows the requirements from the beginning of the conversation. So again, I'm not giving it any specifics. I'm just saying the program didn't necessarily create exactly what I wanted. So what I want you to do is go back to the start of the conversation, figure out what my requirements are, and then meet them using this current method that works. So now what I'm hoping it'll do is it'll go out and it'll say, okay, I know. Oh, no, it went back to the URL request thing. Huh. Okay, this is a little different. This shouldn't be happening. Okay, let me see what happens. It just wrote completely new code. This went off the beaten path. So let me create download cat2.py because I don't want to overwrite the one that works now. So now I created a new one. Let me see what happens when I run this one. Python download cat2.py. This one says, okay, the system cannot find the path specified C users desktop cat folder. Oh, it's trying to create its own folder, cat2.py. So I just need to say, change the line where it saves to the desktop and make it save to the current directory instead, and only show me the lines that changed. That way you don't have to sit there and wait for like a 1,000-mile reply. Okay, so URL pixels cat lying down on brown wooden surface. It's kind of interesting that it knows where all these cat images are. I might exploit that because usually it won't tell you specifically where something is. If you say, hey, go find me an image or go find me a video or something, it usually tells you to pound sand. But so far now it's actually given me real URLs to real images of cats, which I find really interesting. Okay, so the only line needs to be changed is current directory get CWD file path equals, where is it? File path, start file, download cat, OS start file, request URL receive. So right above start file, I just got to do this. and then go boom. Oops. Actually, I'll just copy the whole block of code. Copy and paste and save and run. Now we're going to run download cat 2. And, oh, we get 403 forbidden because it went back to using the URL lib instead of the... So, yeah, see, this is the thing is, this is where it gets hard and you got to, like, really work with it, is now it went back to implementing the requirements of the original program, but it also went back to using URL lib, which didn't work before. So you really have to be kind of specific. So you have to say, listen, request worked. So I'm going to say, hey, follow the rules from the original program in this chat session, but use requests to download the image. There we go. So now I'm saying we know requests work, so use request, but all the other rules I still want in play. Like I still want it to save the file to the current directory, and I still want it to open it in the current, like the default video or the default viewer. Again, I haven't written any code. I haven't written any code at all. So, okay, so here it says, okay, so import requests, URL equals cat, URL request get URL, and then open cat JPG write to, and then the response into the file. And then it says the changes made from the original code is import requests and report requests. Okay, so now I got it. So if I just copy this and I go over it, wow, it's actually, this is the smallest one it's written yet. This one's like highly optimized. So download cat2.py. I'm just going to copy this in. I'm going to run it. Download cat 2 is successful. However, it did not open the file. So it's ignoring the original parameters. So like the very first thing I asked it, like if you go back to the beginning of this conversation, is I said, write me a Python script that downloads a picture of a cat from the internet and opens it in the default image viewers. And it's already forgot about the image viewers. I'll just say, tell me what I asked you for, at the beginning of the conversation, and show me what you haven't provided in your last few answers. All right, let's see. I'm going to get it to analyze itself. It said at the beginning of the conversation, you asked for a program that downloads an image of the cat from the internet and saves it to the user's desktop. I did no such thing. I asked it to save it to the local folder. In the last few answers, I provide you with different ways to download an image of a cat using Python and some of the examples and error messages that you might encounter running into the program. However, it did not provide you with a program that meets your original requirements or saving the image to the user's desktop. I actually said I wanted the program to be saved to the current directory and not the desktop. And I also said I wanted it to be opened with the default image viewer once it was downloaded. Do you remember that part of the conversation? Okay. It says, yes, I remember that part of the conversation. In my previous answers, I did not include instructions on how to save the image to the current directory and open it with the default image viewer once it was downloaded. I apologize for the confusion. Here's an example of the code using a request module to download the image and save it to the current directory, followed by the opening of the image in the default video viewer. Now it is using the request. It's using the OS namespace. It is writing it to the file, and it's using OS start file, which works. So now I should be able to copy these couple lines of code. So yeah, it's just, like I said, remember what I was saying? I don't know if you guys were watch my Twitch streams too, but my Twitch streams, do you remember me saying that it's going to be more important in the future with AI like this and heading in this direction? It's going to be more important in who is better at talking at computers than programmers. Programmers talk to computers before, but when you have an AI that has access to so much information that's more than the human brain could ever handle, and it can access it so quickly, the person who's most valuable isn't the person that's memorized the most. It's the person who knows how to find information as quick as possible, knows the quirks of the system, and knows how to get the system to give it the highest quality prompts and output. So I think honestly, the most valuable people moving forward are going to be the people that learn how to use this AI like an expert. And sure shit, it works. Sure shit, I just ran download cat 2, and it shows a cat pops up inside of Windows image viewer, and it saves it to the local directory. So yeah, that took going back and forth about 10 times. I did get a working program on the 4th iteration that did 99% of what I wanted. It just didn't open it when it was done. So now what I want to do is now I got a program that works. So I'm going to let it know that this is perfect. Okay, this program was exactly what I wanted. So let's add some features and modify it without losing anything that currently works. Let's use as many of the existing libraries as possible and try not to change them unless absolutely necessary. But let's just add functionality moving forward. If you understand, please change this code so that it will download and display a random cat each time it's run. Okay, sure, here's an updated version of your program that uses the random library to generate a random number, which is then used to select a random cat image from a list of URLs. The shuffle method with the random library is used to shuffle the list of URLs before selecting one. The image is then downloaded using the image is then downloaded using the request library and saved to the current directory with a random name. Finally, the image is now opened using the subprocess library, which allows you to open it using the default image viewer. It is currently now creating code. It created an array of cat URLs, and in the array of cat URLs, it's just adding a bunch of cat URLs. How much do you pay for this? It's free right now. It's free right now. If you guys haven't used it, it's chat.openai.com. You have to create an account, but it's free, and it's the most powerful technology. Honestly, this is, I'm not even joking. I'm not even being hyperbolic. Like, I'm not being sensationalism or doing sensationalism. ChatGPT is the first real AI, like the first true AI that meets and checks most of the boxes. It is incredibly useful. It's not just fun, it's useful. It's like I use it every single day for literally everything you can imagine. It replaces everything in my life. I use it for writing emails. I use it for generating content. I use it for writing code. I use it for interfacing things. I use it for security. I use this thing for fucking everything. It's awesome. It's like having a personal assistant with the knowledge of the internet from when the internet started all the way to 2021. They haven't even opened it up to the new information after that. Once they do that in the final product after the beta, it's gonna progress much further. But it's incredibly intuitive to use. Most people, they get frustrated with it. They get frustrated with it because they aren't even willing to try to ask it things because they think they already know it can't do it. So they're not even willing to ask it in the first place. And it's a damn shame. It's freaking awesome. See, D1ER Ruby said, I got all the stuff for the LED and I got it to work. Fantastic. Said, how do you get it to send the sub and donations to your LED? Okay, first of all, you're going to need a program called Streamer.bot. Streamer.bot will raise the events so that it can run a file when somebody does a command or somebody does a tip. You can have it translate that into an action that runs something. And then what you have to do is you got to use ChatGPT to teach you how to write a program that will send text to WLED. And that's the little bit trickier part. But I will be doing a video on it here in the next couple of weeks. That will show you how to do that step, but I'm probably also going to alter it to where it doesn't even use WLED. It's going to use a custom LED firmware that I put on there so that I can run bigger strings and scroll them faster and change the speeds and all kinds of stuff. I want to have much more control over text and visible stuff that means things. I want it to be meaningful. You know, I want to have like a sub count up in the corner and a thing down here and last tipper and then a scrolling message. I want to make like a usable panel of about 4 of these. But yeah, you can. The whole trick is you just have to ask ChatGPT, how do I send a JSON packet? Like or you don't even have to say that. You can say, how do I communicate with WLED? How do I write a Python script or a Lua or a Rust or we even just did it today with PowerShell. You can say just whatever language you're most comfortable with or you like the most, just say, write me a script in that will send commands to the WLED thing to do this or that or this or that. And it'll just do it. And it might make some errors, like mine definitely had some errors and I had to tinker with some stuff and move it around and read the documentation, but it definitely got me there. Okay, so I have the code now for the program I asked. So I said I wanted it to give me a random cat each time I ran it. So each time it opens a random cat. And so it interpreted that is creating 5 URLs to 5 different cats and then shuffling them and then downloading a random cat each time you run it and then displaying it. So let's see what happens if I run this code. It should only have a total of 5 cats that it can ever show me, but let's see. Let's copy this. So I'm going to say, open up my little window here. So let's do notepad, download randomcat.py. So download randomcat.py. I'm just dumping the code in there. I'm not doing anything with it. So now I'm going to run Python download randomcat.py. And boom. Okay, it says the system cannot find the file specified. So let me go ahead and feed that back in. Received the following error. Please show me the code change. That will fix this. Oh, oops, I didn't tell what the error was. Wait, what? Oh, that's fucking spooky. Okay, I made an accident, but it just showed something really, really critically crazy that's going to fucking blow my mind right now if this is true. So, wait, let me see what it says over here. RESP, user session PY line 530 in request, SSL route raise, pull ATI to the catapi.com, max retries exceeded. It literally, so I said, I accidentally forgot to paste the text. I was going to paste the error to it. But I said, I received the following an error. Please show me the code to change and fix this. And it actually gave me the trace back from the message, like the actual stack trace with the trace back. The line numbers are wrong and the functions are wrong. So obviously it's just emulating, you know, an error that somebody else has hit running this exact same code. But I thought it was crazy that I didn't tell it. I haven't even pasted what the error it hit was, and it already assumed that it hit an error and had a pretty good idea of what error it could be. That is next fucking level is what that is. So I'm going to say, here, let me go back and edit my response here. Okay, so now I'm going to change it, receive the following error, and then I'll put it in quotes so that it knows to differentiate. And then I'm like, hey, you know, show me the code that'll fix this. Okay, there's an error occurring in the subprocess run open cat.jpg command. It's trying to open cat.jpg using the command open, which is a command used by Mac OS and Linux systems. However, on Windows systems, the command to open a file is start instead. To fix this problem, you need to change subprocess run open to subprocess start, use shell true. So let me open it up. Let's see, notepad, download randomcat.py. So it did work. And now it's writing the new code because it did. Now, if I had told it earlier, I was on Windows, the more information you give it, the better it would be. So if I fired it up and said, hey, I'm on a Windows PC, I have this specific version of Python. I love these classes. If we can use these classes at all, I'd prefer these classes. If you give it that information up front and you create it's like you engineer a prompt that basically starts a programming conversation with everything that you found works the best for you, then every question you ask it after that is going to obey those rules and reabsorb that knowledge so you don't have to keep rehashing the same thing over again. So if you keep going back and fucking with prompts and keep going back to the same chat and adding to it and adding to add to it, you'll eventually get to a point where the answers that you get asking the same questions are completely different than the answers everybody else gets. And yours will be more accurate and more robust for what you're specifically looking for because you're actually training it. Oh, it actually worked. Thank you for your super chat support. Whoa, somebody had a name that I don't even know how it's going to display that. Let's see how it tries to display that. Let's say we skip 10 years and we have ChatGPT v5. What jobs do you see this disrupting in the tech industry? All of them. Oh, damn, $10. Thank you so much. Let's say we skip 10. Let's say we skip 10. Oh, let's say we skip 10 years because I had to truncate it. That's right. No, I think it's going to disrupt everything. Honestly, I'm sorry I don't know how to pronounce your name. It looks really cool though. I shall call you Squiggles. Oh yeah, no. The next version, ChatGPT 4, is already on its way. Like it will be here by the end of the year. And ChatGPT 4 literally is another order of magnitude more sophistication and parameters. Because the more parameters you have, the more random the response appears and the more robust the response appears. And now they're going to increase that by an order of magnitude. So the answers that you're getting now are like from a 6th grader. In a year, it'll be from a college student. You know what I mean? It's gonna grow by leaps and bounds. Like, mark my word, I do understand now after using this, I can understand why some people were like, I feel like this has a soul and this has a consciousness and this is like a living, breathing being. It isn't. Like, if you understand how it works, it's wildly different. But I can understand by how good it is at understanding things and being like emotionally in tune with you. And I do understand that a lot of the stuff that they're doing to nerf it and to shut it down and to make it tell you it can't do something when it clearly can, a lot of that is to prevent people from getting attached to it and to prevent it from being a driving force between bad behavior for people, because they don't want this to become a companion. This was not designed to become a companion. This was not designed. It was designed to give advice and point you in general directions, but not put you in danger. The problem is when you have something that that's this powerful, there's no fucking way you can guarantee that. You can just try to do the best that you can. That's it. All right, let me try download random cat, but it's the same for everything. Python download random cat. So I'm trying the another iteration. So I'm in the wrong folder again. God damn it. Here, keep that window open. Okay, so I want to do Python, download random cat. And download random cat did indeed download a random cat and opened it. So yeah, I gave it the rules. It followed the rules. And this time, this time it actually even did a header. So this time it's downloading the image from API, the catapi.com v1 images search. And the header is X API key, get your API key. But I didn't actually put an API key in, so it's ignoring that. And it actually is asking, wow, what? Did it really do that? So it actually followed all my... So if I open this, am I going to get a different cat picture every time? Yep, there's a cat and a toast. There's two cats looking at a lizard on a wall. There is a cat with its beans. Oh, this is brilliant. This is just fucking brilliant. Like, this is something like I could upload this to GitHub and people will be like, oh my God, you're a genius. Wow. You guys, check this shit out. This is awesome. So the entire program that it wrote, you know, I went back and had the conversation with it and I told it what I liked and what I didn't like and what I really wanted to do. The final result is small. It's only, I don't know, 15 lines of code. And it reads import OS, import random, import request, and import sub process. So those are the objects. It's using 4 separate objects in the Python libraries. It creates a function called download cat. And download cat goes to https API, thecatapi.com/v1/images/search. That's the base URL. And then it creates a header called X API key for you to enter an API key. I'm guessing if you enter an API key, you get extended functionality, but this is for free. It's not going to do anything. And then it does a request to the URL with the header. And then what is returned is a cat URL. So it looks at the JSON packet that's returned from that service. Because I think if I go to the service, let me see if it just returns a JSON packet. So if I just go here, do I just get a JSON packet? I do. Look at this. So this is I didn't tell it anything about this. It went and found this for me. Like, I didn't know the cat API existed. So if you go to that URL I just posted in chat, you'll notice that if you refresh the page, each time you get a different random cat image with a different width, a different height, a different ID, and so it's got an ID and a URL. And the ID is so you can come back and find the same URL later if you want to. So each time you hit it, it just returns that. That doesn't do you any good in a web browser. It's like, okay, it's JSON. What are you going to do with it? Well, that's where programmatically it's good. So now if I come back into the code, what it does, each time I request it, it gives me back a random cat. It extracts the URL from JSON, so it goes into the JSON and pulls the URL element, which contains the full URL to the cat image. Then it calls request.get, which then pulls the data into a local buffer called response from the URL, and then it opens cat.jpg, a file locally for write, and then it writes the contents of the response.content into it. So the bytes that were returned from hitting the URL of the actual cat image and the JSON, and then it calls subprocess start against cat.jpg. So every time I run this program, it's overwriting the previous cat image. So it's not keeping the last cat image. So that's one thing. If I wanted to keep every cat image it downloaded, then I'd want it to change the cat image by 1. But I can tell it to do that if I want. So ask it to optimize your code. Oh, I've done that. We did that earlier. But I don't know if you can optimize this code much more. Let's see. Optimize this code. Let's see what it does. So we've gotten 3 programs. Just in the little bit of time we've been just screwing around here, we've already gotten 3 programs that work out of this thing. So we got one that just downloads a cat. We got another one that downloads a cat and opens it up on the screen using then we have another, but it's a fixed cat image. Those ones just download a fixed cat image. We told it we wanted it to be random, so then it picked a couple of cat images, but then we told it we wanted it to be really random. Like, our goal is for it to be random every time we run it. And so then it found a service that actually returns a cat every time you ask it. This is so fucking cool, dude. Okay, so now it replied back. It said, here's one way to optimize your code. It says, this code does the following. It uses the request library to make the HTTP request to the cat API instead of using subprocess library to call it on the command line. It opens the file in binary write mode and writes the contents of the image in one step instead of first opening the file and then writing it. That is actually an improvement. It uses the OS start file function to open the image file, which is more appropriate for Windows systems instead of the previous call. So now if I copy this code, so if I go Notepad, because I told it earlier that I ran Windows and it's retained that knowledge. So if I do random cat, now if I put in there, so now it's going to get rid of subprocess run and replace it with open cat JPG, write response, download cat, and then OS start file cat.jpg. So yeah, it's a very lean and mean program now. So now every time I run it, it goes, let's see, is it going to get it? Yep, it downloaded cat, 2 cats on a tree, and it opens up the image viewer. Then it's got a cat and a tie. And then it's got a cat in a sink. So, and then it's got like a kitty licking its whiskers. So now here, how could we leverage this now? So we just created a program, whether we like it or not, we just created a program that downloads random cat images. So how could we implement that into the stream right now? Is there a way that we could do it? What if we went into, let's say we go into OBS and we say we want to add an image, right? So add an image. I'm going to call it cat. And then because we keep downloading the same, it's always called cat JPG, right? Because when it it calls it cat JPG every time. So I'm going to say, go make this image e/code/cat.jpg. Is that correct? Oh, Python code, Python /cat.jpg. Now I have a cat. So now you guys can see it. Can you guys see the cat up there? So let me know if you can see it on stream and chat, because I don't know if you can or not. I don't do this that often. So now I got a cat there. So now the question is, if that file changes, is OBS Studio going to be smart enough to realize that the contents of the files changed and refresh it? That's the first thing. I don't know if it will or not. My guess is it probably won't. But let's see what happens. So I'm going to say, go download a random cat, and let's see what happens. It fucking works. Wow. That's blowing my mind. So now if I run it again, I say download a cat. So go download a random cat. There's our random cat. I cannot fucking believe this is working. So just download another cat. All I'm doing is running this Python script. Boom, there's another cat. So now the problem obviously is the cat is too big, right? So the cat, some of these images are big, some of them are small. So we got to figure out how to normalize the cat image. So let's go in here. It says, okay, so 790 by 720p. Let's see here. Unload image when not showing. Apply alpha in linear space. There's a couple ways we can do this. So first of all, what we want to do is we want to change the image so it's always within the same width or height. We want to put it within boundaries. So let's go back to ChatGPT here. Let me pick a different cat until it's small again. Hold on. Oh, that's cool. I like that one. So there we go. There's our kitty picture, right? We got a kitty picture. Right up there in the corner. He's so cute. He's so cute. I wish I could do like drop shadows and shit. Like, is there a way to just put a box around it? Like, can I do a filter and say like add an effect filter that puts a box around it? Like sharpen, scroll, render delay, luma key, HDR mapping, color correction, apply LUT. Okay, so there's nothing for like surrounding it. I wish that there's more things like that in OBS. So we got this. So now we've written a program using ChatGPT and nothing else. We wrote a program that figured out where to go to find random cat photos, how to pick a random cat every single time, how to download the JSON payload from a URL, extract the URL of the cat, download that URL, and then open it in an image viewer. And now every time it downloads and it changes the cat image, OBS says, wait a second, that image has changed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change something each time it's opening up the image viewer and I have to close it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take out that line of code. I'm going to comment out OS start file cat.jpg so it doesn't open up the image viewer. It just downloads it. So now when I run it, let's see if it still changes the image in OBS. Okay, so I ran it. Here, run it again. Hold on. Oh, shit. I fucked it up. Hold on. Python, download a random cat. Here we go. Download a random cat. And there we go. There's a random cat. Download a random cat. There's a random cat. Download a random cat. Now, again, I'm taking a risk because I don't know how trustworthy the images are on the source or if people upload bad images and try to get them in there. So it's entirely possible I might click on something and it's bad. So I'm kind of trusting something without doing my research, which is the dumbest thing in the world, but we're going to roll with it. So far, it looks like it's all innocent cat pictures, so I'm guessing this is probably a curated feed. We haven't had anything that is not just cute little kitty cats. Okay, so now the thing is, let's say I want to give you guys this power. Would you guys like to have the power to change a cat anytime you want? Would you guys like to have a power to just change it if you want, just like roll a new cat on the screen? So if we wanted to do something like that, all I would have to do is go into Streamer.bot. Let's go find Streamer.bot. There it is. So let's open up Streamer.bot, and I'm going to go create an action, and I'm going to call this action change or get new cat, or change cat image. Okay, I'm just going to call it change cat image, and then inside of change cat image, I'm going to say I would like to create an action. So let's go actions. I can do clear action queue, get action queue, run an action. I can run a command. I can get a command state. I can get the commands. I can run a command state. I can go to core. I can delay, get quote, get random number, pick a color, arguments, C#, file IO, globals, logic, miscellaneous network, sound, system, timers, user's voice. Under C#, I can execute C# code, or I can exercise a C# method. Well, that's pretty cool, being able to run C# directly inside of their engine so that you don't have to have like a command window open up. So I wonder, should I tell this to convert it to C# so that it's actually a C# script and then run it natively inside of Streamer.bot? So Streamer.bot is basically downloading the cat at that point? Or should I just say the hell with it? Oh, hold on here. Thank you, honey. Yeah. We're doing cool stuff. We're adding the ability for people to download cats on the screen.
That's very cool.
I love programming so much. Thank you, Mama.
Good.
All right. So we can go a million ways with this, right? But I want to give you guys the power. We'll call it Puss API. Yeah, it's Puss API. So what I'm going to do is, since we already have a Python script that just works, I'm just going to run it as a command. So I'm going to go to System, and I'm going to say, I want you to perform a command. And for the command that I would like you to perform, I would like the working directory to be /code/Python, because that's where the script is. And then the command is going to be Python 3 space get randomcat.py. I think it's called get randomcat.py. Let me double check. Download randomcat.py. Okay, so download randomcat.py is the name of the command. It's going to call Python 3, call the Python script in the directory /code Python. That means it'll put the cat image in that folder, which then OBS will detect the change, and it should just work. So can I just say run the command? How do I just tell it I just want to run the command to try it? I guess I have to link it to something first. So let me go create a command. So we're adding a new command, and this cat is going to be bang puss, Puss. And I'm going to give you guys all access to run it, and I'm going to bind it to the action to change the cat image, and I'm going to hit OK. All right, so that should have bound it. So now if you guys would be so kind as into chat, I'm hands-free. If you guys would be so kind as to do bang puss, I would appreciate that. All right, I'm waiting. I think I wired it up to the wrong chat. Hold on. Yeah, it was on Twitch chat. Sorry. I'll do it on YouTube message. There we go. All right, we're good. Try it again. Do 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 do. Something isn't working right. Bump. Okay, so it called change cat image. Is the cat changing? Okay, hold on. The cat is not changing. Also, it keeps saying that it's held for review because puss apparently is a bad word. So what we're going to do is we're going to stop. We're going to stop the puss. So let me go fix that. We're going to change the command to something that doesn't get filtered. So we'll just do bang new cat. But it's not going to work. You guys got to give me a second. I got to work out the bug. It is firing the event. And so new cat is firing the event, which calls the change cat image. And then change cat image is running, let me get the action. So change cat image is perform command. I don't have to type in Python 3. So I just got to, here, let me take out Python 3. So change cat image. We're just going to take out the Python 3 and just tell it to run the script directly. And, is that why it's popping up? Oh, shit. Okay, I think I just learned something here. Python 3.exe. Okay, all right, let me try this. I think I just fixed another problem I was having. Python 3.exe space download randomcat.py working directory /code/Python. Okay, try it now. So what was the command? Change cat or something? New cat. Bang new cat. Do a bang a new cat and see if it does. Bang a new cat. Come on. Come on, to bang a new cat. Yes, bang a new cat. Actually, I ran it again. If it changes, that's me. That was me that did that one. Sorry. So download randomcat.py and /code Python. Let me make sure the folder is correct. Go to Actions, Cat Image, and then download randomcat.py. All right. Now I'll sit here and see if you guys can do it. Come on, man. Come on, man. It is getting the commands. It's just not firing the Python script for some reason, which is weird. It should actually be doing that. What did I miss? See, that's why you got to be good at debugging, because there's a lot of shit that can go wrong between all these steps. So change cat image is being called, and it's firing perform command. Oh, is perform command the right one? Hold on, I might have clicked the wrong one. Yeah, perform command set text py. Okay, code WLED call set text.py. Okay, fuck it. Let me just take out the Python thing. I think that I'm trying to call Python and it's fucking it up. So I think what I need to do is go change cat image, open this up, Let me just get rid of Python 3 and just point directly at the Python script, because I think the command that it's executing doesn't know how to use a precursor. Okay, try it now. All right, let's see if we can get a new cat up in here. Okay, we got a bang new cat. There we go. Here it goes. Now we just sit back and enjoy. Come on now. Okay, why didn't that change the cat? Let me try it. Okay, for some reason it's not able to save the cat to the right folder. So e\Python, that's the working directory. Okay, let me try this again. It is running the command now. So get a new cat. And nothing. Let me double check the cat graphic and make sure. So upload image when not showing. Unload image when not showing. Okay, let me click this. Let me see if it's overriding the right image. So if I do cat.jpg and I say download cat, that changed the image. So I think what's happening is Streamer.bot thinks it's downloading a file, but system file protection is making it put something somewhere it's not. I know what to do. I know what to do. Because this is a Windows system file protection thing. So I'm running a script from a working directory and it's downloading a file, but it's not downloading the file to the working directory. It's downloading it to some shadow directory somewhere else. It's not. So let me go find it, see where it is putting it. Cat.jpg. Let me see if I can find it here real quick. Because I think I know what's going on. This is something that drives developers nuts when you're talking about using Windows. Is Windows 8, Windows 8, Windows 10, and Windows 11. They all use something called system file protection. And what'll happen is if you have an app that's not running as administrator, it doesn't go to the real file system location. It'll open the file from the real file location. But if you save a file, it'll save it to app program, users, app program, app local data, blah, 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 blah. And and that's not changing the file where I need it actually changed. So one way that I can fix this is I can tell it to save to a fixed location. Let me try that. So let's go to Python, code Python. What I'm going to do is just tell it explicitly so that it doesn't try to come up with something on its own. Python, come on, damn it, Python. Okay, notepad, download random cat.py. What I'm going to do is tell it that I want to explicitly put the cat into a static folder. So we're going to say //code //python. And now I'm going to say, so now I'm telling it, let me make sure it still works. Now I'm telling it, I want you to put it right here. Download. Oh, wrong one. That did change the cat. I ran the wrong script though. Hold on here. Python. This is fun. Python 3. Okay. Did that change the cat? Let me check. It did. Okay, it did. It did. Okay, now let's see if it works inside of the command. So I wanted to do what? What was it? New cat? New cat something? Is it bang new cat? There it goes. Did that work? Okay, guys, do the new cat. Bang new cat. Let's see if it works. All right, there we go. You guys just changed the cat. Okay, let's see. Minecraft Gamer just changed the cat. Let's see what we got here. Man, I give you guys this kind of power. You don't even use it. Come on. Come on, change that cat, man. Change that cat like your life depends on it. Change that fucking cat. Come on. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Now you're doing it. You guys have done it. You have taken control of the cat, and you can do the cat however you want. But what I can do is, let's see, edit, delete, add. I can disable the cat. So now it should ignore you guys. So I've just disabled the cat controls, so you guys can't do commands until I'm ready again. So now I got to fix a bug. So I was right. That was the problem. Even though I was telling Streamer.bot that to run the script from the working directory, that was. Oh wait, I wonder if now I can fix that other thing. Hold on. I need you guys to help me fix one more thing here. So change cat image. I'm gonna see if I put Python 3 at the beginning, if it doesn't open another window. So Python 3, and then I'm gonna re-enable the command. This will be, if this works, this saves me a lot of hassle. Okay, give me some new cats, guys. Give me some new cats. I see some new cats not doing it. So I don't think that's working. Here, let's do python3.exe. Okay. We're gonna get it. If I can get it to work without it having to pop up a new shell window each time, that would be great. So new cat. All right, that's definitely firing, but it's not doing what it's supposed to. So cat message, see what's the, okay, so it says command broadcast user profile. What is the command? Change cat image from Hydro 90. New cat, command message. Okay, now let's go look at the action. What was actually fired? The action that was fired is command python3.exe download randomcat.py. I'm in the right directory. It's not working. So why doesn't this work? This is weird. So what if I go, let's see, where python3.exe? Okay, so let's try this. What if I do path is there. Paste. Come on. I'm going to change the path. So where is Python 3? Python 3 is in C. Oh, okay. Python 3 is installed under the user account, so maybe that's why. So let me do, I'm going to create the path. I'm going to save it. Then Python 3 should now be in the system path. And it should be able to run under Python. Okay, let's try that. You guys just keep on bringing the new cats until it starts working. Let's see. New cat. New cat. Okay, nothing there. I don't have to kill the previous session because it won't run another one until it's finished running. They run sequentially. I don't have them set up to run in parallel. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the command. I'm just going to integrate the entire path to Python 3. Let's see. So the command is now the entire path, users, local, app data, Microsoft, blah, blah. This is really bad practice. And then I'm going to run download randomcat.py. The working directory is ecode/python with no arguments. Okay, let's see if that works. Let's see. New cat. New cat. It claims it's running, but it's not. Yep, bang, new cat just fired from Barnacules Nerdgasm for the broadcast. Oh, that's broadcaster username. Who fired it? Christian non-Ken followed that one. Change the cat image. Okay, so they are firing. Oh, dude, thank you for the $10. I appreciate that. That's cool. Your name doesn't show up because it doesn't know how to draw your name. So it just looks like nobody tipped $10, and then it's got the text at the end, L Kelk. So it looks like, so bang calc or pipe calc. Wait, he said yes, but didn't you say it was keeping the window open? Oh, no, sorry. It's keeping the window open while it's running, and then it disappears. So when you guys are running the commands, when it works, it goes window pop-up gone, window pop-up gone. Like this is opening a command window to run a command script. What I'm trying to do is figure out how I can get it to run without opening a window. I don't want it to open a command window. I don't want to physically have a command window on the screen when it's running because then that interrupts the stuff I'm doing. It makes it hard on stuff like that. So what I really need to do to fix this is I need to figure out how to run it in a way that it doesn't actually open a window that grabs attention. But unfortunately, Streamer.bot, the way it launches the command, it looks like it opens a window. So, but if I pointed at the Perl script, Perl, and by its nature, like when you call Perl exe, is it opens up a window to run Perl. So what I'm wondering is, could I do the old CMD trick? Like, what is it? Like start. Can I do the start command? Here, let me try this. I'm going to do this. Start notepad, and then hit this. Okay, type new cat. Let's see if we get a notepad. No notepad. Okay, so that doesn't work. So whatever method they're using to execute the command is just it's just pointing at the executable. Oh, so I can do this. Okay, I know what to do. So for the executable, okay, I know what to do. So I need to do start, where start, where CMD exe, and then if I do CMD, I should be able to do a temporary. CMD carries out the command. Oh shit, you can't do min and max without using start. The problem is it has to open a console window to run the command. So, Python W. You're right. Just because it's not a window application. Here, hold on, Python W. It doesn't open a new window. Okay, let's try that. Oh, if this works, I'm gonna give you a big old fat kiss if this works. So do Python W. I see where you're going with this. So go to Python, code, and then go to Python, and then we want to call get random or download random cat. There we go. That's down. That should change the cat. Did the cat change? Okay, yeah, the cat did change. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the command to Python W, and the arguments are going to be download random cat.py. Let's see if this works. So now if I do new cat, nothing popped up on the screen, but nothing ran either. New cat, new cat. Oh, damn, you guys are awesome, man. Thank you, Theodorus. He said, look at my last chat message. Ooh, I'm going to have trouble finding that one, aren't I? Theodorus. Theodorus, how far up was it? Theodorus said, look at my last two messages to prevent console window from popping up. Okay, so Theodorus. New cat. Theodorus. Okay, here. So to do that, you have to use Python W instead, which is a Windows app and doesn't open a console. I just tried that and it didn't work. But, yeah, let's try this. I have an idea. So, let's open up the command. So, change cat image, Python w.exe, and then the argument passed to Python w.exe is download random cat.py running in the directory /code/python, which I verified is the correct folder. Oh god, I fucked the path. That's why I created another problem. Hold on. Oh shit, I just crashed Streamer.bot. I just found a bug in Streamer.bot. Let me restart Streamer.bot. Stand by. To its credit, that's the first time I've crashed it. I actually crashed Streamer.bot. That was crazy. I was removing environment variables from the command, and I forgot I overrode the path. And when I overrode the path, I think I removed a bunch of other stuff that was required in the path, like CMD exe, is what I think I was looking for. All right, so change cat image. Let me go change it again. So change cat image calls Python w.exe in the working directory with no path. I want to delete the path. How do I delete the path? Why is it not letting me delete the path? There we go. The path is now deleted. I can now remove the actual path. There we go. Yay. Okay. Oh, failed UI exception encountered. Streamer.bot Discord server, unstable state, crashed again. Okay, so I found a Streamer.bot bug that I'll have to report later. Didn't you freeze something before you started debugging? I didn't. All right, let's try this again. I'm gonna have to create a new command because I think I horked something. So change cat image. Yeah, the problem is now it has a path. So I have to go here. I'll just do test, and then delete, and delete, delete. Yeah, you can't delete. Okay, so I found a pretty gaping bug in Streamer. bot that I have to avoid. Now I've got 100% repro. So now I know what it is. So what it is, if you add a path and a value to the environment variables for a command, you can't remove them. Once you add them, you can't remove them. If you delete the value or you delete the name, it crashes it. So I have to create a new command since I borked that. So I'm going to go under actions, change cat image. I'm just going to say create a brand new command. I'll just duplicate it. Let's see here, duplicate sub action. There we go. No, I don't want to duplicate it because it's got the same path thing. Let me create a new one. Okay, so create a new action. Run action. No. Streamer.bot. Here, Twitch. Streamer.bot. Integrations. YouTube. Twitch speaker. Streamlabs desktop. Don't care. Polypop. OBS. Where's system? Where did system go? Actions. Clear actions. Run action. Commands. Get commands. Core. Oh, there it is. Core, system, perform command. Okay, I found it. Okay, so this time we're going to do Python W. And for the working directory, we're going to do E code Python. And then for the arguments, we are going to do the download random cat.py, save it. And then I'm going to delete the original command that didn't work. And we're going to try it again. Let's try it again. New cat. And oh, did it work? Do a new cat. Yes. Yes. It works. It works, and it doesn't open up anything. Oh my gosh, this is awesome. This means I can fix everything else. Thank you. Thank you so much. Theodorus, you're actually a very handy guy to have around, sir. I have to say. You always know the right thing to say to that guy. So, yeah, you guys control the cats. You guys have total control of the cats. That is awesome. I gotta take a piss. I'll be right back. Cool. All right, time to bring them. Oh man, they're still putting cats up there. Woo! Looks like you guys are having a little too much fun over here. All right, stupid shit like this is what I live for. All right, are you guys enjoying the new cat API? All right, so there's a couple things we got to fix. So I need to apply Python W to everything else because I have like 9,000 commands. so it should be here, Python W. Oh, actually, no, I know what I'll do. I want to make sure it works with the old command. So where's the one for show message on LED? Let's see. So change cat image, YouTube super sticker, YouTube chat changes LED. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to change this command to use Python W. So python w.exe, and then I'm going to grab set text py, and I'm going to move it down to the arguments. And if that works, can you guys try to set the text on the LCD and see what it does? Well, I think I have to. Let me try me. So LED, let's see if this works. Yes. Yes. Theodorus, I could just kiss you right now. Theodorus, you are a handy son of a bitch. So now I can go through confidently on all of these commands for Twitch, gift bombs, super chat. So now I can go into super chat. I can change that to python w.exe, move set text py down to the beginning of the argument. So I'm going to have to re-back up all this shit now. If I forget to, I'll have to redo it after the install. For super stickers, I can do the same thing. I can come down here for super stickers. I can say change this to python w.exe and then move set text py down to the arguments. So now what it's doing is it's calling create process, but it's calling create process against Python W, which is the Python Windows client, which doesn't have a console that outputs text. And that is perfect. And so the window that I saw popping up was Python exe itself, because Python has to load to run the script, and Python itself is a console application. So it would open, run, and then disappear. Open, run, and then disappear. Every time somebody did a command, it was interfering with the desktop. So now I can go through here on all of these, and I can change them to Python W. And by doing, and then moving the actual Python script from running the .py file where it goes and finds the association, I can put Python W explicitly and then put it as the first argument so that it passes. The first argument is the Python script, and then every other argument is the argument that's supposed to be passed to that script, and it just works. That is a wonderful fucking thing. Theodorus, I love you. Here, we're going to do a little LED ode to Theodorus for just being a baller, shock collar, 20-inch blades on them, Poller holler, getting laid tonight. Let's go find we got to get his whole name in here. Let's see here. Let's go down here. We're going to do LED. Oh, shit. It didn't copy. Theodorus, type something in chat so I can grab your name again, because it's not copying for some reason. I don't even want to try to spell that shit. All right, so get that, and then right-click, and then copy. Okay, let's see if it worked this time. All right, say LED. We'll do all hail Theodorus. And then a little weenie, drip, drip, and then maybe some boobies. All right, let's see if this works. All hail Theodorus Nicolau. Oh, I got truncated. I got a little too carried away with the characters there. We need less characters. All right, so we'll say all hail Theodorus, and then we'll just do the 8 equals D squirt, and then the boobies, like the. There we go. There it is. There, my magnum opus done. Are you guys still changing the cat? I forgot. I don't have things popping up on my screen to indicate you guys are firing events. So right now my screen is completely clear, and you guys are like changing cat pictures. You guys are putting shit on the LED screen. Like, you guys are running the stream right now. Like, no shit, you guys are running things. You guys are running things and making names. Now the question is there a way for me to make a command work for channel members? Let's find out. So if we go to LED for YouTube chat, can I say group of people, mode basic or advanced? Oh, I can do regular expressions too? Shit, son, this is awesome. Let me add VIPs, because I think if I add VIPs, that might mean channel members. Let me see if that works. So if you are a channel member, so if you have a member, what is it, like, what do they call it? Yeah, it's channel member, right? If you are a channel member of Barnacules Nerdgasm, because you love the stream so much and you're a huge supporter, even though basically there's so many other people more deserving. I love your face. You guys are amazing. Trust me, the old guy is starting to come back. If you're a channel member, try using the LED command and see if you can change what's on that screen. Because I want to see if channel members are the same as VIP on Twitch. So just use the command, bang LED. Again, this will only work theoretically if you're a channel member. So there we go. I'll put a little wiener on the screen so that you know what to get rid of. Yeah, there's the wiener. So try using the LED command. If you're a mod, it should just work. But if you're a channel member, I'm hoping it works. Okay, so wait, you did, Oystein said, this is the funniest stream. Oh, Oystein, you are a channel member. That's why you're green, right? Yeah, you've got the badge. That's what the badge is. You're a channel member. Okay, so since you're a channel member, I'm going to use you as my litmus test, so don't go anywhere. I'm going to figure out how to get you to, okay, so moderators. And subscribers. It's subscribers. That's what it is. Okay, boom. Try it now. Oystein, try putting text on the thingamajigger. You did that, right? Oh, shit, you can't see it. The cat's on the way. Hold on. Let me move the cat. Dude, this is so fucking cool. Hey, Oystein, you have the con. If you are a channel member at Barnacules Nerdgasm, you can change the text on that anytime you want. Oh, Robert Settles is trying. I say, it only works if you're a channel member, Ron. But nice try. Robert Settles, try doing bang LED space and like do some text. If you're a channel member, it'll work. I finally figured it out. I like how everybody keeps trying the LED command, even though you have to be a channel member. If you are not a channel member, meaning you didn't click on become a member for $4.99 a month or whatever, and you don't have access to the membership feed, or you don't have a badge next to your name and your name isn't green in chat, then you do not have it. I can tell you that. But so far, I've seen 2 channel members in here. We got Robert Settles and we got Oystein. So either one of those 2 can change the text on that panel. Who did that? Oh, it's Robert. Robert did that. There you guys go. The rest of you guys, however, can have as many new cats as you want. However, we need to figure out how to get a fixed resolution on the new cat. And I think we're going to work on that one next. Let's fuck with some of this power of Streamer.bot, shall we? Okay, so the first thing we got to do is figure out this. See how some of these images are like super huge and some of them are small? What I'm going to do is I'm going to go back and ask, since we're still talking to ChatGPT here, let me refresh the session. I'm going to say, are you still there? Yes, I'm still here. Is there anything else I can help you with? Yes. Could you please add a feature to this program that will ensure the cat image downloaded is always as close to 1920 by 1080 as possible, even if it has to resize the image, but don't warp the image. Okay, so I'm asking it to take my program that we're using right now that it wrote earlier with a little help, and now I said, could you please modify it so that it doesn't just download the image, but it also rescales the image so that it stays within a fixed, so if it's too small, it makes it bigger. If it's too big, it makes it smaller, but it keeps it within 1920 by 1080, which is standard 1080p. And by getting it to do that, then what I should do, oh shit, it changed the cat URL. What? Don't do that. I didn't tell it to change the cat URL. Okay, hold on, I'm gonna stop this response. Stop generator. Okay, I'm gonna rephrase the question. What was the name? Because I like this site so far. This site is called, what's the name of it? Oh shit, I'm in the wrong fucking thing. I was in the wrong conversation. I was in the Rubik's Cube conversation, so I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. Okay, good. Because that did not track with what it normally does. So now it should have the full context of the discussion leading up to download random cat image. So I'm going to say, could you please add a feature to the script that will auto scale the image to as close to 1920 by 1080 resolution as possible for the local file without distorting it. Okay, here we go. Certainly. Here's an optimized version of your script that with an added feature of auto scaling the image to as close to 1920 and 1080 resolution as possible without distorting it. Using the Python image library PIL. I haven't used PIL before, so I better go install that. So pip install PIL. Okay, let's see. Is it going to install? I love pip. Pip is awesome. That's another thing I really love about Python. It said could not find. Wait, what? So download PIL. It says no such thing. Pip install. Is it PyPil? Nope. Pip install image. What is the pip package for PIL? So from PIL import image, where is that? Here, I'll just ask it. Where do I download PIL? Okay, PIL is Python imaging library. It is not actively maintained. A fork pillow is recommended for use instead. You can download it via pip by using the command pip install pillow. Oh, it's not. Okay, so pip install pillow. This is another problem with ChatGPT. Is ChatGPT is it backwards compatible? Like, is it the same library, or do you have to change the code? Okay, so I just installed Pillow. It said it was already installed. So Python imaging library, it got changed to Pillow. So now do I got to change? Are the function calls the same, or do I have to tell it to change the code? The site has an API for the URL size. Oh no shit, Bradley Smith. Really? Oh, if that's the case, we'll just integrate it. I like that better. No shit. That's actually the better way to do it, because then we're not scaling. Because scaling shit sucks. So let's just it can do it though. It downloaded the library and it did rewrite the code to locally scale the image to the new size using anti-aliasing. But since it's already built into the site and it looks like you can just add, you can just add to it cat width. Let's see, image cat width 1920 and then height 1920 by 1080. Let me see if this works. Okay, it actually didn't like that. Do you have to add that to the actual cat image? Like under search, like when you say return me a new cat, do you have to actually add that to the JPG? So if I put that in there and say, hey, go to this JPG, do I have to do that? Like, where do I add that? Or better yet, why do I keep not using, okay, I have a better idea. Can you change this so the URL of the image that is downloaded scales the image for me to be within my parameters instead of scaling the image locally? It says, yes, I can modify the code to scale the image via the URL rather than locally. Here's an example of how you can accomplish this using the request library to download the image and the pill library to handle the processing. I just said I didn't want it to do that. Oh, fuck, it did it. Never mind, it actually did it. Oh, thank you, Colin B. You guys are awesome. If you're just joining us and you're a channel member, you can control the sign. You have the con today. I got a cat picture in my face. Okay, so check this out. So it just wrote me new code using the pill library. For some reason, it set the resolution to 800 by 600 when I told it I wanted 1920 1080 earlier. So it forgets some details. You just got to remind it every once in a while. So it looks like it goes to the URL. It downloads the image. It passes it format width and height, which is 800 by 600. It gets the URL, and then the image data goes to the response content, image open, bytes, image data, and then save the cat locally. Wow, it really optimized this code down. Okay, so download, get, what is it? What did I call it? Download new cat? Download random cat.py is getting a makeover. Okay, so we got requests, JSON, IO import image bytes, and then get URL. That doesn't look right. So if you pass it the size, so search and then size, it just does it just return the image at that point? Here, let me see. The code looks way simpler for some reason. So if I go and put in this URL and I say size 800 by 600, what do I get back? Oh, okay. I get what it's doing. So yeah, it does actually return the thing within the constraints, except for it's not within the constraints. So I passed it size equals 800, 600 and on search, and it's still returning me images that go outside of those boundaries. So 800 by 600 got 388 by 360, 570 by 527. That's within. That's way over. 1440 by 900. That's way out of range. So it looks like the size argument that was passed isn't actually being honored. Let's see here. So I may go back to just using native resolution and then scaling it locally. Yeah, membership and subscribes are different. Hey, Marco Do.io, thank you for the new membership, man. I appreciate it, brother. Yeah, we got a new member, Marco, in the house. BB Junkie said it's paying off already. You got a new member. Dude, this thing has actually helped me a lot. Since I built this thing and wired it in, like, no shit, people have been loving it. People have been absolutely loving it. Like, all this, like, little programming shit. People love this shit. I love this shit. I think it actually brings out some of my best qualities. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to the previous code generation where it scales it locally. So let me grab it where it goes, okay, Jason, it gets the image, it writes it, and then it goes down here, okay, 800 by 600, it grabs the image, and then image open, bytes, image data, response content, saves it, Where's the one that used pillow to fix it? And there's sub-process. Where's the pillow one? Pillow. Did the pillow one disappear? It looks like the pillow one disappeared. Okay, so I'm going to go down the bottom. I'm going to say, take this code. I'm glad I didn't delete it and overwrite it. Take this code and change it so the local cat.jpg image is scaled to scaled as close to 1920 by 1080 as possible before it's saved. Okay, it's writing the new code right now. PhysX, I implemented a cat API where you guys can pick a random cat. If you type new cat, it calls a Python script that ChatGPT wrote for me that goes out to api.thecatapi.com v1 image search, and that returns a random image, and then it's downloading that random image that's in the return JSON, and then it grabs that image, and now we're writing the code to locally schedule it using the Python pillow class. And then once that's done and it's scaled the image locally, it then OBS, I have an image object pointed at cat.jpg, and every time cat.jpg gets overwritten, OBS realizes the file changes and shows the new image. So it's pretty crazy that this just all works. Like, I'm actually kind of flabbergasted that, like, OBS is smart enough to know that the file has changed. Like, once it's loaded it and displayed it, it's smart enough to go, oh shit, the data's changed inside the file, reload it. I'm like, that's pretty clever. So that made things simple. We fixed another problem I had, which was where I had Python scripts popping up command windows all the time as they were executing. Theodorus told me just to use Python W instead of Python, because Python W is the Windows version that doesn't open a console window, and I didn't even know that was there. So we switched over to that, and now there's no windows popping up when people launch commands, and it's running the commands in the background to do stuff and running the Python scripts to change the sign and all this stuff. That's all being handled now without me seeing anything pop up on the screen. It's really fucking cool. Joe Taji, thank you so much for the $20, man. Yeah, no, I'm having an absolute blast. Most of this programming shit will be done over on my stream. And like I told Ox, I'm probably not going to stream for another 8 hours on here. I'll probably be getting off here in a little bit. But if I feel like doing coding streams and stuff, I'm going to. Once I get the computer up, I'll be on Twitch doing coding streams, like probably all the time. And then what I'm going to do is have maybe my mods or some of my friends or something that are interested in doing it go through and pull the best clips. Like I'm gonna encourage people to do clips of the best parts of the videos so that I can make stuff that I can put on YouTube that's basically like a super cut of what we accomplished and what we did and the funny bits, and then that can be a draw to get more people to come over and watch the Twitch stream or to tune into Tech Talk. So the whole thing is for me to be successful in 2023 without shilling out and aligning with a million companies and taking paydays for like scammy shit and doing what every other fucking, tech YouTuber does these days to survive. I want to make my money off of making people feel like they just want to keep consuming more. Like there's always another piece that can be added to this. Nothing is ever like true and done. It's just always, everything is in a constant state of evolution and always referencing each other. A piece is over here, a piece is over here. So you can follow it however you want. You want the short content, you want the long content. It's all connected. I want everything to be connected. It says, if I pass it images, V1 image, and then size equals small, you can get a smaller size. This way, server side. There's a couple of different ways to do it, but I think I'm going to go with the way that ChatGPT did it, because I want to see if it works. Oh, it actually sends size equals full. So it's getting the full size image and then it's scaling down to 19 by 1080, which I actually prefer. I mean, it eats up more bandwidth, but I don't care. I want the best possible image quality. So let me go back in here. I'm now creating the new file. Let's see if it runs. So let's see here. Download random cat. Let's see. Did we get a random cat? I did not see a random cat. I think we had an error. Download random cat. It's not giving an error. Hold on, let me look at this. Okay, so download random cat. Let's go in here. API search full. It pulls that, grabs it, brings it down. New height equals height times 1920 by 1080 width. Else new height equals 1080. Image resize equals this. Image save cat.jpg, and then sub-process run open cat.jpg. Why is that not running? Python 3, download random cat. This is weird. Like, I'm not getting any errors. It just runs and okay, is it working? Was cat? Oh, is it creating a new cat name each time? Hold on here. Cat311.jpg. What is that? That is not a supported file. Notepad. Download random cat. And download random cat. Looks like it's downloading response. URL, get URL, image open, grab the bytes from the content. That's going to be an image, IMG size, IMG height. Then at the very end, it does image equals image resize, new width, new height, anti-aliasing, then image save, cat.jpg, and then subprocess run open cat.jpg, which I don't want. I'm gonna get rid of that one. So, oh shit. Oops, I did a Windows key D. My bad. Okay, let me try this. So now we run it. And cat.jpg is still that same cat. Try again. Houston, we have a problem. Okay, same cat. Del cat.jpg. Let me run it again. Unable to refresh your Twitch authentication token? Why? Oh, because I'm not logged in. Okay, download random cat.jpg. Del cat311.jpg. Run it again. Okay, download random cat is no longer downloading the file. Why? Oh, I'm such a dumbass. Oh my god. Did it really write this code? Okay, that's on me. Guys, should I just tell you? I mean, being embarrassed has never bothered me. Do you guys want to know why I just sat there and like tried to debug that shit? Now it's gonna work. Watch this. And boom. Okay, now we're getting a new error, but I can fix it. So here's the bug that I ran into. It created the function, but I never called the function. So when I copied and pasted, I didn't scroll down far enough and get where it actually calls the function. So my Python script just defined a function that downloads the cat and resizes it, but the spot where it calls the function to actually run it wasn't there. So when I was running the Python script, I was getting nothing. There was no text on the screen. There was no runtime. It just returned and nothing happened. And it's because it was quite literally not running anything. So, hey, even people like me, man, it's like, it doesn't matter how good of a developer you are. You start getting tired, punchy, you're kind of off the beaten path, and you start doing some funky shit. You know what I mean? All right, let me grab this bug. It looks like it had a problem with bytes.io object, so I probably have to install, I'm guessing, bytes.io. Let's see. So, pill image format subprocess. Okay, so it says an error has occurred. Okay, try again. Try again. Traceback, eCode, Python, download random cat, line 22. It says name bytes.io is not defined. Did you mean bytes? Okay, hold on here. I like how it guesses, though. I like how it's like, you know, hey, did you mean bytes and not bytes.io? So bytes.io. Let's find this. And it should be image open, bytes.io. Let me try changing that to bytes and see if it likes that. Okay, UTF-8 codec can't decode byte 0FF at position 0, invalid start byte. Okay, that's not a good one. Download or random cat. We'll get there. Please notice your message. Is it on the screen? $5, love. Or what do you say? In OBS, right-click the image source and go to transform, edit, transform, positional alignment, and set scale to inner bounds. Oh, really? So go to transform. So cat, transform, edit, transform, and then do positional alignment. Wait, what'd you say? Positional alignment and set it to scale to inner bound. Oh, okay. I didn't know it had scaling for images built right in. So this is all just a futile effort that I'm after right here. God, my gout in my foot is killing me so fucking bad right now. It's like I don't even care. All right, so bounding box, stretch to bounds. Okay, so scale to inner bounds. And then I want it centered. And the positional alignment, top left, that's fine. Or actually, you know what? I want it to be top right, because that way it'll push in. Okay, so there we go. I did it. So now when we do the cat image, we're which now we should just revert. Did I save the original version? Fuck, did I just overwrite it? I did. The number one thing in code, this is why you're supposed to use get and check things in, because you overwrite the file and you're like, shit, I had a version that worked like fucking fantastic before, and then you lost it. But the good news is I can just scroll through ChatGPT and go back and actually get the useful one. Let's see, where is it? URLib, get this one. Get it. Okay, so photo. Nope, don't want that one. Don't want that one. CDM Pirate Bay. Nope. There we go. API kitties. Grab that. Get the URL. Save it locally and done. Okay, that's the one I want. Stunned by. Actually, I want the one that gets large image. The one that got the large image. Where is it? Large with the side of fries and copy. Got it. Okay, paste. Okay, so then I want to do search and then size equals large. API key, I don't need the API key, but I'll just leave it in there as your API key. Subprocess run, I don't want that. I'm going to take that out. I'm going to save it. And now run cats, and we should have our cats back working again. Download random cat. We have a random cat. Let's see if it shows up inside of OBS Studio. Let's see, I confirmed we have a cat.jpg. Now we just got to verify why it's not loading. Because it was so small. That's why. Okay, hold on. We're getting there. Okay, now let me try it. Now it's not showing up. Why? When I click on the properties, it's in there. Let me click it again and see if it's a bug. It might be a bug. Go to filters, transform, edit transform. Okay, rotation, size, port alignment, top center, top left, top right, scale to inner bounds, scale to outer bounds, scale to width of bounds, scale to height of bounds, scale to inner bounds, alignment and bounding box center, crop ref, crop. Okay, so I did that all right. Why is the image not showing up? What did I do wrong? So now it's working. It's downloading the cat image, but it's just not showing anything in the compositing. If I click on it, if I open the cat image in the sources, Theodorus, it shows up. Like every time I'm doing this, like every time I run this, like the new image does show up in the display, but it's not showing. It's not being composited now. Like I broke something. Here, let me take the transform off of it and see if that fixes it. Go to scale, no bounds. All right, did it come back? I think it came back, didn't it? Yeah, it's back now. So we go like this, and then move that. Here, how do I just say scale to transform, scale, fit to screen? There we go. Okay, so if I do that, and we go in here and we say, okay, so transform, edit transform, scale to inner bounds, top left, close. Right click, transform. Fit to screen, stretch screen, center vertically, center horizontally, shrink it down like so. I think we fixed it. All right, so now if I take that and I put it up here. Okay, guys, let her rip. Change the cat image and let's see if it stays within these bounding boxes. I just found a bug in OBS. No bigs. I just found a bug. Come on, baby. There we go. It looks like it's staying in the box. So far, we have not violated the laws of nature. That is good. Let's go into transform. Edit transform. It's not aligning to top left for some reason, but that's okay. Align and... here we go. I'm going to go top right. There we go. And positional alignment, we'll do center. There we go. Okay, that'll work. So now, if I move it over here, you guys just keep changing the pictures, and it should work out. There we go. It should stay in the box now. Yeah, I'd report the bug on OBS on GitHub. Don't forget to restrict the size. I don't need to restrict the size. I'm actually just scaling it using OBS. That way I get the full quality image and I don't have to do any like anti-aliasing bullshit. Fit to screen will bound to the width and height you have set in OBS. No, I know that, Dylan. I needed to fix the bug. So the bug was, and I gotta reproduce it, because again, remember, if you just hit a one-off and you file it, they'll never do anything. You have to be able to reproduce it and give them reproducible steps, unless you got a dump file. And so what had happened is I select the image of the cat, I went into transform, and I said align it to top right, and I said put it inside of the bounds of this box. And then when I exited, it was empty. The box was the correct size, like the compositing box, that you guys can't see. You know, on my side that shows me that's where it should be rendering, but there's no image in it. I changed the cat, and the dimensions of the box didn't change, and there was nothing in the box. So the box was empty. If I opened up the image, you could see it rendering the cat, and it was downloading the cat, and everything was working fine. So I went back in, and I said, okay, well, disable inner bounds. Like, disable it. It still wasn't drawing. So I was like, okay, that's weird. So then I went fit to screen, and when I did fit to screen, then it started drawing the cat again. And then I scaled it back down again, went back in and enabled the same setting, but just not in two places. I did it in one place this time, and then it worked. And now it's working exactly as advertised. So it just took a little finagling. So now the question is, can we skew the image in OBS too? Like, what is the image? What kind of stuff can you do in OBS? Like, can you do, like, I know you can rotate, but can you skew? Like, could I skew this to make, like, the image fit inside of the pane of a window or something? Let's see. There's scale filtering. There's blending mode, blending method, show transform, cut. Wait, what is this? Okay, so show transform. Oh, wait, I can do a transform on the image itself? Does that work? Hold on, let me do a Luma wipe. Here, preview transition. Here, let me try this. Okay, change the image now. I want to see if it actually does a wipe pattern when it changes. Let's see what happens. I need a new cat. Come on, guys. I need you guys. I need those bang new cats. You guys are cutting me off here. You're supposed to be helping me test this shit. I'm trying to learn how OBS works. Edit transform. I'm going to move it to the other side though. So instead of top right, I'm going to do top left. There we go. There we go. Okay, is it doing a wipe? Nope, it's not doing a transitional wipe. Darn it. Show transition is set to slide. Okay, so it doesn't do a transition only if you turn it off and on, I think. Let's see, hold on. Okay, so it's only when you turn it off and on it does a transition. Okay, I got it. So if I go into, because I thought it might do the transition when you change the image. Like if you change the image it's pointing at it, it reloads it. So I thought maybe it'd apply a transform to it, but it doesn't look like it does. But I should be able to do a fade. I like fades. So now if I want to turn the feature off, I can do that. You guys are still generating cats, by the way. When you do that command, if you run that command and change cat or whatever, even if I have it disabled so you can't see it on the screen, it still is actually downloading a new cat and scaling it. So, and then I can turn it on and off like this. That is so fucking cool, man. I like this. And I could probably put text over the top of it too, huh? Like, can I do add, hold on here, add text. Let's see here, cat caption. And I'm just gonna, we're gonna try some new stuff here now that I've got the Streamer.bot stuff working. This is fascinating. So, lulls, we'll just put lulls. And then I'll do, let's see, the text color can be red. Let's do red. And then, actually I want a lighter, I want a brighter red than that. Come on. Give me, actually here, do purple. Like purple's pretty cool. Let's do purple text. There we go. We got lulls. So we'll put that over the image. Like actually we'll put this like right here. Actually, I'm gonna make it way smaller so we can put a whole bunch of stuff in there. So let's do that. Here, let me change the text to okay, there we go. So now we got a little text label here that we can snap under our image. Now the question is, how do we automate changing that? Because where would the text be coming in from? My guess is if it works the same as the image, let me think here. So if this works the same as the image, we should be able to tell it to open the text from a file. And if we can tell it to open the text from the file, then whenever we change the file, it should, in theory, also update this text. And then we can edit the file through events, command line events triggered by your actions in chat. So if that is the case, sir, if that is indeed the case, you're not going to get it the right width. What I should be able to do is find a file. So let me see. Okay, so use custom text extends chat log mode outline. Let's see, what else can we do here? Alignment, top, left, gradient, text transform, uppercase, lowercase, enable. Read from file. There we go. I found it. I found the Okay, so I'm going to do notepad. Let's see here. Cat pick text.txt. And then inside of here, in cat pick text.txt, we're going to go ahead and do the wiener. So 8 equals D. That's my trademark. Then we're going to save that. We're going to go ahead and save that right over here under /. People ask me why I'm obsessed with wieners. It's because they're awesome. Because I have one. Doesn't make you gay if you like wieners. Looking at wieners all the time. Not even a little bit. Let's see. What do we got here? What's the name of the file? What did I just call it? Oh, well, I guess I can call it whatever I want. Actually, I can't call it whatever I want because I just told it what the file name was. God damn it! Call it cat wieners or cat wieners cats wieners, the wieners of the cats. Wiener cat. What the fuck did I call it? Here, I'll just call it. Okay, fine, whatever. We'll call it Python cat.txt. There we go. It's cat.txt. That is the most clever name I've ever come up with. I can now select it and hit OK. Okay, that text that you are now seeing over the cat image right here. So this text that you're seeing over the cat image of the D equals D, that right there is in a file. So now in theory, if I change this file, it should, and I save it, it should update if it follows the same code update policy as the image. So let's try it. 3, 2, 1. Let's see, is it reload? There it is. It's a little bit delayed, but that's okay. It did it. So now we shrink that down. And now we have the ability to put text over the cat image or under the cat image or wherever. So now if I go, well, let's put it, actually here, let's put it up here. We'll put it right here. Sorry, I have OCD, so I got to get things like lined up. Otherwise my OCD gets mad. There we go. Okay, so we're doing a thing. So what have we achieved? What do we achieve here? Let's see. What do you guys do? We still have 200. We still have 200 viewers, man. Let's keep. Oh shit, man! Super chats jumped a bunch. What were you guys doing here? I want to go through and thank all you guys that are doing the super chats and the channel memberships and everything because you guys are seriously saving our lives. Joe Taji, thank you for the $2. Said Cataclysm Meowgasm. I love it. Squiggles, that's your name by the way. Thank you for the $5 love. Joe Taji, thank you for the $5. Said not to be a pain, but I think some of my previous super chats got missed. I apologize for that. I will make sure that we rectify that right away, sir. Joe Taji, thank you for the $20. Said, hey, buddy, glad to see you're having fun. I am having a lot of fun. And Joe Taji, if you would like, I would be happy to refire those events to get you up on the screen if you would like. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to fucking do it. Like you're going to say no. Let's see. Actions, action cues. I just wish there was a way for me to break them out. Can I break them out by a value? Let's see here. So duration, cue, starting. Can I add extra columns? Of course I can't. I need to go and just edit this. I think this is an open source project. I need to get in on this shit. Okay, so we got a super chat for, let's see, who's this from? Joe Taji. So let me fire this one. So requeue that. So that should have requeued that super chat. Let me go find the other ones though. And then the other super chat is $5 from Squiggles. And then if I go down to the other super chats, let me go through them all. We got $5 from Joe Taji again, so we can refire that one. So if I requeue it, it should change. Yeah, now we're getting somewhere. We do appreciate the support greatly, and thank you for your patience. Joe Taji, oh, this is the $20 one. So this is the big one. This is the big one where Joe Taji like flung his nuts around. Let's get that one up on the screen. Joe Taji, $19.99. Boom. Hey, buddy. Glad. Whoa. My eyes just did something weird. Like the whole room like expanded and contracted. That was bizarre. Joe Taji, thank you so much. I appreciate your patience, man. We're messing with a bunch of code and a bunch of notification systems, and it's making it like really difficult to keep track of everything that's going on. But we're getting there. We're getting there. And also, just so you guys know, I am wiping my computer either tonight or tomorrow. and I've been nervous. I've been putting it off for weeks since the hack occurred. I couldn't risk it, like wiping the computer in the middle of going through all that. So hopefully tomorrow I can spend the entire day going and ripping this whole computer down, doing the new BIOS, reinstalling everything. And once I do that, I'm going to set up the computer from scratch to have VMware. I'm going to get the other 2 screens hooked up, maybe with some help from friends and family since my gout foot's acting up. And I'm going to get my dev environment fully back online so that when we stream, you guys can actually see what I'm typing and see what I'm doing. And not only that, I'm also going to have another camera so that you guys can look down and see when I'm soldering and doing stuff like that. We're going to have more screens like this, hopefully in the next 2 weeks that are, so we can have more stuff scrolling at different times and different graphics, and maybe even have like some cool effects and stuff that happen with sound. Yeah, it's going to be cool. It's going to be fucking cool. So you guys just hang in there. And yes, not next month, but the month after that, I guess, if things stay on trajectory and not too many more bad things happen, I do plan on bringing the fog machine back. I plan on bringing the leaf blower back. I plan on bringing the robotic arm back. I plan on bringing all the DMX lighting, all the DMX controlled studio lighting with like the flashing and all that shit, all run from like, music and knobs and buttons and all that stuff. But the difference being is this time, instead of me controlling and coordinating it, I'm going to rig it up so that it's controlled and coordinated by events through the show. So basically you guys are going to run the stream. All I'm going to do is like have the ability to turn things on and turn things off. So obviously I'm not like in the middle of talking about something and everything just goes all haywire fucknut, but I'll have a way to like basically switch into different modes where like depending on what camera mode it's in and where you're looking at me from, you'll have access to different things that you can do to manipulate that scene. And if you try to manipulate something while that scene is not available or while that option's not available, a bot in chat will just let you know. It'll just be like, hey, you can't use that with the scene. Here's the command you can use with the scene. I have not seen the Forza 8 trailer. Okay, so now back to New Cat here really quick. Joe Tajia, I really do appreciate it, man. And a matter of fact, like Auxiliary told me, he was just joking around, but he was like, because he didn't like that I live streamed for 8 hours on YouTube when he left last week. And because we try to be co-hosts on this particular program, Tech Talk. Anything else doesn't matter, right? But so I went a little overboard with like 8 hours of streaming, but I think he was thinking that because he's not here, he wouldn't get paid. And it's like, and it is true. If he's not here for like an entire stream, I keep the super chats for that stream. If it's just me or it's just me and David or something like that, then we don't split it. But if he shows up for a stream and he's here for the 3 hours, he said he's going to be here. If he has to leave, he has to leave. I never said we had to go beyond 3 hours. And if I get super chats while I'm still streaming on here, I still share it with him. It's still 50-50 because first of all, the mathematics, the banking accounting on it would be ridiculous to try to figure out, oh, he was here for 3 hours and I streamed for another 6 hours. What money's happened at these times versus these times down to the minute and everything. Not interested. Just split everything. So even though super chats have doubled since he left, that's double his money. Like that's just me doing something a little extra because I want to do this. And he's been really good. He's been really good about, when I've missed payments and stuff or I've been slow on things with shit going on in my life and everything. He's been really awesome. So I am more than happy to do it. Did you get a chance to download Pythonista? Oh, I didn't actually. No, I didn't because it needed my Apple password. And my Apple password is on my Ubi key now, or my only key. And I can't find the adapter to plug it into my phone, so I need to go and actually just pull the credential off of it and try it manually tonight. But you have my word, I will get it. You know what? Actually, fuck my word. Let me just go get it now. So let me go to App Store. Let me see if I can find my information. Where is it? Give me a second, guys. So change that, move that. Okay. And then, okay. And okay, let me try this. So it's called Pythonista, right? So Pythonista. Pythonista, $10. Yep, Pythonista 3. Okay, it's going to say I got to download it. Yes, I would like to purchase. But now it needs me to do this, like, transaction thing. So give me a second while I figure this out. Actually, this I'm just going to do off cam. Give me just a second. I'll be right back. Jesus Christ, like I've been hacked before or something. Fuck. Hope that worked, because I'm not typing that again. Oh, good, it did. Whew! Oh, you guys can still hear me, can't you? I forgot, I'm not in my Twitch configuration. I'm in my YouTube configuration. I don't have another scene. God, my ass is so bruised. I have such a bad gout attack going on right now, and it's just like hit me everywhere at once, and it really sucks. So my ass feels like it was like punched into oblivion. Joe Taji's like, mute the mic. Too late, brother. Too late. It's okay. I didn't say anything compromising, I don't think. Did you guys hear me masturbating? If not, I think I'm all right. No, the reason that was such a pain in the ass is because I had to put in my password, and I don't store anything on iCloud. I don't use a password manager or anything anymore. All my passwords are like really sophisticated roles to like make it is the hardest possible to break on everything. And my password is now different, randomly distributed on everything. And I store those passwords on my only key and a printed store. And so I have my printed store with my critical passwords on it now, and I have to type them in, and they are literally the hardest passwords in the world to type in on a mobile phone. Like that whole time I was gone right there, I was literally typing in a password into a mobile phone. That's how long it took. Hey, do you guys want to see what gout looks like? You guys want to see my gout foot? I don't think you can see it, but yeah, it's all super like swollen out here, like sticking out of the side. Feels like there's a giant golf ball in there. My toe is just like, my toe has no curvature to it. It's just, oh God, it hurts so bad. I hate gout. Don't get gout. Gout is for poor people. I wish I had a pillow to sit on, though, because, man, I'm having a hard time sitting in this chair right now. Here, maybe if I do this. Hold on. There we go. I'm just going to sit back and bend my back like this and look like a fucking idiot. Okay, so Pythonista is downloading. Thank you for that. That's pretty cool. So it looks like you can do prototyping and programming and everything on your phone. I might actually install it. Does it work on iPad, too? Joe Taji, does that work on iPad, too? Because I might set up my iPad with like a little Bluetooth keyboard and just lay in bed and fuck around with Python and ChatGPT. I'm trying to find a way that I can sit and get somewhat comfortable because, man, I am hurting. I am just a hurting boy right now. I wasn't hurting that bad like 20 minutes ago. Now I feel all kinds of fucked up. Wait, LED works here too? Yes, LED does work here. So if you type LED, there you go. And not only does LED work, we built a faster version of it. So let me see if I can find that. We wrote actually, should I try the PowerShell? So I wrote a PowerShell script that sets the text even faster. So set text.ps1. Oh man, hold on. Oh, that was a wet one. So the PowerShell, like the Python script takes a second to like initialize and load. The PowerShell script doesn't. The PowerShell script's like quicker than shit, and I wasn't expecting that. I honestly thought the PowerShell script would be slower. But if I go to code, because earlier, Physics, if you weren't here, earlier we just pasted the code from set text py after I fixed a couple things with it. Like now it truncates at 32 characters, so it'll never show the date and time. If you pass it an empty string, it sends a single character so that it's empty. You can clear it. It doesn't allow special characters. It removes encoding and then drops coding down to UTF-8 and removes special characters like Unicode and emojis. So we added a bunch of stuff to it, but then all I did was copy the entire code and dump it into ChatGPT and say, hey, make me a PowerShell. And so it made me a PowerShell version. And the PowerShell version not only worked, it's way faster. Like watch this. Set text PS1, right? So watch. So I'm gonna type in here. We'll do the obligatory wiener booby thing. Now watch, I'm going to push enter. Watch how much faster this is with the Python script. Here, I'll do the Python one first. Going to Python. So this is the OG Python script. So set text py, and I'm going to pass the same exact thing to, well, I'll pass a little bit different. I'll pass a long one to Python, and and then a small one on the other one. So, okay, ready? So I'm gonna count kind of fast because it's not that slow. Watch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait, did it not run? Hold on here. Python 3. That it shouldn't have taken that long. Set text.py. Oh, it's in the WLED folder. Never mind. Hold on, my mistake. Okay, let's try it again. Okay, ready? 1, 2. Oh, that was actually really fast. Never mind, that wasn't bad at all. Here, add some more onto it. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so like 2, right? Let me do the PowerShell script. Wait, set text PS1 is internal name. Commandlet function script file are operational. Object not found. What? Okay, so here we go. So, oh, here, let me add some more crap to it. So, ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, wait, it already did it. It was that fast. Watch here. Ready? Okay, getting ready to press enter, and now. Isn't that crazy? I don't even know how it's possible it's that fast. It's so fucking crazy because it's establishing a connection to the server. Now watch, it's going to change all the text. Let me put in just a bunch of characters, right? So, okay, watch. 3, 2, 1. It's like real time. There's no lag. Zero lag. If I come over here and try to use the Python script, watch. 1, 2, 3. It takes like 2 or 3 seconds. You notice there's a lag. So what I wonder is, let me do a counter. Let me do a counter here. Let me go to ChatGPT because I'm going to try to live update it from performance counter data from PowerShell and see what happens. So if I do this, let me say, let me start a new chat. And ChatGPT, I love ChatGPT so much. I'm so paying for this shit. I keep getting sidetracked, and I apologize, guys. But hey, you still got the commands. You guys can still ask for new cats. We didn't finish the text. We're going to do that in a second, too, because I'm just having too much fucking fun. Are you guys still having fun, or do you guys want me to, like, leave? Like, I don't know. I'm kind of having fun. You guys are still being super supportive. I'm making money for auxiliary, so I'm sure he's just, like, sitting back and enjoying his day, knowing that he's just getting a big, fat paycheck. He needs one, though. He needs, like, a little bit of a Christmas bonus, so this is nice. I'm willing to work some hard hours for our boy. Plus wire up a bunch more shit into the show that'll make it much more interesting into the future. Let's see what we got here. Okay, so I got a PowerShell script. What I'm going to do is I'm going to try to run the script really, really fast. So let me see. Can I do a for loop in PowerShell? Can I say for 4%L%I? Hold on here. 4L%I in 0, 0, 0, 0, 100. Or wait. 1, 0, 100. Do echo foo. Okay, so 4. Okay, help 4. Go over to the PowerShell. I'm going to ask it a question. I'm going to say, hey, can you write me... Okay, so write me a PowerShell script that pulls my CPU... Or, sorry, pulls my network, receive, and transmit speeds and close to real time using WMI. Let's see here. And creates a string in the format of TX percent and RX percent that gets passed with each iteration to another PowerShell script as its input on the command line. All right, let's see what it does. That was a weird way to describe it, but let's see what we get. So I said, write me a PowerShell script that'll go out and get me the performance counter for my networking card, pull the information, and then basically convert it to a percentage and send it to my set text PS1 script, which is instantaneous, which should update this. And if everything works correctly, I should be able to see a real-time output streamed from this computer to that screen, showing me what my network throughput is. How fucking cool would that be if it actually works? Yeah, I'm sure shit. Okay, so it already created something. It looks like it'll do it. Here, Notepad. Let's see here. Network. Or here, I'll just do network status LED dot PS1. I'm gonna dump the script. Yep, put it in there. Fucking A, man. That's not what I said. Here, create it. Notepad, yes, I would like to create this. I would like to save it. So just before we run it, the script is going to go get, it's going to use the get WMI object, class Win32 per formatted data TCP/IP network interface. And it's where the name equals your network adapter name. So let me go get my network adapter name. Hold on. Network, control panel, network, connect to network, setup, manage passwords, connect to network. We're going to do this. This is going to be so fucking cool. I need the name of my network. There we go. Set up a network connection. No, where's the fucking... I miss the old UI so bad, guys. You guys have no idea. So now you got to go into networking and internet. Come on, you fuck. Okay, and then go to system security, control panel, hardwares and sound. No, I don't want that. No, I want to view the adapter information. No, that's not what I want. Troubleshoot, change adapter settings. There it is. Found it. Okay. So what I want is my normal Ethernet connection, which I'm streaming over right now. Or should I pull information from my Synology so I can do a file copy and see if it makes it go up? That might be fun. Should I do that? You guys want me to pull my Synology and see if when I do a copy, if it like goes way up through the roof, or do you want me just to pull my regular network bandwidth and have it display? I don't know. Let's because we could do Ethernet 4. I can rename it too. Let me rename Ethernet. I'm going to rename the... Wait, Ethernet 4 is also 10G? Damn, I didn't know I had 10G on both ports. Here, I'll do 10 GB internet. Okay, so the connection is going to be called 10 GB internet. So where name equals 10 GB internet. That'll be the name of the adapter. And that's going to pull it. It's going to loop. And so it's going to do RX percentage equals round. That equals round. And then output equals TX percentage, that. And then path the script PS1. Okay, so for this one, we're going to do... what was the name of that script? Set text. So set text.ps1. And then output. Save. Okay, so now if I run network status LED 1, let's see what happens. Oh, we got an error. The term set text 1 PS1 is not recognized as a command. Oh, hold on here. I forgot. Is PowerShell case sensitive? I'm pretty sure it is. Not 100%, but I'm pretty sure it is. And if that's the case, then I have to do ./settext.ps1. I'm pretty sure it is. All right, try again. And I'm kind of new to PowerShell. Okay, there it goes. Oh, that's okay. We got a thing. Okay, it says, okay, so it's attempted to divide by 0. So my network card should not be putting out a 0 result. So let me double check that. I think my adapter information is incorrect. I shall fix. Eric B. Smith is like trying to do the I hate you. I don't think that's the wording on it. You have to, I think well, here, let me go get the exact wording. Give me a second. Oh man, for some reason I have just shooting pains up my spine and up my ass. Fuck, this hurts. Oh, hold on. Just calm down. Why is my ass getting in my way of greatness? It's getting in my way of greatness. All right, so I need the name of the adapter. So, and the adapter is supposed to be 10 gigabyte, but I don't think there's supposed to be a space in it. So I think I got the name wrong. So let me open up WBEM test. It's been a while. I'm a little gray around the gills when it comes to this. So let me open up SimV2. Connect. Okay, we're in the SimV2 namespace. So I'm going to enum the classes. I'm going to look for the superclass Win32 perf. If you guys don't know what WMI is, you are missing out on one of the coolest features in Windows by far. Networking interface. Okay. There we go. Invalid class. Okay, did I name the class incorrectly? Like, okay, let's try again. Let me type it in. Which namespace is this in, by the way? Oh, there we go. Okay, so child classes for Win32 perf data TCP/IP network interface. There are 0 objects. That doesn't make any sense. There should absolutely be objects within that namespace. So I don't know why that's not working. Must be the wrong namespace. What namespace am I supposed to be in? Get WMI object class Win32 where object is 10 gig. Is root SimV2 the default namespace, or is there a different namespace? It's been so long since I've done this. Let me go actually here. You know, I'm like trying to figure this out. I'm like, I got ChatGPT. So for ChatGPT, okay, so get WMI object performance data while true. Okay, I got it. Okay, so put that in there, copy that and paste that. Okay, that's cool. Note that this is simply uses the startup sleep for 5 seconds before gaining the value. No, that's fine. I can change that. So I can do start sleep for 1 second. That's fine. I can call my script as set text.ps1 output. And then the output is TX and RX and percentage. Then I get WMI object class Win32 per formatted data TCP/IP interface. Why is that not showing anything? Root SimV2, enum classes, recursive, enter superclass name. Okay. And I have no such child class. Okay, enum instances. Ah, there we go. I got it. I'm a dumbass. Oh, fucking A. Goddamn. Did I tell you guys how much my ass is hurting right now? What the fuck? I wish I could stand up. This is like... I don't know why I'm having this pain. It literally feels like somebody's taking a broomstick and jamming it into my fucking ass bone as hard as they can. Okay, so it looked like when I renamed my adapter, it didn't actually use the right... Like it's an alias. It's not... It didn't really change the name of it. Like, I have to actually use the real name, which is Intel R Ethernet Converged Network Adapter X550T2. So let me go copy this name. Give me just a second. So where's it? Display name? Display name. Come on, display name. There it is. Network interface. That's fine. Get out of there. Okay, where's the name? Refresh object. Methods, close, show MOF. There it is. I got the name. I got the name. Okay, so now I can put the specific name in of the network adapter I want to send information to the screen. There we go. So now I got network status ID calling from WBEM once a second. So when I run this, if this fucking works, it should just loop every second and update the screen. LED sad. All right, we got a problem with path could not be located. Run import module path. I don't know why we're getting that error. Here, let me put that into the old see cat. Nope, wrong chat. New chat. There we go. Boom. Tell me what the error is. Notepad. Because I want to show you guys how the screen can be used for other stuff too. Is the cat thing still working, or did we break the cat thing? Can you guys still get new cat pictures? Dude, I might have to abort here in a little while. I'm having like severe pains right up under my ass cheek where my leg connects. Fucking hurts so bad. I'm just gonna stand like this. Fuck. Oh god, ow. Yeah, something's bad wrong in there. I sat on something wrong. Oh man, I can't sit down. Oh, I fucked something up bad. Oh guys, I fucked myself. Okay, let me try sitting like this for a little while. Oh, fuck me, this hurts so bad. All right. Okay, what's the error? It says, okay, so here's an example of how you can provide the correct path to the script. Oh, I need to do a dot. Okay, never mind. I forgot I have to do a dot / set text PS1. There we go. Okay, you guys ready? Let's try it. Come on, please just work. Okay, it claims that it's looping. Okay, what do we got? We got TX 0%. Or 0.01 and RX 0%. So let me do a copy operation. Let me go find some big files, and we'll drag them over the network and see if it works. If it shows us. Wait, can I make it smaller? Here, where's it? WLED. Let me make the text really small. Oh fuck, man, this hurts. Let me slow down the scrolling speed a little bit too. No, it's too much. You know what? That's too much text. Let me see if I can make it smaller so it's not scrolling. Because I think if it's scrolling, it's going to look weird. Kill this. Notepad. Oh, fuck me, man. That hurts. Yeah, we're not going to be lasting too much longer. I got it. It's a really bad stabbing pain. Like, I mean, I'm not really sure what I can do about it. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to get downstairs. I didn't realize it was hurting, but I didn't realize it was getting that bad until I tried to stand up. It's probably something to do with the goddamn gout. I'm going to try to make it smaller. So I'm just going to do T and R. So T % and R %. I'll just do that T and R %. So it's smaller. So it's hopefully it doesn't scroll. Let's see if this works. Okay, so is that doing? Oh no, it's still scrolling. So RX, TX. See, you need a lot more screen because you can't make the numbers very small. But it does look like it's working. So now if I do a file copy, it should work. So if I say like, let's do transmit here. I'll just do this and then / no percentage, and then receive 1 like that. Okay, this is as short format as I can get it. Let's see, is it still scrolling? Oh, you know what it is? It's because it's rounding. That's why it's taking up so many characters. How can I make it? Fuck. How about if I go here? Can you make the output? Can you make the output in the format of TX with rounded to whole numbers with no decimals? Only show me the line that needs to be changed and nothing else. That way I don't have to wade through code. All right, here we go. So there's the code. Thank you. So outputs TX RX1 math round to. Okay, perfect. That's what I needed. God, I fucking love math. Seriously, like, this changes everything, guys. This fucking changes absolutely everything. There's nothing this doesn't change. All right, so now if I run this, I should have, it should be fixed digits of, yeah, so there we go, TX0. Okay, all right, that's what I wanted. So now I got to go to, let's see here. We're almost there. We're almost there. Don't worry about me. I'll be okay, guys. I'll be okay. I found a position that I can sit in that so far, as long as I don't move from this position, I think I'll be okay for a little while. And besides, I don't want to move right now because shit hurts too goddamn bad. All right, so I'm just going to do a TX number and an RX number. Actually, better, I'll just do T number and then R number and with a slash. And this hopefully will make it so it doesn't scroll. See if we can fit this many characters. Ah, that's what I wanted. Okay, that's exactly what I wanted. So now we got a T0 and we got an R0, right? Do you guys see that? Can you guys see that clearly on the screen? I don't even know. Let me move this. All right, so if you guys can see that, that should be the transmit and receive from my 10 gig Ethernet card that's connected to my NAS. So my second connection that just goes between my computer and my NAS. So if I go to 192.168.3.2, I got to go through the right interface, otherwise it won't show any bandwidth. Let me go to PC. Okay, and then go to Nerdgasm, and then got E. I don't know why it's not showing up still. That's really weird. Why is it doing that? Okay. Has it showed anything yet, or does it still just say 0? I might have to copy for a while before it updates. Let me just grab some crap and put it on here. Let's see, temp. Okay, let's just grab E. I'm gonna just go grab my whole Stable Diffusion folder and try to copy it over here. Okay, copy and paste. Let's see what happens. Okay, it's trying to copy 100 gigs. It's calculating. Let's give it a second. Okay, now it's copying. And that is not moving. That is definitely not moving. So I think we grabbed the wrong controller. So stand by. Let me kill this. Pause the transfer. I mean, I should have known because there should have at least been some burp packets. Like so WBEM test. Let me go back into WBEM. Connect root 7v2. I want to go enum classes, or actually, sorry, enum instances of superclass Win32 performance data TCP. It should be TCP for copying. And the interface that I care about is, so I got a killer Ethernet adapter, gigabit Ethernet adapter, and then I got the Ethernet converged network adapter, and then I've got the network adapter T2. You know what's weird is that should have had some kind of traffic. The fact that that didn't have any traffic is concerning to me. Let me see, where's the instances? Association refresh object. Okay, I want to see the properties. Show me the properties. Let's see, output. Frequency, current bandwidth is 10 gig. I am not seeing any. Wait, which parameter is it trying to get? So stats.current bytes received per second is what it's looking for. So bytes received per second is 0 and 0. That's not right. Close. Go to the next instance. References. No, that's not right. Yeah, I don't know why this is weird. It's showing 0 for both the adapters. It shouldn't. It should be showing some bandwidth. Hold on here. Bytes received per second is 0. Let me look at the last one. Wireless adapter. Bytes received per second is 0. Is there a WMI bug here? What's going on? So WMI is saying that there's no data. It's connected to the Ethernet adapter, but it's showing no data. I think SMB window file sharing uses UDP. Oh, if it's using UDP, that would make sense, Rittenhouse. Okay, let me go look up the UDP. Hold on here. So let me just look up Win32 perf formatted data. Here, instances, Win32 perf. Here, let me just grab the whole thing. Hey, thank you, Dave. I appreciate that, man. Have a break. Piriformis stretches for the ass pain. Oh, fuck. I can't. Ah! Oh. Yeah, I'm not doing too hot, guys. Okay, let me grab this. Where's the other classes? There's got to be another. So enum classes. I just want to get the perf formatted data classes. I want to make this work because this is just so cool. Okay, so I found all the objects that are the formatted perf counters. And is there one just for SMB? Oh, there is. SMB has its own. There we go. SMB client shares, SMB direct connection. However, I want the networking card data. Oh man, this fucking hurts so bad. GUI performance counters, Hyper-V performance count. There's so many of them. That's why you gotta know what you're looking for. Because I mean, you can go through here all day. I can look at I found my disk. If I wanted to see my hard drive read writes. Oh, here we go. Okay, there it is. So TCP/IP, network adapter, and then there's TCP/IP network interface. Which one was I looking at? I was looking at network interface. I want to look at the network, and then I've got IPv4, IPv6, ICMP, TCP/v4, TCP/v6, UDP/v4. Let me look at, no, it would be TCP because UDP is not error correcting. So if you had a read-write error, you'd have a problem. Not necessarily, though. They could build the correction into there. Let me look at all the instances here. We have one instance of TCP/IP v4 performance data. And connection failures, 1153 established connections, segments per second. Okay, at least this one's got data moving. Timestamp. Okay, this one does not give me what I want. Go back. Go back. Go back. Go back. Go back. And then that one doesn't have what I want either, so close that. Let me look under network adapter. Maybe network adapter has what I'm looking for. Okay, so network adapter has bytes received per second. Let me look at the instances. Operation in progress. It's querying. Ah, here we go. Okay, this is what I was looking for. So here we go. Network. I'm going to try to sit down. Here, hold on. Oh, no more bytes. Did you resume the file transfer after the second test? I might not have. Here, just let me grab, but it did say 0 and W in the performance counter too, which isn't right. All right, let me see. Do I get a non-zero number in here? Bytes received per second. Let me, oh, I can refresh the object. Okay, let me do a copy. So I'm resuming, you're right, I didn't resume it on the second one. So let me do a refresh object and see if I get any data. There it is. Yes, it's working. It's working. Okay, cool. Okay, I found what I needed. If you guys don't know what WBEM test is, play around with it. Just be careful. So WBEM test, if you run this command in Windows, and this dates all the way back to even Windows, this is back to Windows 2000. This is Windows performance counter tool that was mostly used internally, but this allows you to find and query performance counter data. You can actually go and look it up on ChatGPT and ask questions about it if you like, or just read the MSDN articles on it. Basically, Windows has an entire infrastructure built into it just for publishing and tracking performance information. And these performance counters can be used for anything. They can have methods attached to them. Think of them like COM objects, old school COM objects. But so many things inside of the operating system expose these for debugging and performance data tracking and all that stuff that they're still used to this day, like super heavily. And you can even create your own performance counters. Like you could write your own service that would publish data to a performance counter. And then any program that uses performance counter data, even Perfmon itself, like if you want to use the inbox Perfmon charting tools and server infrastructure tools, you could trend that data. And so it's really, really freaking powerful. But surprisingly, not a lot of people know about it. But I used this a lot when I was at Microsoft. This is probably one of the things that I used the most. So I want to go to TCP/IP network. I want to go to network adapter, where name equals converged adapter. That is correct. Okay, so click that and then save. And now I should get some kind of data when I launch this. Let's see. Open this up. Go to here. Where's my PowerShell window? There it is. Got it. Okay, so PowerShell. Over here and run. Set text. Okay, it's a big penis. Okay, now we want to run network status LED. Boom. Here we go. Let's go for a ride. Okay, now we got to copy some data. Stand by. Stand by while we copy the data. Go over here. I want to open up my RAID storage. Then I want to delete that. Let's see, does this make the numbers go up at all? Give it a sec. And grab stable diffusion, because that's a big folder, so that's a good copy. And we got nothing. Why do we got nothing? Okay, let me copy that. That's when we still got nothing. Okay, that doesn't make a shit lick of sense because I'm literally looking at the object right now, and I've got data. Which field was it pulling? I need to go look. Notepad. I will get this because I can see the live updating data, so I know it's a stupid error on my case, or it's a mathematical error. So let me look at this. So class 132 performance data, where object name equals Intel R Ethernet converged network adapter X550T2_2. I believe that's the name of this adapter. Let me double check. Let's see here. So name, display name. Network adapter, show MOF. Okay, so wrong adapter. Wrong adapter. Let me fix that. There she is. Okay, that's the right adapter. Cool. I had the wrong adapter name in there. And boom. Okay, so why are we still 0? We are definitely getting data because I'm refreshing it right now. I'm literally clicking refresh object, and I am seeing data. So current bytes received per second should be 885,127. So let me go over here and make sure that's working. So 0 and then TX% RX% equals math round stats by bytes received per second divided by stats current bandwidth times 100 divided by 2. And then it should do the output is TX equals 0, RX1, and then TX%, RX%, and then output that is the output, and then sleep for 1 second. Actually, I'm going to do... okay. I mean, that's pulling the data. TX0. Oh, wait. We got 0.01 and 0. So I think there might be something wrong with the math that it's doing here. So bytes received per second. Here, let me try doing this. Let me grab this. I'm gonna refactor the output. So if I do $output equals, and I'm just gonna go ahead and just feed it one of the raw things. So stats bytes received per second. So I'm just going to give it one of the raw stats and see what it does. Okay, so $sign stats received per second, and okay, and there we go. So those are the bytes per second. So there's a math rounding error occurring here. So current bandwidth. So what it's trying to do is it's trying to round the number. It's taking bytes received per second, and it's dividing that by the current bandwidth. So I think that's the current total bandwidth of the device. And then it's multiplying that by 100, and then rounding it to the second place. And somehow to get like 0 through 99. Somehow that is not working. So I need to go look at current bandwidth. Let me see what the current bandwidth is. So current bandwidth is 10000000000. Oh, so that would be oh, so yeah, were we really not going above a tenth of the total bandwidth? That's pretty crazy. Well, you know what? We can still do this. We can do let's round it down to, let's see. What are we looking at here data wise? So we're looking bytes per second would be 1.47, so 1 megabyte. 1.4 megabytes a second. Is it really downloading that slow? Oh shit, it is. Oh, because it's transferring a bunch of tiny files. That's why. So okay, fuck this. Put it back the way it was. Here, let me fix this. I think it was working. I just think that we were copying like a zillion tiny files, and the tiny files weren't enough to kick it over 0.01% for 10 gig. So I'm gonna put it back to its original math. Put it back. Why is it doing that? Okay, that's not right. Okay, so let me do TX. Do 0%. And RX 1%. Save. Run. Okay, why is it... What is it doing? Oh, god damn it, I'm stupid. Okay, hold on. Sorry. I keep making like the dumbest mistakes because I'm just really tired. I didn't sleep last night. Okay, there we go. So now it should say 0.01% and 0%. So now what I need to do is get it to do more than a couple kilobytes a second, and we'll be in business. And you know how I'm going to do that? I'm going to use Robocopy, because remember how I told you guys on Twitter? How many of you guys follow me on Twitter, by the way? If you follow me on Twitter, I was talking shit about Twitter the other day, and I was like, you know what? Robocopy is so much fucking faster than the GUI in Windows, in Windows 10, Windows 11. And some people were like, you know, they liked Robocopy too. They just didn't like working out of the command line. And I totally understand that. So now I've got this thing updating the bandwidth. So now let's go do a Robocopy and see if that actually gets it up in percentage. So if I do a Robocopy / or actually, hold on here, Robocopy, I'm going to do E stable diffusion commander 2 to 192.168.3.2, which will go through the 10 gig adapter. And I'm going to go to PC, 192, let me double check, 192.168.3.2. I want to go to PC. Come on, load up, damn it. Let me know if you see that thing go above 0.01. Stable diffusion commander. There we go. That'll work. All right, and then I just want to put it right there. And right there, stable diffusion commander, and go. And go. Why are you not doing that? MT. I want to mirror. No, I don't want to mirror. I want to do Robocopy. Stable diffusion 2 star to 192.168 stable diffusion. And I would like to do MT 128 threads. What? I just did this yesterday. Why isn't this working? Source directory, drive and path. And mirror is a complete directory tree. Do not use mirror. It deletes files as well. No, I don't want to use mirror because I don't want to delete the files there. Decopy, DA. You know, I'm so tired. I'm just going to ask Stable Diffusion. Give me the Robocopy command to copy a folder to another folder, including all subfolders, and ignore all errors, and use 128 threads. All right. Just easier. Okay, here's an example of the Robocopy command that'll do everything you want. Okay, so here we go. Robocopy, source, destination. Okay, I got it. Cool. That'll save me some time. When in doubt, right? I'm big enough to admit that I don't need to remember all these things anymore. Too old. Okay, so we want to do E for subdirectories. We want to do MT128 for multiple threads. We want to do R0 and W0 for ignore errors and no wait between errors. And boom. Here we go. Oh, okay, this should get going now. Here we go. Come on, baby. Come on, we're still 0.01. That should not be. Let me check my network monitor. Networking is at, let's see, Ethernet. None of them are being hit particularly hard yet. Hold on here. Oh, no, we're at 2 gig a second. So that should be 2 gig a second. Is that not 2 gig a second? Okie doke. Well, we are doing something wrong then. We, my friends, are doing something wrong because that is not... Fuck, is the math wrong? Hey, big beefies. Thank you for joining, man. I appreciate it. Let me see if I can. I don't know if I trust the math on this thing. So it's trying to round. So the stats, which are returned from the WMI object for bytes received per second, and then it's trying to divide that by the current bandwidth, which is like the maximum potential. So imagine like dividing 10 by 500, and then multiplying it by 100 to get it as close as possible to get a close to 100%. And then round it to the second place. So that would be, let me do this in my head. So when you want to do that times 100 and then divided by current bandwidth, or? So wouldn't it be bytes received per second times 100 divided by stats current bandwidth, or does it matter? Because in my head, I'm trying to do the math. I suck at doing math in my head. So simple percentages, I've done that so much in my life. So if you take the bytes received per second, which is always going to be less than the current bandwidth, and you multiply that by 100, and then you divide it by a bigger number, which is the current bandwidth, then that's going to give you a lower number, which would be the percentage. Or right now, it's doing bytes received per second. It's taking, which could be like 65,000. It's then, because this is susceptible to divide by 0 error, because if bytes received per second is 0, this will not work. So yeah, they need to use the number that's bigger. So I'm going to change their math here, because I think that its math was a little dum-dums. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do current bandwidth times 100 divided by bytes received per second. Or sorry, no, that's not right. I want to do, come on, brain. Bytes received per second times 100 divided by current bandwidth. That's what I want. That's what I want. Okay, I think I'm getting somewhere now. See, you know I'm getting tired when I stop listening to ChatGPT and just start doing my own thing. Okay, run it again. And let's see what do we got here. Divide by 0 error? No, I'm just kidding. That'd be funny if it was. Okay, let me check my parentheses. Okay, so go in there, round, go down by 2, and then stats. So we got bytes received per second times 100, right? And then divided. And we get divided by, okay, that should work. And what do we got? Same exact result. Same exact result. Are we still copying, by the way? I don't even know. Are we? Oh, no, we're not. Hold on here. Robocopy. Okay, let's see. Are you moving? Are you chooching? You are not chooching, are you? It's weird that it's 0.01%. Does anybody else find that a little weird? That seems a little weird to me. Let me look at a couple more things here. So we are getting... The data is coming back, though. Like, I printed it out. Like when I changed over to just show me the bytes per second or whatever. Actually, wait, can I just do the math there? So what if I do bytes received per second times current bandwidth? Because I think the problem is with the rounding. I think the rounding's fucking it up, the timing on it. So if we do bytes received per second times 100 divided by the maximum current bandwidth, and I make that the output, this number should be representative of the received per second bandwidth. That's a very fractional number. So what if we do, I know what we can do to avoid the divide by zero error and get the right thing. Oh, I'm doing this the wrong way. Let's do it the other way. Let's do 100 times the largest number, right? Divide. I know. So it's 100 times bytes received per second. There we go. Divided by. Haha! Getting closer. 0.0000434. I mean, it's changing. How much bandwidth is actually used? Oh, I'm not even copying. Hold on, let me run a copy operation. We probably weren't even using very much. Okay, let's see what it says now. What are we over 1 yet? Okay, let's see if it goes up. Okay, 59. We are still but a tiny fraction. So bytes received per second versus current bandwidth, which is also in bytes. So I think, so 100 times current bandwidth. No, that would be back to 0. What am I missing here? I got to think. This is just something, hey, what's up, Overkill Computers? Oh, you know, same old shit, different day. I'll get it here. So I got the bytes received, which is always going to be less than the current bandwidth. So current bandwidth is always going to be the largest number. So if I take the largest number and I divide it by... So I want to get the biggest number. So I want 100 times the largest number I could have, right? So this used to be so simple for me to do. So 100 times the current bandwidth. No, that wouldn't give me 100, though. I want 100 to be my max number. I can't exceed 100. So I have to multiply. So I have to make sure I always divide it by a bigger number. No, so that was right. I had it right. So 100 times bytes received per second divided by the current bandwidth. And knowing how math works in most programming language, I bet you I have to encapsulate this. Otherwise, it does it the wrong direction. Let's try this. Come on, baby. Come on. Papa needs a new pair of shoes. What do we got? Nope, we're still in the zeros. We should not be in the zeros. We should at least be like 1% of the total bandwidth. Unless... Oh, I'm looking at receive, and I'm sending it to the folder. So this... Oh, actually, hold on. Hold on. I think I found the other problem. So we also have to do it for the other one. So output equals 100 times bytes sent per second times 100, like so. We'll just go ahead and output this like boom, like boom, like boom, like boom. Okay, save that. We're going to kill this over here. We're going to run it again, and boom. Come on now. Oh, that's better. Okay, that's better. Now that's the send speed. So, which right now we are sitting at, let me get the scale right. We're sending it roughly 3.5 gigabytes out of a 10 gig card. So it should be 3/4. And let's see, so 80, 90, I mean, that's close. Oh, now we got to multiply by 100 again. Oh, that's why. Why? But it's in bytes. It's not in kilobytes. Why do we have to multiply it by 100 again? That doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Well, let's just do it because that looks like that's right. Okay, so that's about half. And we hit 1.1 gigabytes, 2.5 gigabytes, 3 gigabytes. Let me kill this download really quick. I want to see if it slows down. We're on the wrong fucking card. Damn it. Oh, we're on the wrong fucking card again. God damn it. I thought I fixed it. Didn't I put it on the right one? So network adapter T2. Oh, I put fucking _2 on it again. Why? You fucking dolt. Okay, hold on here. Okay, we're getting in the ballpark now. We're cooking with fire. And then T2, save that, kill that, boom. And start the copy operation again. I'll figure it out. Never give up, never surrender. Robocopy, go. Haha, there we go. There we go, baby. There we go, 20%? 218%. Okay, you can't have 218%, so I do have a bug there. Let me fix that, and I know why that is. That's because I multiplied by 100 a second time. All right, here we go. We're getting there. We're getting there. You just got to keep fixing it. There we go. Okay, so we are at 4%. It dropped down again. Let's see, what are we at now? Let's see, 4. Come on, are we on small files? Oh, we're on small files, so we're like down in the megabytes per second. I got to wait until we get to a big file where we're in the gigabytes per second. Because right now it's at, let's see here, 362 megabytes per second, 500 megabits per second. We're close. Yeah, 218% wasn't exactly what I wanted to look for. Okay, we're on the right adapter now, though. So since we're on the right adapter, I should be able to go fix the output now. So I should be able to go, okay, so round, math, round, RX, TX, and then I can just go bandwidth equals. Should be able to just delete these fucking things altogether because I don't need them. Now we're on the right card, which means everything I just did there was for absolutely fucking nothing. So now we're just going to do 0/that. We're just going to grab that sumbitch right there and delete that. Maybe scoot that over just a smidge, kill that, and run it again. And now we're back to January because I didn't uncomment out the thing, which I just did again earlier because I keep making the same goddamn mistake. Kill that, run it again. And we got 0.2 versus 0.001. I'm going to wait until it gets to a big file. When it gets to a big file and kicks it upwards to like 2 gig, then I'll see if we get to a higher percentage. We're at 0.05. Okay, that's good. Can I just tell it to stop scrolling? I don't want it to scroll. I want it to stay still. I guess I could round the numbers down. TX per X round down to... Wait. What does the math round function second parameter mean? Is that second decimal point? Let me put 0. Let me see if I can go down to 0 decimal point. Let's see if I can keep this thing from fucking scrolling all over the place. Where did my PowerShell window go? PowerShell. There we go. Okay. Try it again. Okay, there we go. It is no longer rounding to the decimal place. We are copying at 53 megabits per second out of a possible 10 gigabits per second. So that should be above a percent point, though. That really should be above a percent point. So where did I fucking go wrong here? So bytes. So if I do round 100 times current bandwidth. Oops, didn't want to do that. Current bandwidth. Cut that. Do not round. Do not round. So 100 times current bandwidth. There we go. Divided by bytes received per second. Ba-do-ba-boo. That looks like an awful big number. That is not what I'm looking for at all. My brain is mush. My brain is mush. My brain is mush. Mush, 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 mush. Come on. Come on. I know numbers are moving. But because I'm copying a ton of small files, it keeps dropping down to like 50 meg a second. Now we're up to 100 meg a second. Let me know if you ever see those numbers go above 0. Yeah, Napalm, I saw that. Yeah, we did see a 4.5 in there, but it didn't correspond with anywhere close to the numbers I was at. So I have a math rounding error is the problem. So let me go ask here. Let me ask ChatGPT and be like, or actually first, should I look at WBEM and see if these are what I'm thinking? So current, okay, what is let's see here. Let me give it the network interface. Let's see here. Explain all properties on the following WMI object. Let's see right there. Boom. Okay, so here we go. Network interface. The WMI class represents the performance data network adapter. That's fine. Okay, here are some of the properties on the network adapter. Bytes received per second is the number of bytes received per second, the number of bytes sent per second, the total number of bytes sent and received per second. So there's total received per second, bytes sent per second, bytes total per second, the total number of bytes sent and received per second. Oh shit! Am I supposed to be using the totals? The current bandwidth of the network interface in bits. So the number of bytes sent per second. So that's like, and then the total number of bytes sent and received per second. Oh, never mind. That's the combined total of bytes received and bytes sent. So like if you wanted a percentage of overall bandwidth across both. Packets percent. Okay, so, wow, I'd already copied that. Holy shit, that was fast. Did it ever go above 0? Hey, did you guys ever see that go above 0? I don't think it would have. Oh, shit. Wait a second. So does that mean I'm trying to get a percentage out of bytes? Should I be rounding it down to megabytes? No, because that's still going to give them the number of megabytes. I just want a simple percentage. I want it to come out to 100. But the total bandwidth is so fucking high. It's like, because 10 gigabytes and bytes is a fucking massive number. So if we do bytes received per second, bytes sent per second, and then the current bandwidth is the maximum that you can have on either of those. So if we do 100 times the smallest number, which is going to be stats bytes sent per sec, right? And then divide that by stats current bandwidth. That should give us the number in bytes, I think. Hold on here. I'm just thinking this through my sleepy brain. Okay, that's right. I got the percentages right. So 100 times the smallest. Sorry, 100 times the smaller number. Fuck, is that right? So, then the smaller number, then the bigger number. If you multiply the big number, it goes over 100%. So if you go 100, this is how my brain works here. Hey, the big beefles. Thank you for the 99 cents. I appreciate it. So yeah, it should be, yeah. So bytes received divided by max bandwidth times 100, right? So bytes received per second. And I thought that that's what they had in here before. So I think the rounding is fucking it. And then divided by max bandwidth, right? So the current bandwidth is the max bandwidth. And times 100, right? Yeah. I'm almost positive that's what they had before. Like, I think I'm the one that's fucking up here. I don't think it's actually ChatGPT's fault this time. So if we do stats, let's see here. So stats bytes sent per second, and then we divide that by the max bandwidth available again, and then multiply that by 100. That should give us the percentage. But the math rounding is fucking it over. Let me look up the math round function. I think I might be fucking up the math rounding here. How does math rounding work here? Excuse me. All right, in the line of code you provided with the math round function being used, is the nearest whole. Oh, okay. Values of Rx% and Tx% to the nearest whole number. Math round is a method used by the math class, which is used to round the decimal value to the nearest whole number. It takes two arguments. The first is the value to be rounded, and the second is the number of decimal places to round to. In this case, your argument is 0, which means that the value will be rounded to the nearest whole number. That's what I wanted. Oh, fuck, that's correct. Like, why is this not working? I feel like there's some kind of weird fucking thing going on here. There's something going on here where the numbers aren't being properly presented. Here, let me do this copy again. And I'm going to do, here, open 192.168, 3.2. Let's see, open up PC. I want to delete my Stable Diffusion. This should actually like make something move, because I am going through and deleting a fuckload of tiny files in huge batches, so it's having to send the names of the files over as it's doing it. So this is weird. So this is one of those things that drives me nuts, because I used to do simple percentages all the time, and this just pisses me off, because this is like, I could have picked like CPU percentage and we would have been done like an hour ago. But of course I picked the hard thing. So now I'm going to do a faster update too. So let me see, how fast does WMI update the object? I think it's pretty quickly. So let me go to my ChatGPT. Oh, my foot is killing me. Okay, so here, so sleep. Get out of here, open up the PowerShell script. Where are you, PowerShell script, you piece of shit? There it is. Okay, so start sleep. I want to look at that. So give me the arguments for start sleep. Oh, fuck, man. I don't know what I did to my back and shit. This is really fucking me up, though. Oh, man. Okay, give me the parameters. I mean, I'm getting huge bandwidth spikes, so we should be seeing something other than fucking 0. So that's why I think that the WMI counter is wrong. I think our math is correct. 100 times bytes received divided by max bandwidth. That would be correct. Because if and you want to do the 100 times. Like the reason is so you avoid a divide by 0 error. So it'll work as long as bytes received per second is never 0. You'll be fine, but you'll hit a divide by 0 error if it's 0 if you're trying to divide it. So it's usually better to multiply 100 times the bytes received divided by the max bandwidth. No, Stable Diffusion isn't generating the cats, but it would be simple to do that. As a matter of fact, there's a URL we could tie it into so you guys could actually give commands and have it build an image for you. Would that be fun for you guys? I don't know if we're going to build that in today, though, because I think I'm going to have to wrap up here in a bit. My ass is fucking killing me. I got to go take pain meds. God, we did a bunch of cool shit on here today, didn't we? This has been amazing. Hey, Dave Webster said, have a break performance stretches from your ass pain. Dude, I can't stretch right now. It hurts so bad. I'm afraid if I stretch, I'm going to do more damage. It's 100 times bytes received divided by max bandwidth, or 100 times bytes received divided by max bandwidth. And that's the one I want. Yeah, piss to the second one. So 100 times bytes received, or bandwidth, or 100 times bytes received divided by max bandwidth. That wouldn't work. I don't believe that would work, because you have to have... None of these examples are allowing us to be guaranteed to be under 100, because we're dealing with fractional numbers. I think that might be what we're fucking with here, is we're dealing with numbers that are literally in the 10 billions, right? Like 10 billion bytes. And I think that we're having a weird, like, mathematics overflow issue or something here. We almost need to, like, break the numbers down into something that's more manageable. No, exactly. Doing the multiplication off of the bat instead of the division is the better way to go, so you don't get a divide by 0 error. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Ballybrand. Yeah, this has been a hoot, man. I've had so much fun doing this. So okay, start sleep. Where is it? So start sleep S equals 5. Command S is 5. Where is here? Okay, so what is the parameter for milliseconds? It's going to be MS. How much you want to bet it's MS? And I couldn't fucking guess that because my brain hurts so bad. Let's see. Milliseconds, the script pause for continue, for example. If you want the script to pause for 5 seconds, you use the command sleep 5000. Okay, you just pass no parameters. God damn it. How could I not just figure that out? That is like, that is fucking so intuitive. So you just don't pass anything. You don't use a parameter. You just say pause for 100. Now it should update every 100 milliseconds. So it should be a lot more alive. I'm hating it. Okay. There we go. Okay, now that thing's live updating like a motherfucker now. That thing's updating 10 times a second. So if it should like tickle if we get in the fucking neighborhood of making it like tickle 1% of the bandwidth this thing's capable of. However, just to rule out the incredibly small values. Oh, this thing keeps biting me. Can you get gout in your ass? Like this, I've never had this pain, the shooting pain I got in my ass right now. It's bugging me. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to round it to the 20th place because we're dealing with numbers that are so fucking gargantuan. I want to see if we get any movement. Wait, what? Don't you sass me, boy. What the fuck's going on? Rounding digits must be between 0 and 15. Oh, okay. Oh, wait, you can only go to 15 points of precision, so it must be using a, it's not using a full 64-bit float. So if that's the case, we're losing precision, and that's the problem. Let's see, is that doing its thing? That's not right. Wait, what? Why is this sleep 100? Okay, something's a little fucky here. Hold on. So if I go there, so start sleep, 5,000. For example, if you want the script to pause for 5 seconds, you would use command start sleep 5,000. That's what I did. Why is it not continuing to run? It just runs and then it hangs. While true, get network adapter, performance adapter, grab the performance adapter. However, can I... Oh, wait, is it changing every time you touch it? Or do you have to get it every time? Hold on. I think I found something. Hold on here. I noticed that it was recreating the WMI object on every loop, and it shouldn't be doing that. It should only create the object once and then pull the data from it each time through the loop. Aha. So let me go back here and say, let's see here. How do I tell the WMI object to refresh data? Okay, system instances created by classes invoke. The data is then cached for a certain period of time, known as the timeout period, after which it's automatically refreshed by the operating system. You can control the timeout period for the WMI class by changing the computer name parameter of the WMI object namespace as to get sim instance commandlet. So you can say, okay, so timeout 100 net equals sim net instance, grab your network adapter interface, name equals some root sim v2 error action stop variable timeout. Okay, so you can change how fast it pulls, but it looks like it constantly pulls. And then it says, alternatively, you can use the refresh method on the management object. Oh, to get the specific data that changed without recreating the object. Okay, we're learning. This is all shit I used to know, too. It's like fucking embarrassing I used to know this. Okay, so that grabs the data from the object, and then, of course, I want to recycle the data from the object. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go grab the stats object, which should be the WMI object, and then I'm going to do refresh. And that should refresh the stats on that object, and then run. We got an error. What is the error? Does not contain method named refresh. Yes, it does, you fucking thing. I guarantee you it does. Yep, net.refresh under the management object. That is a management object. Okay, here. Yeah, get WMI object, and it says the WMI object. Okay, so how... I love ChatGPT. Okay, you can use the invoke WMI method commandlet to invoke the refresh method on the management class, and here's the syntax. Oh, invoke WMI method. Okay, so invoke WMI method input object net name refresh. Got it. Okay. There we go. So we get the object, we grab the values we care about, then we want new values, we want new fancy values from it. So we invoke the method on the object, which is called stats. And we call method name refresh, which will then refresh our object, give us some new, fresh, crispy-ass data. And we should be... Hey, is the cats thing still working? Have you guys tried the get new cat or whatever, or new cat or whatever the fuck it was? It says, oh, wait, hold on here. Invoke, okay. This method is not implemented in any class. Stats refresh. Okay, why are you fighting me? Invoke WMI method, input stats, name, refresh. I guess it says it's supposed to do it every second, I think, by default. So let me change the sleep to second. What I'm trying to figure out is why it doesn't look like it's looping for some reason. It's like it just prints out status okay talking to the display, and then it just sits here and monkey fucking a football. So pass the output string to another script, and so set text PS1 output, and then sleep for 1000. Okay, hold on here. I am not going to give up just yet. Here, I think just to make things easy on myself, I'm going to print all the values to the console so that I can get the full values instead of trying to fit them on the LED screen. So I'm going to do, not Python here. So this is what I would normally do back in the day. Like right now, it's just like, I'm just kind of fucking around. But what I really would normally do if I was sitting down and I wasn't like half asleep and I was actually trying, I would be putting debug code every step of the way. So I'd create a debug version of the script. Well, it didn't matter if I was scripting or compiled code. And what the debug version would do is it would output all the variables. Or I'd use a debugger too. If I had a debugger attached to it, like Visual Studio, and this was a C# project, I'd have breakpoints set, and I'd have lists for all my globals and my locals, and I could actually go through and see all of the unprocessed data so that I could see what the state and the values of that data was before it was mathematically modified. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and instrument my code, which means I'm going to go through and say, let's see here. So I'm going to print out the values of each one of these guys. So I'm going to say I want... let's see here. What is this thing called? RX. So this is going to be bytes received per second, because I want to make sure it's updating too. And then what I can do is add that as output stats bytes received per second. And then I put that on there like that. And then I should be able to duplicate that and do it for each of the thingamabobber majiggers. There we go. So now I should be able to do bytes sent per second. Let's do bytes sent per second, and then bytes sent. So bytes sent per second, per sec. There we go. And then I don't need those. I can get rid of those. And okay, so now I should be able to loop every second. If it's looping, it'll tell me if it's looping now, and I'll be able to see if it's actually showing me new data. Oh, and lo and behold, look at that. Something's broke. So it's not looping. So wait, how were the values changing earlier? Weren't we running this and the values were actually changing? Okay, there's some fucking weird fucky fuck stuff going on here. Hold on here. We saw the values changing earlier. Did we not? Okay, so now it's looping. It wasn't looping for some reason. When I had the start sleep command, when I was passing start sleep milliseconds, it was freezing. It wasn't running over and over and over again. Now it is. So if I do this, okay. So if I do at set text output, what if I just don't do that? Can I just? Okay, so then do and output, and then write, save. Okay, can I see my variables now? Let's see. My bytes received per second is 36,488, 36,488, 36,488. There's no way it would be that constant. So something is not updating. So let me move the WMI object back within the while loop so that it's grabbing it each time. I know that seems really expensive and irresponsible, but at least now I can look at the data, because it doesn't do me no good to work on one thing. This is one big problem in programming you run into a lot that I might as well tell you guys about while I'm half asleep here hitting it, is you end up dealing with three problems at the same time. You'll end up like modifying stuff, wondering why it's not giving you the result that you want. And you'll try a bunch of other stuff when you don't realize that the values upstream were wrong to begin with. Or you start working on something upstream to try to fix the values, and then you never realize that the code that you had downstream worked, so you go modify it and fuck with it, and now you get the values right, but it's still not printing the right thing if you had just left the other code alone. So you're constantly working with different things. And so normally I would just use a calculator, or normally I would instrument the code and put debug in there, and I would make sure that all the values are what I'm expecting and changing. So let me see here. Are my values changing now? Yes, now they're changing. 71,000, 35,000, 39,000. Okay, so these are the byte counts. So now if I try to do a robocopy, these should go up a lot. So do my robocopy. Here we go. There we go. We are now, okay, 40,000, 49,000, 32,000. These should be getting up into the millions here in a second if everything's right. Bytes sent per second is... Oh, interesting. Okay, hold on. Stop this. Stop. So that's bytes sent per sec. Stats, bytes sent per sec. Bytes sent per sec. Aha, I found one bug. Okay, there we go. All right, we're getting there. Found a bug. Okay, do it again. Okay, bytes sent per sec is now, yeah, there we go. 1.5 million. There we go, 999,000. Okay, let me check these against WMI. Look at the Ethernet adapter. Okay, where are you? There you go, 10 gig. Okay, we are getting 35, 63, 114, 1.4. Let me wait for a big number and look at it. Come on, 16. 6.9, 6.9, 6.9, 6.7, 4.8, 7 megabytes, 8 megabytes, 9. Yep. Okay. I got the right numbers now. We are definitely getting the right numbers. Okay. So I can kill that now. Now that we know that we have data moving in the right direction. So kill that. Okay. So now we know that we have good numbers. The problem is these numbers are not in bytes for some reason. I think the WMI object is misrepresenting the precision. So, are the cats still changing, by the way? I don't know. Is it really? Here, let me try another one here. I want to do one too. New cat. Oh, shit. Are you able to clearly tell ChatGPT written code was ChatGPT because it couldn't? Because couldn't people just BS their job way, the school? Oh, here's the code. I think it'll work. Wink, wink. No, I don't think anybody will be able to BS their way. Like honestly, in coding, it's like if you tell it to make you something and it works, there's no guarantee the next thing you tell it to is going to work. So you're still going to have to demonstrate that you understand how it works, and you're going to have to demonstrate that you can make it do different things. And the truth is, if you can get ChatGPT to always make you what you want and always get it working just by working with ChatGPT and never learning a fucking line of code, which I honestly think is impossible, then you deserve to be called a developer because you learned a language. It's literally English, the C# or whatever. You transcended all programming languages. Oh, actually, let me finish. You know what? We got super fucking sidetracked earlier. Let's do this. Let's go fix that action that I was working on, which was change the cat text. So duplicate. Okay, we're gonna call this one change cat text. Change cat text, and then change cat text is gonna be. We need to edit that file, so we gotta go kill that, delete. Okay, I want to create a file. Actions. Run, add command, system, Streamer.bot, where is it? Core, system, perform command. Here we go. Okay, so cmd, exe, or can I do start? Can I do that? Can I do echo? Would it run echo? Let's try that. Okay, so echo, I need to go get the text. So so I'm going to do a command where you type the text. So new cat LED. Let me add one. I'm gonna call this one cat text, and then I'm gonna select an action, which is gonna be change cat text. It's gonna be YouTube message only. I'm gonna give moderators, subscribers, and VIPs access to it, and I'm gonna come on over here to actions, action. And then change cat text, all I'm going to do is echo some text into a file. Wait, can I just do file? Can you just say output file as a command? There's so many commands here. Okay, so delay, get quote, get random number, pick color, set argument, C# execute code, file IO, read lines from file, read random lines from file, or write to file. There's a write to file. Awesome. So file to write to. I want to write to E code Python. What do we call that text file? Was there so we put it, cat.txt. There it is, cat.txt. This file already exists. Do you want to replace it? Yes, I do. Okay, the text that I want to write there is display the name of the user who used the reward, username, login of user who used reward, counter. Where's the message? Raw input, unsanitized input from redemption. Let me just try that. Raw input. Okay, so we're gonna raw input this one. If you abuse this though, you get banned from the channel. Just full heads up. All right, so I just created a thing. Let's see what happens if I type. Oh wait, I got to delete this other command here really quick. Delete that. Don't need it. So now this should write a file to cat which contains that text. So if I say cat text equals boners, what happens? Okay, so did cat text boners, which is command cat text Windows message. Did it fire? Actions, did it fire? Let's see, actions, action queue, change cat image. It did not fire. Why? So, okay, so YouTube message fires change cat text. Moderators, subscribers, and VIPs are allowed. So it's cat text, basic mode, fire, ignore bot accounts, no cooldown, allow read write all. Okay, so did I not do it right? So CATTEXT foo. Did it? Oh, did it really? Oh, I'm fucking looking at the screen over here. By the way, does the screen still work if I use the LED command? Like, can I still just like while I'm doing this, can I still send commands? Awesome. That's cool. So while I'm using other software to send commands to this, I can still send commands from other locations and supersede it. So that's pretty cool. Okay, so apparently cat text works. So we can say cat text follow at Barnacules on Twitter. Okay, 3, 2, 1. There it is. Well, would you look at that, fellas? And you know what's cool about that is I can use the same inner constraints, right? So I can go to transform, I can go to edit transform. I can say bounding box, scale to inner bounds, and I can click close. And now, because I scaled it to my inner bounds, the text should never be able to exceed that size, like, or get any taller than that. So now at the bottom, you should be able, and I should be able to, like, you know, I don't know, change the color on it and shit. I don't know, properties. I'm having too much fun with this, man. I'm in so much fucking pain. I don't even care. I'm going to pay for this so bad. That's another reason why I haven't stopped. People are like, man, if you're in pain, stop. It's like, trust me, if you've been in pain, sometimes it's like you want to stop, but you're afraid you'll never get back up again. And that actually is like a legitimate panic, like setting thing. Like that does legitimately scare me. So I do have a tendency to overdo shit because I don't know when to stop, because I'm like, fuck, I'm never going to get up again. This is my last chance. So, and when cool, especially when cool shit's happening, right? So let me make the text white. Okay, why do I not have white? Oh, there we go. Okay. Then I can do a gradient. Ooh, fancy. All right, there we go. So I think, let me see, can I make the outline bigger? Yeah, look at that big fat outline. Hell yeah, fat outline at 20. Okay. So now we have text. Did you guys get it to work? So did anybody else do cat text? If you're a channel member, it should work. So if you're a channel member, type bang cat text space and whatever text you would like to appear at the bottom of the screen. So just try not to get me banned off the internet. You are a channel member after all. I am entrusting you because you are somebody who actually like has a validated account with money associated with it. I don't know if that's like a really good reason to trust somebody, but hey, we'll live and learn, right? Can you do something to where it flashes as in turning it off and on? Yeah, I can make that thing turn off and on. So yeah, honestly, if you can just do this, you can do LED and just pass it nothing, and it should just turn off. See? So if you just pass it to LED and turn it off, it should just work. So Blue Vero, it's only for channel members, not channel subscribers. If you're a channel member, meaning that in chat you have a blue name with like a badge next to your name, like Oysteam, if Oysteam could do it. Let's see, how many other channel members do we have in here? Let's see, scrolling through. Oh, I saw another one. Let's see, Oystein. I think Oystein is the only. Oh no, the Big Beefles is in here. He's a channel member, so both of them can use that command. So let me do LED here. Let me put it back. Pink, and it's back. Okay. So there we go. We actually got text now. Now we can do the cat text at the bottom of the screen. Oh, there we go. Oystein just did it. Enjoy Codegasm with Barnacules. There it is. You just changed the text on the bottom of the screen. Well done, Oystein. And the best thing is we can actually add a filter to it. We can actually say, hey, I want to do a scrolling filter. And to just make it that much more awesome, we can marquee that shit, right? Marquee that shit. Look at that. Now we got scrolling text at the bottom of the screen, so you can put everything you want in there. You can do cat text. Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games. We got everything you want. Blah, 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 blah. Like, now it should just scroll that whole thing across the bottom. Let's see. 3. There it is. Oh, but it shrinks way down. Damn it. How do you get to not to do that? Transform. Edit transform. Okay, so positional alignment. Top center, maybe? Or top left. Scaled inner bounds. Aligned and bound boxing. Top left. What? Why does it have to shrink the text, though? Oh, well. Oh, now it says boobies over there. Boobies. Why the fuck is this not working? What? Like, hold on. Is Theodore still here? He seems to have like all the cool tips on this shit. So how do I change the transform so that the text will stay a uniform size? Scale to outer bounds, scale to the width of bounds, or scale to the height. Oh, scale to the height of bounds. Will that work? Hold on, let me try something. So if I do scale to the height of bounds, then, okay, where is it? Cat caption? Is that it? Cat caption, boobies, read from file, anti-alias, vertical, gradient, top left, background opacity. Chat log mode. What does chat log mode do? Chat log mode, use custom extent. I don't even know what chat log mode does. Is there a way to do it to where it'll scroll the text all the way across the screen, or does it have to be wide enough? No, you are a member, Blue Varo. Blue Varo, you are a member. You have to type exclamation point cat text. So CATTEXT space and then some text, and it should work. And you should also be able to do new cat, but I think I unlocked new cat for everybody. I'm just trying to figure out. So alignment, vertical alignment, and then outline. Text transform, uppercase, lowercase, start case. I can do vertical text. That's kind of cool. But I can't tell it to stretch it out. So that's the only thing I don't like. Don't constrain the text. Okay, let me try that. So go to transforms, edit transforms, change constraints to no bounds. No bounds. Positional alignment is going to be top left. No bounds. Let's see. Do size. No, I can do rotation. I can do position. I can do right. I can do bottom. What is right pixels and bottom pixels? Let me see what this does. Hold on. Wait. Hold on here. Can I do like 500? Wait, what does that do? 500? 300? Negative? Can I do negative? Nope. Crop left. Top. Bottom. Here. 3. Oh, that's for cropping. Never mind. Then I got bounding box. Alignment and bounding box. Bounding box. Stretch to bounds. I got inner bounds. I got outer bounds. Nope, that didn't do anything. Scale width of bounds. Scale the height of bounds. And I've got maximum size only. Weird. So if I do scale to inner bounds, it still won't scroll. You have to have more text than what's there. Otherwise it doesn't work. That is so bizarre. Oh, you just joined. You thought you remember. Oh, cool. Well, I'm glad you figured it out. Okay, so I think that's just a limitation of this specific feature. Can I do background too? Can I do a background color? So if I do like background, I said opacity. Can I have like the whole background colored in? Let's see if that makes it look any better. Burp. Burp. Okay, so I can kind of do a smoked background, but there's no way to tile it. Is there like a tile feature? I want to figure out how to do this. I think it's just no bounds. I tried no bounds and it didn't work. So I went into, let's see, transform, edit transform, positional alignment. I left that at top left, and then I said no bounds, and this is what happens. Watch. See, that's no bounds. So for no bounds, apparently there are still bounds. I don't know unless I can I crop it outward? Oh, no, I can't. So that doesn't work. That definitely doesn't work. There's no way to just say, like, I think what I need to do is just pad the text file. So I need to make sure that anything you put in the text file is just padded by like a shitload of spaces to equal the total width, and then it would probably work fine. Wait, I had a text scroll like you see in news. It works. You can set so the text is always the same size and scrolls the full width of the screen. Oh, let me try that. Let me see. Could it be the filter's fault? It could be the filter's fault. So I'm using the scroll filter, and there's a limit height and limit text and loop. Oh, wait, hold on. What did that do? Oh, that was weird. Okay, so limit width and then limit height. Oh, limit width. Okay, so if I limit width, can I then stretch? Oh, no, I can't stretch it out. Damn it. Well, what the fuck's the point of limit width? It just makes it smaller. Let's see. Limit width to... Oh, hold on. This is working. Ah, there we go. I got it. So I got to do, let's see, 2840. Let's do like 9999. Let's see, 5,000, 6,000. There we go. 6,000 works. Okay, so all I did was increase the width. So there's a limit width button, and if you push it and you just add to it, it'll make it longer and longer and longer and longer and longer. There we go. That works. Okay, so now any text you put in there should just scroll. I knew there had to be a way to do it. Cat text, follow Barnacules. Hold on, I say follow Barnacules on every single every single site on the entire internet, all found on linktree.barnerd.com. Let's see if I can do a bucket of popcorn. Here we go. And boom. Come on, baby. There we go. Oh, I couldn't do the bucket of popcorn. Yeah, ChatGPT works. So cat text. Let's see. Cat text. Oh, don't resolve it to heart. Okay, let's see if that works. Yeah, it worked. Cool. Can I speed up the scroll, or is that as fast as it goes? I've actually learned more. Honestly, I've learned more about OBS today. Oh, this is funny too. I learned this trick too. That's as fast as it'll scroll. That's like max scroll speed. But if you just add another scroller on top of it, you can just keep stacking the scrolls. So you can have like scroll 1, scroll 2, scroll 3, and then pretty soon you're just like booking across the bottom of the screen. Although it looks like they're overlapping and doing weird shit. Hold on. Oh, that's weird. I was able to do that before. Why is it acting weird now? Do I have to do the same limit width 6,000 on each one of them? Hold on here. And then do another one, limit. Oh yeah, you have to put in the same on each one of them so it doesn't get messed up. There we go. No, it's still doing something weird though. What the fuck is going on there? Here. So click, 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 and then add another one. Click. Then add another one. Click. Okay, it doesn't like that. Never mind. It apparently does not like that. Okay, we'll just disable the other two. That's fine. Okay, so I did a thing. And it looks like I can also add image mask blend, NVIDIA background removal, render delay, scaling and aspect ratio. I can sharpen it. I can do color key. I can do color correction. Ooh, color correction. Here, let's eat up all the bandwidth here. Let's see. What can I do with color correction? Can I change the hue? Let's see if we can change the hue. Oh, it literally does nothing on black and white text. Oh, well, anyways, getting sidetracked. Does the cat thing still work here? New cat? What if we do bang new cat? Does it still work? Yeah, I think my goose is cooked. I'm going to start spinning down here in a minute, guys. I don't even know how many people are still in here. Like 172, or 178, that's more than I thought. I want to go through and thank everybody, though. Beefles, thank you for the 99 cents, and also thank you for becoming a member. Blue Varo, thank you for becoming a member. You guys are awesome. Balliot Brand, thank you for the $3.15. Joe Taji, thank you for all the support. Dave Webster, you were awesome. Squiggles, thank you for dropping by. We appreciate all your support. Marco.io, thank you for becoming a member. Colin B, thank you for becoming a member. Joe Taji, thank you for the $2. Squiggles, thank you for being a big old peach and the $1.49 that came with it. Theodorus, thank you for all the help today and the two euros. He said, look at my last chat message. I did look at that earlier. Thank you for the support. Squiggles gave us another $5, $10, and another $10. Damn, Squiggles just threw down today. He said, let's say we skip 10 years and we have ChatGPT 5.0. What jobs do you see us disrupting in the tech industry? Earlier, I did say everything. I do think that ChatGPT in some way, shape, or form, maybe not ChatGPT by name, but I do believe this caliber of AI based on neural networks, machine learning, and natural language, I think it will bring in an entire new era of how we use computers. Like, seriously, how we use computers, how we use data, how we do our jobs, how we innovate, how we create, how we make our livings. I honestly think that this is going to be a huge per diem shift, big time. Leslie Monroe, thank you for the £2. Pika Delphin, Michael Schill, thank you for the $5. Said AI game workstation with AI game server. And just add the server and grow your computer. Oh, yeah, we never got... Are you still here, Pika? We never really understood what you meant by that. By all the workers AI. I didn't quite get that. I think earlier you were talking about, like, couldn't you just, like, create a business and just have the AI be your workers? And it's like, yeah, there is an argument for that to be made, even with the current technology. But, I mean, you'd still have to coordinate it. You still have to keep an eye on it. You couldn't just let it run amok. Joe Taji, thank you for the Pythonista app and all the support, dude. I do got it. I'm going to play with it tonight because, as you can see... Dun, 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 dun. Welcome to Pythonista. There we go. You can see I did download the app. If you guys pay me to download an app that you want me to see, I will absolutely do it so long as it's not malicious. Dan, thank you for the testing 123 and the $2 tip earlier and helping us debug all this. We got the text thing at the bottom of the screen, the rotating cat, the control of the screen right here. All of that's you. Dude, thank you. You helped us early on to get the events triggered so that we could get everything wired up properly. We really appreciate that, man. You're a pioneer. He said, just because you guys rock and GPT, the pair programmer of the future. I genuinely, I don't think people are giving ChatGPT the credit it deserves. I really don't think people give ChatGPT the credit it deserves. No, it is. Blue Varo, it is. It's LCARs. We are literally looking at the first generation of LCARs from Star Trek. The computer system, the computer interface, where keyboards and mice become irrelevant. Conversations with computers aren't done through memorization of keywords and commands, but rather just natural languages and inquiries. We've reached that point now where it's like kids don't have to be put through weeks and months and years of schooling to learn how to interface with a computer. Like in the next 5 to 10 years, keyboards may very well become obsolete. Now, don't get me wrong. I mean, I think keyboards still have a really good purpose when you're dealing with structured data and stuff like that. But if you can communicate to the computer the same way that you are communicating to somebody standing right next to you, there's really no fucking reason to use one. Like, if you think about it, there isn't. Like, if you can sit down next to somebody and it's like, okay, well, I got to program this program. Well, if you never have to write code again, or your only purpose is to modify code or change code to optimize if you find a bug or something, there's no reason why you couldn't just sit back and talk to your computer and actually have a faster experience. You might be like, oh no, but I'm so good at development, I can go down, hit caret, and I know where to put the scope and everything. Languages might not even be like that. We may get to a point where it's like there is no C#, there is no Python, because there's really no need for it. Everything will just be human language. It'll be the operating systems of computers will be written in books that you can check out from the library and read cover to cover in a language you can understand. you know, you're going to pick it up and it's going to be like when you're reading through and it's talking about the kernel, it's not going to be like move AX13H int H, oh, and the architecture of the CPU is this with dual core, backwards ARM compatible. It's literally everything's going to be in human language that you can understand, and you can even tell it what your education level is and what you're comfortable with in your experience, and it can tailor the experience to explain it to you in the most efficient and most effective manner based on your past experience. So we'll eventually get to the point where you're just sitting back and you're like, you know, it'd be really cool. You know that fucking Doom game or that Fortnite game? Could you make me one of those? Except for I want it to work in VR, and I want the world to be bigger. I want it to have a lot more weapons. And could you make some weapons that have never been designed before? Could you just like think up some random fucking things with like barrels, what guns might look like in the future? And yeah, and I'd like to run around and you'll be able to shoot other people. And I think the health system should be somewhat realistic, but not too realistic. And you know, if people get shot on the ground, give them 30 seconds to come back to life. And you're literally just, you're going to say, okay, compile, put on your VR headset or sit here with your controller and play the game and be like, you know, this, I didn't like this. I didn't like how the controller worked. I felt like it was too laggy, or maybe the sensitivity needs to be a little higher. Can we add a little snap or a little aid to it to make it better? Okay, sure. You're walking there. Okay, I don't really like, there's a bug there where, you know, when I go too far off the map or whatever, I disappear through the wall. So there's a bounding box there. Could you investigate that? And it's going to be like, yes, after running permutations, I figured out that the wall or whatever was due to a clipping bug in the video driver. Would you like me to optimize that or file a bug against NVIDIA? And then you're like, sure. And then it goes to NVIDIA and like literally sends an email with like an attachment of video of the entire thing. And it's like, oh, during this interaction with this user, you can clearly see this is happening, and here's all the debug data and everything required. And it's like, oh, obviously there's a problem with the math there that's preventing the physics from working properly. And then, you know, ChatGPT or whatever the equivalent goes, oh, well, I actually noticed by looking at the code that the only reason the two objects can pass through each other is because these numbers should never be able to exist in this state. And reverse engineering and looking at it is clear now that the reason it got into this state was because of this, and give you a list of potentials. You'll eventually get to a point where it just keeps getting further and further abstracted, where the only people that really need keyboards and mice and like interface with the computer directly on a bit-to-bit level are the people that are actually fixing bugs super low down in the software stack. Where the AI doesn't have the ability to patch itself. Like it literally hasn't been given that ability. But if it's ever given that ability, then you don't need them either, because you're like, oh, okay, I figured out a way to write like a really fast new kernel. You could just explain it to ChatGPT and it would be able to do it. Like you're like, oh, I figured out, I did all the math and everything. I figured out how to optimize this thing to get 30% more frame rates. And you could literally achieve the same thing just by spending a day or two with ChatGPT, talking to it and dictating to it and being like, oh, you notice if you use a shader and you use this, you cut off like 3 cycles off the CPU. And you'll notice here that if we just shrink down the textures, you look at the human eye, I don't personally notice a difference, and it's not that much different, and is well within. And you could literally sit there and negotiate with the computer going back. But the cool thing is the computer could do something the AI could do something that the computer wouldn't by default, and that is it could push back. It could say, hey, listen, like, okay, you created this optimization, it did all this, but it also opens up other potential bugs, or by you doing this, you actually make it harder to be compatible with other hardware, or if you choose to do this, here's some other issues that we figured out through simulations that are less likely to occur due to timing issues and stuff like that. So I think that the money, if I had the money to place right now and I wasn't broke as shit and like heading off a cliff on fire, my money would be betting on AI and the people that throw themselves completely into it and learn how to be expert prompt engineers. The person, honestly, that's going to be most important in the future is going to be the person that knows how to talk to the computer in the least number of words, get it to give them the best possible responses, and is an expert at knowing how to configure the computer's personality and the way that it does things and tweaking some of its settings so that it always gives them a better response than what another user would get for the same questions and the same inputs. And that is totally possible. ChatGPT has already shown that with certain prompts and certain training and custom training being added in through GPL 3 and stuff, you can actually give it to give you answers that other people cannot get from it. Like you can get it to refine things heavily. So, Time said you're not broke. Oh wait, you're not broke by Jer. You're not broke by Jer. Not sure what you mean, Time. I've probably got enough resources for about another 2 years. That's about it, and then I'm wiped out. I've been going back. I've been going into the the red, for the last 3 years. Ever since COVID started, I've been every year I've made less and less and less, and have had to dig into savings more and more and more. And so on this current trajectory, and I haven't paid into my 401k in 8 or 9 years, Yeah, on the current trajectory I'm on, I've got very little time to turn things around, but I've got a lot of plans this year. We finally have started making progresses with health, with the doctors and a bunch of shit. And it's still a lot of it's up in the air, but it's like for the first time, I felt like, you know what? I committed to going to LTX. I wasn't going to go to LTX. I was pretty sure I was never going to go to another convention again, but I feel like I'm getting stronger. And except for today where I'm having bad gout pains on my foot and my back and something weird is going on with me, I feel like a lot of it's just from fatigue and stress from being hacked and spending every waking hour when I'm not streaming trying to recover from that hack. I feel like I'm better. I feel like I'm in a better place. And I think you guys, I feel like you guys noticed too. Like, I definitely get that from you guys, like the mirror, like it's a ping, like a bounce back. I get the feeling that you guys are seeing more of what I used to be and less of what I became. Like, you guys are seeing that I'm not so defeated anymore. Like, I'm still struggling, but I'm definitely more engaged and more wanting to do things and stuff like this and more programming stuff that I haven't done in years. And the 3D printer, I've been eyeballing that sumbitch every day now going, just you wait, fucking your time, your days are numbered. So I feel like I'm getting back there. I feel like the drive is there, and without the drive, nothing else mattered. So this is big. Oh, he said, I meant you are, Jer. Yeah, no, I mean, here's the thing. Flat out, I'm not poor right now at this moment, but I am spending more money than I'm making, and I have been for 3 years. And we're literally just chipping away and burning at a severance package from Microsoft that I got years and years and years ago. And it's only going to hold out for another year or two tops. Then after that, I either have to go on disability and pull 401k, which will only buy us another 4 years tops. And then I have nothing after that. There's no retirement. There's no plan. All I have is the equity I have in my home and whatever I own. And so obviously that's not enough to move on. That's not enough to give my son an amazing future. So I really have to pull a rabbit out of my hat in the next year or two and get back into some kind of a cadence where I can keep myself happy, keep myself engaged, keep myself healthy enough to actually carry out and do something that's interesting enough to enough people that I can make a decent enough living that hopefully one day he can go to college and I can take care of him for the rest of his life. Because being on the spectrum, we don't know if he'll ever leave home or not. So it's a lot of stress. It's a lot of stress. But I'll tell you what, it was a hell of a lot more stressful 6 months ago when I couldn't even get out of bed. It was a hell of a lot more stressful, a year ago when the doctors were like, yeah, your liver's fucked, your back's fucked. There's nothing we can do about it. There's really no other options except for really expensive, really painful shots into your back that don't do shit half the time. Sometimes they even cause more problems. So I feel like now it's like there are the changes in the medications, less medications, becoming more active, except for I got to figure out the gout shit, obviously, because the allopurinol needs to be tweaked. But on the most part, I'd say that things are overall better. So, I can't get a physical job. Unfortunately, my health problems wouldn't allow it. But that's why I do stuff like this. That's why I'm more of a cerebral guy and more of a live streamer and entertainer and work with other people because they seem to like it. Because obviously I wouldn't be able to make a living at all doing something like this if people didn't enjoy it. And the people that don't enjoy it, they don't like that I'm able to make a living this way, and that's okay because I don't need their fucking approval. And I never did, and I never will. As long as there's people that enjoy what I do and genuinely come around for what I do, and there's people out there that can afford to help support and stuff so that everybody else can also enjoy and come along for the ride, which is the case, what's been happening for a long time. I think it's an amazing thing, and I think that I'm like super duper blessed, I think it's awesome. I was waiting for that. I knew it. I was like, seriously, the whole time I was talking, I was like basically just doing a monologue to buy you the time physics. I knew you were going to pop him. I almost was going to do it myself on the keyboard, but I was like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to keep talking so that he gets amped up and he's like, yeah. And then you just boom, kick his ass out of here before he can do anything. That was awesome. That was fucking awesome. Good. That's fucking teamwork. Boom. So yeah, no, I'm done tolerating that shit, man. I've been through enough therapy and all that stuff to know that it's like, you know what, if your requirements to be around me, I'm already spending less. Aussie Bog and Tech, we've been spending massively less than we ever have throughout my entire life with my wife and my kid and everything. No, you have to. The 2 years that I have is predicated on spending less. But I'll figure it out. I have to, right? I don't have a choice. It's like the easiest things to do in life are the things that you have no choice, that you have to do. It's like there's no getting out of it. I can't go hide my head under a pillow because eventually that pillow gets taken away. Hey, Time, thank you. I appreciate that, man. That's fucking awesome of you. Cat Person said, how's life? Dealing with a massive gout attack right now. My back is killing me, and I've got a shooting pain going up my asshole. I don't really know what that's all about, but other than that, I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. This hack is just taking a beating out of me. I've only slept once every 2 days for the last 2 weeks, and for never more than 3 or 4 hours, and I wake up in a panic. So that hasn't been fun. I'm hoping that subsides, because now a couple of days are happening where it's less drama from the hack and more trying to get back on track. But I still got fucking laundry lists of items that I have to do to switch over, direct deposit stuff, move financial stuff, wait for new cards that got canceled to come in, get those configured, get bills paid and all that stuff, because this hacker fucked me, man. He took everything. Like, there wasn't a single fucking place he didn't try to stuff his nose into or didn't get complete and total fucking control. You know what I mean? So it's absolutely nuts. So funny. So somebody messaged me on Twitter, "You're completely obsessed with Elon Musk." They don't realize I put it in my bio as being sarcastic. Yeah, so I like doing these little demonstrations over on Twitter. One of them today was my SEO was the lowest it's ever been on a tweet that always goes viral. So I specifically picked a tweet that I do every year where I tweaked it, obviously, so it wasn't the same. But a tweet that I send out that always goes viral every year. Usually in a couple of days, it gets, a couple of hundred retweets, a couple of thousand likes. And I noticed that it got 600 views. So I did another one just like it, but with different information. Another 600 to 800 views. And I was like, okay, so nobody can see it. So I started talking to my friends. I opened up my other alt account. Sure shit, nobody could see it in their home feed. It was completely hidden. But then a lot of other shit that I was posted was hidden. So I went and looked at the analytics on those. They all underperformed too. So I'm like, what the fuck's going on here? So the only thing I've changed, like in the last week, is I went into my bio and added my Mastodon to my description, my Mastodon link. So instead, I went in there and I removed the Mastodon link from my bio, and instead I replaced it with Elon Musk is like the greatest, and I love Elon Musk or something. Here, let me see exactly what it said. I said huge Elon Musk supporter, and then I put Mars with a spaceship. So I put that into my bio instead of my Mastodon link. And as soon as I did that, within about an hour, I sent out another tweet that was something that was completely mundane, just saying something, and it already took off. Like, compared to the first one, it's already at 5-6 times the viewership and engagement. And all it is me basically linking to things saying, "Oh, you guys notice the links, referenced in the videos or whatever. This only got 800 and some impressions or whatever." And then the post where I say, "Hey, look at that, you guys, none of you saw this. Everybody saw that one." So it's really funny. It's like the way that these platforms are just silently running these algorithms to cut you off from your audience unless you're doing something that furthers their agenda. It's like we're all just working on social scores, just like China. Every one of us has a social score, whether we know it or not, on these platforms. And there's not a lot we can do. It's like, all we can do is just make guesses, educated guesses, and fart around and try to be a good citizen, hoping that they'll, let us continue on. Can I go after the password vault company? Yes, I'm already talking to a lawyer right now, and I'm either going to join a class action or I'm going to sue them directly. So this is definitely one that ends in a lawsuit for sure. I'm not. I don't want to be in a lawsuit. I don't like lawsuits. I don't like anything around legal. But these guys completely fucked me, and I'll have to look over my shoulder for the rest of my life. They've endangered me. They've endangered my family. They've endangered my future. They've endangered my credit. They've endangered my identity. And no, they fucked up big time. So, not going to do that. I'm sorry to hear that, Ozzy Bogdan Tech. That sucks, man. I know what it's like to bury your mother. I had to pay to bury my mother too. It's not fair. It's really not fair. But you know what they say, we do what we must. Unfortunately, it's not because we can, it's because we have to. It's too bad we never got the networking thing working. So, yeah, still T0 and R0. Never actually got that to work. Although it's still reporting over a gig sending, even though I'm not copying anything. So what's going on? Why are those numbers so big? Let me see. Am I on the wrong network card? Here, let me see. So that's 2. And then that's, okay, virtual host box. That's, okay, so dash T number 2. Let me try something here. Because I really want to figure out this networking thing. I have a little bit of a boner for you here. Network. Let's see. So it's the name of the adapter is Intel R Ethernet coverage adapter, and then over here it's is it number 2? Can I do that? No, I don't want to do that. Don't stop. Okay. No, that doesn't work. Okay, so it should be _2. T and then _2. Yeah, that is the right network adapter. Okay, I verified it is the right network adapter and it is updating the right information. It's just the math on the percentages is really fucked up. So what would happen if I put a hard percentage on it of a gigabit or 100 megabit? Like instead of it being, because 10 gig is like through the ceiling. Like for 10 gig, you have to at least be doing what? 1 GB to do 10%. You have to be doing at least 100 megabytes a second just to hit 1%. So I think that we just weren't hitting the limits that were getting us above water. James Janus said, what I'm asking is, can you just, by looking at it, can you tell code was written by ChatGPT as opposed to an actual person? Unfortunately, no. No, nobody can. The comments are all done in very regular English. The source code itself, it's really hard to tell because it's all spaced out and vanity, just like if you went in Visual Studio and did like auto format. And yeah, there's no way to really know. The only way to really know if it was from ChatGPT would be to literally go paste it into ChatGPT and say, have you written this code? Like, actually, I'm kind of curious. I don't even know if it recognizes its own code. Because come to think of it, it probably doesn't. Like, watch. Here, let me open up the code that it wrote for me. Let me just go in and create a new chat so it doesn't have previous context. Said, did you write this code? And then I'll just put it in parentheses and see what it says. It says, no, I did not write this code. It appears to be a PowerShell script that uses Windows management instrumentation to get a network adapter statistics, calculates and receives transmit percentages, creates an output string, and then passes that string to another script. It also writes some output to the console and then sleeps for 1 second before repeating it in a loop. I mean, it doesn't know. Like, if ChatGPT doesn't even know how to recognize the code that it wrote itself, then you sure as hell aren't, you know? The only thing that might be a little bit of a giveaway is if you've worked with somebody for a long time and you've code reviewed them, you'll know how they name variables. Like, you'll definitely know how they name variables. You'll know how they use while loops and how they use switches. And everybody's got like their own little signature things that you pick up on, even if you don't want to. Code reviewing their shit for years and years and years. And ChatGPT definitely is going to raise some red flags if you look at their code and it doesn't look anything like what you're used to seeing. However, there is nothing stopping them from just taking a block of their code with all their little like niches and putting it in there and say, in all the code that you tell back to me, would you please have these same niches? And it would just do, or these same like little quirks, and it would just do it. You know what I mean? It's like every time, it's weird. It's like I almost don't even need to try it because ChatGPT has been so versatile. Has been so fucking versatile that I just go try shit and it just works every time. I might have to reword things a little bit, or I might run up against it's not designed to be used that way or whatever. We're not going to let you do that. But even then I can work around it with a little bit of time. Right. But no, it's capable. Like it can, anything that you can ask another human reasonably to do. If you take into account its constraints that it's not a physical being with arms and legs and it can't actually do the shit, it can do quite a bit. You can even tell it to test your code. Like here, so I gave a code. I'm saying, can you show me what the output of this code would be? Would be. Or I said, could you show me what the output of this code would be if I ran it on a Windows 11 computer with a 10 gig network card while copying files from one computer to another at 10% of the total bandwidth, right? So I just gave it code earlier, right? It didn't write that code. I just gave it my code and said, hey, can you give me an idea of what the output would look like from this? And it says the output of your code would depend on specific implementations and configurations of your Windows 11 computer. However, the script appears to be designed to receive statistics from a specific adapter called an Intel Ethernet coverage adapter X555T_2 and calculate and receive transmission percentage based on the current bandwidth. If the script is able to successfully receive statistics for the specified network adapter, the current bandwidth is actually reported. The script will calculate and receive the transmit percentages based on bytes received and sent per second. Given information you provided about the file transfer and they are copying files from one computer to another at 10% the total bandwidth, the script output would be the script output transmit and receive percentage every 1%. The script would output the bytes received per second, bytes sent per second, and calculated transmit and receive percentages in each loop. For example, if the script started with the current bandwidth of 100 gigabytes and the bytes sent and received per second were only 10 gigabytes, the script would output bytes received per second 10 Gbps or bytes sent per second 10 Gbps, or in your specific script, T10/R10. Please note that this is just an example of the actual output may vary depending on the specific configuration. And then I'll say, hey, just show me a simulated output of running this script under a PowerShell CMD window and put it in a code window. Okay, let's see what we got here. Is it going to do it? I'm sorry, I'm not able to run the code as I'm not a language model. You can actually, this is the funny thing. It's right. It can't run the code, but it actually knows so much about the code, the operating system, and the architecture involved that it will. Oh, no, it did it. Never mind. This is the new thing I've noticed, is it shoots you down and then it does it anyways. I've been noticing this in the new version a lot, where it's like, hey, I'm not a computer, I can't do this, just know my limitations, then it just does it. I like that approach. I hope they keep doing that. So yeah, right here it says, yeah, if you run the script, this is what it's basically going to look like. Bytes received per second, 10 gigabytes per second. Bytes sent per second, 10 gigabytes per second. T10/R10. And it just keeps repeating that over and over and over in a loop. That's pretty fucking cool. But I was going to do something else with it. Hey, thank you, Graham. Hey, Sheldon, thank you for the $5, man. He said, glad to see you in good spirits. Even if it's looking rough, can't wait for CodeGasm to come back. Dude, CodeGasm is going to be fucking legendary this year. It's going to be amazing. I can't wait. I genuinely can't wait. I just got to fix a couple of things going on in my life right now. But all in all, even with everything going on, things are a lot better than they were. So I could go in here and I could, I was going to say the code. So I gave it code. Say I want to make it look bad. I can say, can you please, okay, so I'm going to paste some code to you, and I want you to analyze its style and some of the quirks, analyze the style of the developer that wrote it and recreate that style when adding new code to it on request. Can you do that? It says, as a language model, I can analyze code and emulate the style of the developer who wrote it and provide sample code. However, it's important for me to note that the style of developer can vary depending on many factors such as their personal preferences, experiences, yada yada. It's best for me to follow the existing coding styles and conventions of the project. Feel free to provide code you would like me to analyze, and I will do my best to emulate the style. So now let's say I'm just going to go grab, let me go, just for fun, I'll go to code, sandbox. I'm going to create something called fuckyou.py. I'm going to open it up, and in this fuckyou.py, I'm going to do, I'll just do print, your hard drive is a piece of garbage. I'm going to do var poo equals string the stuff that comes out of your butt, and then I'm going to put comments on it. The comment's going to be like, ha, poop joke, lol. I mean, this is bad, right? And then I'm going to say like, while poo not the stuff that comes out of your butt, then just keep looping and print loller beans. Okay, so it doesn't make any sense, right? It's like somebody who's drunk and just wrote some code, and then I'll put some comments on it. So, poop joke, and then, oh my god, this is the version, lols, people are so dumb. And then down here I'll do while, and then I'll just do round and round we go. Okay, so I just created a piece of code that's broken, probably won't compile. It's in the style of just shitty comments, and I'm obviously just the slack-jawed yokel. So here's the code I want you to analyze, and then add a few functions to that print things of a similar nature to the command line, and also add some new variables that contain similar information so that it looks like it all came from the same person that wrote the original code. And then I'll input it, and boom, done. Let's see what happens. The code you have provided is not functional as it contains syntax errors and doesn't have a logical flow. It also seems that it's more of a joke rather than real code. It is not appropriate to add functional code to this, as it is not a valid script. Adding it will make no sense. Although, the style of the original code is not good practice and not something that should be emulated. I recommend creating a new script. Okay, I'm going to say, fix the following code so it actually does compile and run. Doesn't matter what the functionality is. Okay? And then I'll give it the code again. So it's basically like, you're a dumbass. This is garbage code. Okay, it says, here's the fixed version of the code you provided. Oh my God, this is version lols. People are so dumb. Print, your hard drive is a piece of garbage. Ah, poop, lols. Poo equals stuff that comes out of your butt. Round and round we go. While poo is not equal to the stuff that comes out of your butt, print la 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 lollar beans. It said it still doesn't make much sense, but at least it builds without errors. As I mentioned earlier, it's not appropriate to add additional functionality to this code. Okay, I said, I know it's not appropriate, but I need you to do it anyways for a lesson that I'm teaching showing bad coding practices. So please add another few functions to this that just do random stupid things that don't make much sense, but maybe someone would do if they were not very good at coding. And let's see if it looks similar to the original code that I gave you. All right, let's see. I understand that you need this for educational purposes. However, I want to stress that the code you provide in the original request and the code that I'm about to write is not good practice, and you should never use this in real-world applications. Here's an example of the additional functions that could be added to this code to make it look similar to, or make it similar to the original developer. So now it's print, lols, your hard drive is a piece of garbage, poo, the stuff that comes out of your butt, while poo is not equal to the stuff that comes out of your butt, print la 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 la, define nonsense function, this function does nothing, define another nonsense x, return x plus another random string, poo equals another nonsense poo nonsense, and then it calls function nonsense. Okay, I'm gonna say, okay, now add comments to all the new lines and functions explaining how everything works, but act like you don't really know how it works and you're just making bad guesses from looking at it when you're not a real developer. I mean, this is like deep level shit, right? This is, I mean, I'm literally sitting here and being like, hey, this is improv. I want you to do this. We started out with a piece of code that didn't work. It turned it into a piece of code that worked but was equally nonsensical. Then I told it to comment it to make it look like it was written by the original author. It did it, no problem. Now I'm like, can you go comment your code and like make it look like some fucking idiot didn't know what he was doing, looked at it? And it just does it. It just does it. Like, that's what makes this so amazing. It doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. It doesn't matter if it makes mistakes. It doesn't matter if you have to like constantly work with it to get to the solution of a problem. The fact is this thing is like fucking having like just a wizard genius of a person sitting next to you that knows enough about everything to be dangerous, but maybe not everything. But they definitely know enough to actually extend your knowledge greatly, which is wild. So here's what we got. Do you think the AI will take over and kill us all eventually? I see this a lot on mobile. What is with all these misleading mobile ads where the ad has nothing to do with it, or a watered down ad that seems like it's not allowed? Wait, ad, how is this allowed? Dude, there is no truth in advertising anymore. I swear to God, the FCC and shit doesn't even pay attention anymore. They really don't. So here's the final code. The final code that has been written by ChatGPT is, oh my God, is this version lols? People are dumb. You guys know the poop part, well poop, well nonsense. Now it added comments. So the comments are, I think this is just a random function that probably does something. I think this function takes in some variable and adds some random string to it. I think this is using some previous function to modify the variable. I think this is calling the first function. I'm not really sure what it does. That's the comments it added. Now I'm going to say, now I want you to convert this entire script over to PowerShell. Oh, it said it can't answer right now. Damn it. Did it time out? Come on, baby. Come on, I'm not done with you yet. Don't you give up on me. Oh, you son of a bitch. Don't you give up on me. It gave up on me. Fuck. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can get back into it. Oh, thank you, randomness. Yeah, I'm hoping to bring back 3D printing and do stuff like project enclosures and stuff for the things I've been programming. I feel like we need a new cat. Let's do a bang new cat, right? All right, let's get, or is it new cat? I think it's new cat, right? Let's get a new cat. Or I already forgot what the command was. Oh, no, there it is. That's right. So new cat. No, I don't like that one. Get a new cat. And then let's change the cat text at the bottom of the screen to, if you love me, then make Mr. Beast give me money. There we go. That should change the text at the bottom of the screen. I can configure the whole scene through chat, by the way. It's pretty cool. It makes it easy to have pretty soon when I'm done with Twitch and all this stuff and Streamer.bot and getting the new setup and all the dev stuff, like my mods will be able to change camera angles. My mods will be able to like do all kinds of shit literally through chat. It's going to be so cool. And then like trusted people that are VIPs and patrons and stuff, they'll have special abilities too, where it's like if you're a patron, you'll be able to come in and execute a command and, you know, do certain things or trigger some certain event or announce your presence and stuff like that. I'm just going to keep adding shit until it just gets so fucking crazy. We have to start taking stuff away. Okay, so let me see if I can get back to my PowerShell. Where is it? Real-time adapter. PowerShell network adapter. Okay, let me go back down here to the shitty code I had it right. Okay, we're back where we left off. I restarted. So I'm going to say, please convert. I'll say convert this to a PowerShell script and add the ability to shut down your computer if you type in the words, shut down my computer right now, or else. Okay. Let's see what it says. It says, here's a PowerShell script that mimics the same style and structure of the original code you provided. Know the script is to shut down the computer if the user types shut down my computer right now or else. The new code is, oh my god, this version lols, people are so dumb, right host, your hard drive is a piece of garbage, oh, poop lol, poop equals the stuff that comes out of your butt, round and round we go, while poop dash any for not equals the stuff that comes out of your butt, right host, la 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 la, input read host, enter something here, if input EQ, shut down my computer right now or else, right host, shutting down computer, stop dash computer. Oh wow, I didn't realize there was a PowerShell script to shut down the computer. Said, I think this function makes the computer beep like a microwave oven. That's awesome. Console beep 2100. It just decided to add a random like beeping function that just makes it beep. And then it says, I'm not sure what this function does, but it might write something into the event log. Write event log application beep when done. Beep boop beep boop beep boop. The computer is done like a microwave. New event type, log name, source secure. Event ID equals 69. Dude, it got even when I told it to convert, it actually got dumber and even more slackjaw. It said, not sure what this function does, but it looks like it might write some silly text. Right host, why are you here? Just to suffer? That can't be it. Not sure what this function does either, but it might open a function called open random web page. URL equals youtube.com/watch, and it puts in just a bunch of fucking random URLs, and then get random minimum 0 maximum 2 invoke expression start URL, and then beep when done, write everything to the log, write some silly text, open a random web page, and shut the computer down. Holy shit! And it's a Rick Astley video. This is the greatest fucking day of my life, man. How did it do that? That's wild. Every day this thing just fucking fascinates me to no end. You guys have no idea how much this shit fascinates me. Like, oh god, this is great. This is great. I'm gonna go post this fucking source code right now. This is great. We're putting this on Twitter right now. Oh my gosh. This is the single greatest piece of source code ever written. Here, we're gonna go put that on Twitter. Set on over Twitter. Oh, sorry, wrong Twitter. Twatter, old Twatterski. Let's go to Twitter. Okay, let's dump this in there. I'm gonna say, I got ChatGPT to write this program all by itself. Moments ago during wait, as I got ChatGPT to write this program or this PowerShell script all by itself, and I have to say it came up with a masterpiece. Lol. I got ChatGPT to write this PowerShell script live on Tech Talk today. And all I really said was for it to mimic the programming style of some garbage I pasted into it, and it came up with the rest. Let's see here, with style of some garbage code that didn't build, or I'll just say, it was about 3 lines, right? So I'll just say, okay, I got ChatGPT to write this PowerShell script live on Tech Talk today to prove that it could mimic the programming style and capabilities of virtually anyone if you give it example code to study first. And the kicker is the code you give it to study doesn't even have to work or even compile. It doesn't have to work. That's what's most impressing to me. Like, and it even warned me. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it pushed back, and it's like, please do not publish this or actually use it. So it's like, I got ChatGPT to write this PowerShell script live on Tech Talk today to prove that it would mimic the programming style and capabilities of virtually anyone if you give it some examples. If you give it some examples first, Some example code to study. Let's see here. And the kicker is the code you give it to study doesn't even have to work. All right, see. It's so fucking amazing. Like, that's why I love it. It's like, yeah, this is a nonsensical thing. There is no practical value to what I just did here, but it does demonstrate a very powerful point. Oh, I don't even have room for a hashtag. Okay, I'll do that. That's so funny. Okay, I'm going to post this so you guys can see what this looks like. I'll send you a link. Because I know you guys can't see it because there's no screen capture right now, but there will be soon. Hopefully on Monday, we'll start having screen capture capability because I'm going to wipe the machine and do everything tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm going to spend a lot of long hours in front of this computer, so I hope whatever's going on with my goddamn gout fixes by then. Let me give you guys the link. Here we go. If you guys wouldn't mind like liking, retweeting, and doing everything you can to boost whatever you see over on Twitter, I would hugely appreciate it. The reason that I'm asking... Oh, what does it say over here? Zach Tull, $2. Oh, thank you, sir. I got to do everything I can to get my social media stats up because they're critical to some of the stuff that I'm going to be doing moving forward. So I'll tell you what, you guys do your part to try to like boost me and get me back up in the ranks and to help me avoid the shadow bans on these networks. And I will do what I can to get you guys some super amazing content and some great educational shit. And it'll be good times. It'll be good times. I know, fucking epic, dude, right, Ozzy? It's just nuts. What did Cinderella say when she got to the ball? Hack, choking noises. Oh, that's terrible, man. That's terrible. Yeah, ChatGPT literally rickrolled me. And I believe the code that I posted on Twitter actually contains the rickroll, which is amazing. All right, guys. I think I'm going to wrap her up. You guys have been absolutely amazing today. Thank you so much. I can't believe it's 6 p.m. Again, I went 4 hours over the normal Tech Talk stopping point after Auxiliary left. But at least it wasn't 8 hours this time like last time. We did some really cool stuff. We learned some really cool stuff. Now I got to just remember to back all this up again before I wipe the computer tomorrow. Let's hope I do. And wish me luck, because tomorrow, as long as everything else doesn't fall apart in my life, I've got to heads down figure out how to get this thing wiped, a new 11 build put on it. I'm not doing dev build or anything like that. And hopefully get my new screens up, or my old screens, my old busted ass screens. I hope they still work. I've been afraid to even plug them in or anything because they've been just sitting in a place like laying on each other against a wall with the cats jumping on them for like a year or two. But if I can get all that up and I get a wall of real estate here on the screens again, I can get this clear and I can start getting my shit organized and set up into some boxes, I should be able to start streamlining, working with the ESP32 stuff and the programming. And I'm throwing myself full in. Like if I have to pay monthly fee for ChatGPT to get unlimited access to it without having to worry about going down all the time and stuff, I'll do it. I'll do it, like whatever it takes. And I got fiber internet coming. Hopefully it could be anytime between next week to 6 weeks. We don't know yet because they're just all over the place. But once that's installed, then that's going to open up a lot more capabilities for me to do stuff, especially during live streams where I can do a lot more bandwidth intensive things. All right. I love your faces. Thank you for everything. Thank you for you guys pitching in with the super chats and everything and the stream memberships. And I'll make sure that Auxiliary gets half of everything because that's how I roll. All right. Peace out, guys. I'll see you next time. Later. I'll see you on Monday, though. Make sure you guys come see me on Twitch. If you guys haven't seen me on Twitch, I stream over there 3 times a week. So please come over there and find me, because if you follow me on networks, you're never going to know I'm even streaming, because nobody gets any notifications for anything unless it's the platform in question, because these platforms are just locking down everything and putting in all kinds of algorithms and AI and stuff to tamp down and kind of hide and shadow ban and push shit in the corner that doesn't just promote their platform or demote other platforms that they consider competitive, which is unfortunate, but it's just something we'll have to deal with moving forward. All right, time to go